we have against her cheeks and her forehead. Dossing at Pam's is the worst, because we have to sleep in the sitting room. That's on account of her brothers. They have the upstairs bedroom. They're twins. Pam doesn't like them much. She thinks it's disgusting that her mummy and dad made more babies at their age. They're 42, Pam's mummy and dad. Pam says it gives her the creeps to think of her mum and dad like that. But I think they're sweet. The twins, I mean.
How do you organise the DOS round? Lindley asked.
We don't, actually. We just do it.
With no plan?
Well, we know it's the third Friday of the month, don't we? And we just follow the alphabet, like I said. Josie, Maggie, Pam. Pam's next. We did my house this month already. I thought maybe Josie and Pam's mummies wouldn't let them DOS with me this time round, but they did.
You were worried because of the inquest?
It was over, wasn't it? But people in the village...
She looked out the window. 2 grey-hooded jackdaws had landed on the sill and were pecking furiously at 3 crusts of bread, each bird trying to jockey the other from the perch and hence claim the remaining crust.
Mrs. Crone likes to feed the birds. She's got a big cage thing in her garden where she raises finches. And she always puts seed or something else to eat on the windowsill here. I think that's nice. Except birds quarrel over food. Have you ever noticed? They always act like there won't be enough. I can't think why.
And the people in the village?
She said, I see them watching me sometimes. They stop talking when I pass. But Josie and Pam's mummies don't do that.
She dismissed the birds and offered him a smile. The dimple made her face both lopsided and endearing.
Last spring we had a DOS round in the hall. Mummy said we could, so long as we didn't mess anything about. We took sleeping bags. We DOSed in the dining room. Pam wanted to go upstairs, but Josie and I were afraid we'd see the ghost. So Pam went up the stairs with a torch and slept by herself in the west wing. Only we found out later she wasn't by herself at all. Josie didn't think much of that, did she? She said this was supposed to be just for us, Pamela. No men allowed. Pam said you're just jealous because you've never had a man, have you? Josie said, I've had plenty of men miss any bloke's scrubber, which wasn't exactly the truth. And they had such a quarrel that for the next 2 months Pam wouldn't come to the DOS round at all. But then she did again.
Do all of your mums know which night the DOS round is set for?
The third Friday of the month. Everyone knows.
Did you know you'd be missing a dinner with the vicar if you went to Josie's for the December DOS round? She nodded.
But I sort of thought he wanted to see Mummy alone.
Why? She played her thumb back and forth against the sleeve of her jumper, rolling and unrolling it against her white blouse.
Mr. Shepherd does, doesn't he? I thought perhaps it would be like that.
Thought or hoped? She looked at him earnestly.
He'd come before, Mr. Sage. Mummy sent me to visit with Josie, so I thought she was interested. They talked, him and Mummy. Then he came again. I thought if he fancied her, I could help out by being off. But then I found out he didn't fancy her at all, not Mummy. And she didn't fancy him.
Lindley frowned. A small alarm was buzzing in his head. He didn't like the sound of it. What do you mean?
Well, they didn't do anything, did they? Not like her and Mr. Shepherd.
They'd only seen each other a few times, though. Isn't that the case? Her head bobbed in agreement.
But he never talked about Mummy when I saw him, and he never asked after her like I thought he would if he fancied her.
What did he talk about?
He liked films and books. He talked about them. And the Bible. Sometimes he read me stories from the Bible. He liked the one about the old men who watched the lady taking a bath in the bushes. I mean, the old men were in the bushes, not the lady. They wanted to have sex with her because she was so young and beautiful, and even though they were old, it wasn't like they'd stopped feeling desires themselves. Mr. Sage explained it. He was good at that.
What other things did he explain?
Mostly about me. Like why I was feeling how I felt about...
She gave the wrist of her jumper a little twist.
Oh, just stuff.
Your boyfriend? Having intercourse with him? She dropped her head and concentrated on the jumper. Her stomach growled.
Hungry,
she mumbled. Still, she didn't look up. You must have been close to the vicar, Lindley said.
He said it wasn't bad what I felt for Nick. He said desire was natural. He said everyone felt it. He even felt it, he said.
Again the buzzing, that insidious alarm. Linley observed the girl carefully, trying to read behind every word she was uttering, wondering how much she was leaving unsaid. "Where did you have these conversations, Maggie?"
"In the vicarage. Polly'd make tea and bring it into the study. We'd eat Jaffa cakes and talk."
"Alone?"
She nodded. "Polly didn't much like to talk about the Bible. She doesn't go to church. Of course, we don't either."
"But he talked about the Bible with you."
"Mostly because we were friends. You can talk about stuff with your friends," he said. "You can tell who your friends are because they listen."
"You listened to him? He listened to you. You were special to each other."
"We were mates." She smiled. "Josie said the vicar liked me better than anyone in the parish, and I didn't even go to church. She was miffed at that, was Josie. She said, 'Why does he want you for tea and for walks on the moors, Miss Maggie Spence?' I said he was lonely and I was his friend."
"Did he tell you he was lonely?"
"He didn't have to. I knew. He was always glad to see me. He always gave me a hug when I left. He was good at hugs."
"You liked them?"
"Yes."
He let a moment pass as he considered how best to approach the subject without frightening her off. Mr. Sage had been her friend, her trusted companion. Whatever they had shared had been sacred to the girl. "It's nice to be hugged," he said musingly. "A few things are nicer, if you ask me." He could tell she was watching him, and he wondered if she sensed his hesitation. This type of interview wasn't his forte. It required the surgical skill of a psychologist, touching as it did upon fear and taboo. He was feeling his way forward on precarious ground and not particularly happy about being there. "Friends have secrets sometimes, Maggie. Things they know about each other, things they say, things they do together. Sometimes it's the secrets and the promise of keeping them that makes them friends in the first place. Was that how it was between you and Mr. Sage?" She was silent. He saw that she had gone back to sucking on the inside of her lower lip. A wedge of mud had fallen to the floor from between the heel and the sole of one of her shoes. In her restless movement on the chair, she had crushed the mud to brown shards on the Axminster carpet. Mrs. Crone wouldn't be pleased with that. "Were they a worry to your mum, Maggie? The promises, perhaps, the secrets?" "He liked me better than anyone," she said. "Did your mum know that?" "He wanted me to be in the social club. He said he'd speak with her so she would let me join. They were going to take an excursion to London. He asked me special did I want to go. They were going to have a Christmas party as well. He said surely Mummy would let me come to that. They talked on the phone." "The day he died?" It was too quick a question. She blinked rapidly and said, "Mummy didn't do anything. Mummy wouldn't hurt anyone." "Did she ask him for dinner that night, Maggie?" The girl shook her head. "Mummy didn't say." "She didn't invite him?" "She didn't say she asked him." "But she told you he was coming?" Maggie weighed an answer. He could see her doing so, the action evident from the manner in which her eyes lowered to the level of his chest. He needed no additional reply. "How did you know he was coming, if she didn't tell you?" "He phoned. I heard." "What?" "It was about the social club, the party, like I said. Mummy sounded cross. I have no intention of letting her go. There's no point in discussing this any further. That's what she said. Then he said something. He went on. And she said he could come for dinner and they'd talk about it then. But I didn't think she was going to change her mind." "That very night?" "Mr. Sage always said one had to strike while the poker could get to the wood." She frowned thoughtfully. "Or something like that. He never took a first no to mean an always no. He knew I wanted to be in the club. He thought it was important." "Who directs the club?" "No one. Not now that Mr. Sage is dead." "Who was in it?" "Pam and Josie. Girls from the village. Some from the farms." "No boys?"
Just 2. She wrinkled her nose. The boys were being stubborn about joining. But we shall win them over in the end, Mr. Sage said. We shall put our heads together and develop a plan. That's part of the reason why he wanted me in the club, you see.
So that you could put your heads together? Lindley asked blandly. She didn't react.
So that Nick would join. 'Cause if Nick joined, the rest would follow. Mr. Sage knew that. Mr. Sage knew everything.
Rule 1. Trust your intuition. Rule 2. Back it up with the facts. Rule 3. Make an arrest. Rule 4 had something to do with where an officer of the law should relieve himself after consuming 4 pints of Guinness at the conclusion of a case, and Rule 5 referred to the single activity most highly recommended as a form of celebration once the guilty party was brought to justice. Detective Inspector Angus Macpherson had handed out the rules, printed on garish hot pink cards with suitable illustrations, during a divisional meeting at New Scotland Yard one day, and while the 4th and 5th rules had been the cause of general guffawing and lewd remarks, the first 3 Lindley had clipped from the rest during an idle moment while waiting on hold on the telephone. He used them for a bookmark. He considered them an addendum to the judge's rules. The intuitive deduction that Maggie was central to Mr. Sage's death had brought him to the Clitheroe Grammar School in the first place. Nothing she had said during their conversation disabused him of that belief. A lonely, middle-aged man and a young girl poised on the brink of womanhood made for an uneasy combination, no matter the man's ostensible rectitude and the girl's overt naivete. If sifting through the ashes of Robin Sage's death disclosed a meticulous approach to the seduction of a child, Lindley would not be at all surprised. It wouldn't be the first time molestation had worn the guise of friendship and sanctity. It wouldn't be the last. The fact that the violation was perpetrated upon a child was part of its insidious allure. And in this case, because the child was already sexual, whatever guilt might otherwise stay the hand of captivation could be easily ignored. She was eager for friendship and approval. She yearned for the warmth of contact. What better fodder could possibly exist to satiate a man's mere physical desire? It wouldn't necessarily have been an issue of power with Robin Sage, nor would it have naturally been a demonstration of his inability to forge or maintain an adult relationship. It could have been a human temptation, pure and simple. He was good at hugs, as Maggie had said. She was a child who welcomed them. That she was actually far more than a child might have been something the vicar discovered to his own surprise. And what then? Lindley wondered. Arousal and Sage's failure to master it? The itch in the palms to peel back clothing and expose bare flesh? Those 2 traitors to detachment, heat and blood, pulsing in the groin and demanding action? And that clever whisper in the back of the brain? What difference does it make? She's already doing it. She's nobody's innocent. It's not as if you're seducing a virgin. If she doesn't like it, she can tell you to stop. Just hug her close so she can feel you and know. Graze her breasts quickly. Glide a hand between her thighs. Talk about how nice it is to be cuddled. Just the 2 of us, Maggie. Our special secret. My finest little mate. It all could have happened over a few short weeks. She was at odds with her mother. She needed a friend. Lindley pulled the Bentley into the street, drove to the corner, and made the turn to head back into the centre of the town. It was possible, he thought. But at this point so was anything else. He was running before his horse to market. Rule 1 was crucial, there was no doubting that, but it could not overshadow Rule 2. He began to look for a phone. Chapter 15. Near the summit of Coates Fell, from above the standing stone they called Great North, Colin Shepherd gathered what he hadn't previously added to his storehouse of facts surrounding the death of Robin Sage. When the mist dissipated, or when the wind made it drift, one could see the grounds of Coates Hall quite clearly, especially in winter when the trees bore no leaves. A few yards below, leaning against the stone for a smoke or a rest, One was limited to viewing the old mansion's roof, with its mishmash of chimney-pots, dormer, windows, and weather vanes. But climb a bit higher to the summit, and sit in the shelter of that limestone outcropping that curved like the punctuation of a question which no one would ask, and one could see everything, from the hall itself in all its ghoulish decrepitude, to the courtyard it surrounded on three sides, from the grounds that crept out from it, reclaimed by nature, to the outbuildings intended to serve its needs. Among these last was the cottage, and it was to the cottage, and into its garden, that Colin had watched Inspector Linley go. While Leo dashed from one point of canine interest to another at the summit of the fell, led by his nose into a happy exploration of scent, Colin followed Linley's movements across the garden and into the greenhouse, marvelling at the clear vista he had. From below, the mist had looked much like a solid wall, impedimentary to movement and impenetrable to vision. But here, what had seemed both impassable and opaque proved to have the substance of cobwebs. It was damp and cold, but otherwise of little account. He watched everything, counting the minutes they spent inside the greenhouse, taking note of their exploration of the cellar. He filed away the fact that the kitchen door of the cottage had been left unlocked behind them when they made their way into the courtyard and across the grounds, just as it had been unlocked while Juliet worked in solitude in her greenhouse, and when she opened it to fetch the cellar key. He saw them pause for conversation upon the terrace, and when Juliet gestured towards the pond, he could have predicted what would follow. Throughout it all he could hear as well, not their conversation, but the distinct sound of music. Even when a sudden gust of wind altered the density of the mist, he could still hear that sprightly march playing. Anyone who took the trouble to climb Coates Fell would know of the comings and goings at the hall and at the cottage. It wasn't even necessary to take the risk of trespassing on the townly young land. The hike to the summit was a public footpath, after all. While the going was occasionally steep, especially the last stretch above Great North, it wasn't enough to tax the endurance of anyone Lancashire-born and bred. It was especially not enough to tax the endurance of a woman who made it a regular climb. When Linley had reversed his monster of a car out of the courtyard in preparation for the return drive through the potholes and mud that kept most visitors away, Colin turned from the view and walked over to the question-mark limestone outcropping. He squatted in its shelter, thoughtfully scooped up a handful of shards and pebbles, and let them spill back onto the ground from his loosened fist. Leo joined him, giving the exterior of the outcropping a thorough olfactory examination and dislodging a miniature landslide of shale. From his jacket pocket Colin removed a chewed-up tennis ball. He played it back and forth beneath Leo's nose, hurled it into the mist, and watched the dog trot happily in pursuit. He moved with perfect, sure-footed grace, did Leo. He knew his job and had no trouble doing it. A short distance from the outcropping, Colin could see a thin earthen scar marking the hardy grass that was indigenous to the moors and the hillsides. It formed a circle approximately 9 feet in diameter, its circumference delineated by stones that were spaced out evenly, perhaps 12 inches apart. At the circle's centre lay an oblong of granite, and he didn't need to approach and examine it to know it would bear the leavings of melted wax, the scratches made by a gypsy pot, and the distinct etching of a 5-pointed star. It was no secret to anyone in the village that the top of Coates Fell was a sacred place. It was heralded by Great North, long reputed to be capable of giving psychic answers to questions, if the questioner both asked and listened with a pure heart and a receptive mind. Its oddly shaped outcropping of limestone was seen by some as a fertility symbol, the stomach of a mother swollen with life, and its finial of granite, so like an altar that the similarities could not be easily ignored, had been well established as a geological oddity in the early decades of the last century. This, then, was a place of ancients, where the old ways endured. The Yarkins had been chief practitioners of the craft and worshippers of the goddess for as long as Colin could remember. They had never made a secret of it. They went about the business of chants, rituals, candle or cord spells, and incantations, with a devotion that had garnered them, if not respect, at least a higher degree of toleration than one would normally expect from villagers whose circumscribed lives and limited experience often promoted a conservative bias towards God, monarch, country, and nothing else. But in times of desperation, anyone's influence with any almighty was generally welcome. So if illness struck a beloved child, if a farmer's sheep were dropping with disease, if a soldier was due to be posted in Northern Ireland, no one ever declined Rita or Polly Yarkin's offer to cast the circle and petition the goddess. Who really knew, after all, which deity listened? Why not hedge one's religious bets, cover every one of the supernatural bases, and hope for the best? He'd even done it himself, allowing Polly to climb this hill time and again for Annie's sake. She wore a gold robe, she carried laurel branches in a basket. She burned them along with cloves for incense. With an alphabet he couldn't read and didn't truly believe was real, she carved her request into a thick orange candle and burned it down, asking for a miracle, telling him that anything was possible if the heart of the witch was pure. After all, hadn't Nick Ware's mum got her boy-child at last, and her all of 49 years old when she had him? Hadn't Mr. Townley Young seen fit to grant an unheard-of pension to the men who worked his farms? Hadn't Fork Reservoir been developed to provide new jobs for the county? These, Polly said, were the boons of the goddess. She never permitted him to watch a ritual. He wasn't a practitioner, after all, nor was he an initiate. Some things, she said, couldn't be allowed. So, if the truth be faced, he never knew what she actually did when she reached the top of the fell. He had never once heard her make a request. But from the top of the fell, where from the wax drippings on the granite altar Colin knew she still was practising the craft, Polly could see Coates Hall. She would have been able to monitor movements in the courtyard, on the grounds, and in the cottage garden. No arrival or departure would have gone unnoticed, and even if someone headed from the cottage into the wood, she could see that from here. Colin stood and whistled for Leo. The dog came bounding out of the mist. He carried the tennis ball in his mouth and dropped it playfully at Colin's feet, his snout a mere inch or two away, ready to snatch it back should his master reach for it. Colin entertained the retriever with the bit of tug and pull that he wanted, smiling at the artificiality of the dog's protective growls. Finally, Leo released the ball, backed off a few steps, and waited for the throw. Colin hurled it down the hillside in the direction of the hall, and watched as the dog gambolled after it. Colin followed, slowly, keeping to the footpath. He paused by Great North and put his hand against it, feeling the quick shock of cold that the ancients would have called the rock's magical power. "Did she?" he asked, and closed his eyes for the answer. He could feel it in his fingers. Yes. Yes. The descent wasn't consistently sharp. The walk was a cold one, but it wasn't impossible. So many feet had carved out the track over time that the grass, which was slippery with frost in other areas, was worn through to the earth and stones on the path. The resulting friction against the soles of one's shoes eliminated much risk. Anyone could make the walk up Coates Fell. One could walk it in the mist. One could walk it at night. It switched back on itself 3 times, so that the vista it provided was continually changing. A view of the hall became one of the dale, with Skelshaw Farm in the distance. A moment later the sight of Skelshaw Farm gave way to the church and cottages of Winslow. And finally, as the slope became pasture at the bottom of the fell, the footpath edged the grounds of Coates Hall. Colin paused here. There was no stile in the dry stone wall to allow a hiker easy access to the hall. But, like many areas of the countryside that have gone untended, the wall was in marginal disrepair. Brambles overgrew it in some sections. Others gaped open with small pyramids of rubble lying beneath them. It would take little effort to climb through the gap. He did it himself, whistling for the dog who followed. The land here dipped a second time in a gradual slope that ended at the pond some 20 yards away. Reaching this, Colin looked back the way he had come. He could make out Great North, but beyond it nothing. The mist and the sky were monochromatic, and the frost on the land provided no contrast. They hid without even appearing to hide. An observer couldn't have asked for more. He skirted the pond with the dog at his heels, stopping to crouch and examine the root that Juliet had unearthed for Linley. He rubbed its surface, disclosing the dirty ivory flesh, and he pressed his thumbnail against the stem. A thin bleeding of oil the width of a needle oozed out. Yes! Yes! He flung it into the middle of the pond and watched it sink. The water undulated in growing circles that lapped at the edges of the grimy ice. He said, "Leo, no!" when the dog's instincts to fetch took him too close to the water's edge. He took the tennis ball from him, threw it the distance to the terrace, and followed him after it. She would be back in the greenhouse. He'd seen her return there when Linley left, and he knew she'd be seeking the release that came from potting, trimming, and otherwise working with her plants. He thought about stopping. He felt the urge to share with her what he knew so far. But she wouldn't want to hear it. She would protest and find the idea repellent. So instead of crossing the courtyard and entering the garden, he headed down the lane. When he came to the first gap in the bordering lavender, he slipped through it with the dog and went into the wood. A quarter of an hour's walk brought him to the rear of the lodge. There was no garden, just an open plot of land comprising leaves, mud, and one anemic Italian cypress that appeared to be longing for transplantation. This leaned at a wind-blown angle against the lodge's only outbuilding, a ramshackle shed with gaps in the roof. The door bore no lock. It also possessed neither knob nor handle, just a rusty ring, survivor of neglect and the vicissitudes of weather. When he pushed upon it, one hinge came apart from the frame, screws tumbled out of the rotten wood, and the door sagged into a narrow depression in the soggy ground, where it fit quite naturally as if used to the place. The resulting aperture was large enough for him to slip through. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the change in light. There was no window, just the grey illumination of the day, filtering through the poorly sealed walls and streaking in a thin seam from the door. Outside he heard the dog sniffing round the base of the cypress. Inside he heard nothing save the sound of his own breathing, amplified as it struck the wall in front of him and returned. Forms began to emerge. What was first a slab of wood at waist height, jammed with an odd assortment of shapes, became a workbench holding sealed gallon tins of paint. Among these lay stiffened brushes, petrified rollers, and a stack of aluminum trays. 2 cartons of nails lay behind the paint, along with a quart jar on its side, spilling out an assortment of screws, nuts, and bolts. Everything was covered with what appeared to be at least a decade of grime. Between 2 of the paint tins a spider's web hung. It trembled with his movement, but held no spider lying in wait at its centre. Colin passed his hand through it, feeling the ghost touch of the strands against his skin. They bore no trace of the mucilage produced to trap flying insects. The web's solitary architect was long since gone. None of that mattered. One could enter the shed without disturbing its appearance of disuse and its air of decay. He had done so himself. He ran his eyes over the walls, where nails held tools and gardening implements, a rusty saw, a hoe, a rake, 2 shovels, and 1 balding broom. Beneath them a green hose-pipe coiled. At its centre stood a dented pail. He looked inside. The pail held only a pair of gardening gloves, with thumb and index finger worn through on the right hand. He examined these. They were large, a man's. They fitted his own hands. And in the spot where they had laid, at the bottom of the pail, the metal shone bright and winked clean in the light. He returned them and went back to the search. A sack of lawn seed, another of fertilizer, and a third of peat leaned against a black wheelbarrow which was upended into the farthest corner. He moved these to one side and pulled the barrow away from the wall to look behind it. A small wooden crate filled with rags gave off a faint odour of rodents. He upended the crate, saw 2 small creatures scurry for cover under the workbench, and rustled through the rags with the toe of his boot. He found nothing. But the barrow and the bags had looked as undisturbed as the rest of the objects in the shed, so he wasn't surprised, just thoughtful. There were 2 possibilities, and he mulled them over as he returned everything to its appropriate place. One was implied by the unmistakable absence of small hand tools. He had seen no hammer for the nails, no driver for the screws, no spanner for the nuts and the bolts. More importantly, he had seen neither trowel nor cultivator, despite the presence of rake, hoe, and shovels. Disposing of either the trowel or the cultivator would have been too obvious, of course. Disposing of them all was decidedly clever. The second possibility was that there had been no hand tools in the first place, that the long-departed Mr. Yarkin had removed them along with himself upon his hasty flight from Winslow more than 25 years ago. They would have made an odd addition to his baggage, to be sure, but perhaps he'd wanted them for his work. What had it been? Colin tried to recall. Was it carpentry? Then why leave the saw, if that was the case? He carried his developing scenario further. If there were no hand tools here at the lodge, she would have known where to borrow what she needed. She would have known when to do the borrowing, since she could have waited for the moment from her perch on Coates Fell. For that matter, she could even have watched for her moment from the lodge. It sat on the edge of the estate grounds, after all. She would have heard any car pass, and a quick trip to the window would have told her who was driving. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 7, side 2. For that matter, she could even have watched for her moment from the lodge. It sat on the edge of the estate grounds, after all. She would have heard any car pass, and a quick trip to the window would have told her who was driving. That made the most sense. Even if she had her own tools, why would she run the risk of using them when she could use Juliet's and replace them in the greenhouse with no one's being the wiser? She'd have to go into the garden anyway in order to get to the cellar. Yes, that was it. She had motive, means, and opportunity. And although Colin felt certainty quicken his pulse, he knew he couldn't afford to proceed along this line of suspicion without making solid a few more facts. He eased the door closed and tramped through the mud to the lodge. Leo trotted out of the woods, a picture of complete dog bliss, with his coat hung with small clods of humus and his ears decorated with blackened dead leaves. This was a day to be celebrated for the dog. A hike up the fell, a bit of run and chase, a chance to get thoroughly filthy in the wood. Forget retrieving when he could root round the oaks like a pig after truffles. "Stay," Colin said to him, pointing to a beaten-down patch of weeds by the door. He knocked and hoped the day would be one of celebration for himself as well. He heard her before she opened the door. The sound of her footsteps rumbled on the floor. The sound of her wheezing accompanied her action of unfastening bolts. Then she stood before him like a walrus on ice, one hand spread out on her massive chest as if its pressure could relieve her breathing. He could see that he had interrupted her in the process of painting her nails. 2 were aquamarine, 3 were uncoloured. All were inhumanly long. She said, "By the stars and sun, if it ain't Mr. C. Shepherd hisself!" And she looked him over from head to foot, her eyes lingering longest upon his groin. Under her gaze he felt the oddest sensation of heat throbbing in his testicles. As if she knew this, Rita Yarkin smiled and emitted a sigh of what appeared to be pleasure. "So, what you're about, Mr. C. Shepherd? You here as the hopeful answer to a maiden's prayers? Myself being the maiden, of course, wouldn't want you to misapprehend my meaning." "I'd like to come in if that's all right," he said. "Would you now?" She shifted her bulk against the door-jamb. The wood groaned. She reached out, at least a dozen bangles rattling like manacles round her wrist, and ran her fingers over his hair. He did his best not to cringe. "Cobwebs," she said. Here's another. Where you been putting this pretty head, love?" "May I come inside, Mrs. Yarkin?" "Rita." She looked him over. "I suppose it depends on what you mean by come inside. Now, there's lots of women would welcome you coming wherever you want and just about whenever the fancy takes you. But me, well, I'm just a bit particular about my toy boys. Always have been." "Is Polly here?" "It's Polly you're after, is it, Mr. C. Shepherd? Now I wonder why. Is she good enough for you all of a sudden? Did you get thrown over by her up the lane? Look, Rita, I don't want a row with you. Are you going to let me in, or shall I come back later?" She played with one of the 3 necklaces she wore. It was beads and feathers with the wooden head of a goat as its pendant. "I can't think we've got anything here as will interest you." "Perhaps. When did you come this year?" He saw his error in vocabulary from the way her mouth twitched in response. He headed her off by saying, "When did you arrive in Winslow?" 24th of December, same as always." "After the vicar's death?" "Yeah. Never got to meet the bloke. From the way Polly talked about him and everything that happened, I would have liked to read his palm." She reached for Colin's hand. "Have yours done, love?" And when he freed himself from her grip, "Scared to know the future, are you? So is most people. Let's have a look. The news is good, you pay. The news is bad, I keep my mug tight shut. Sound like a deal?" "If you'll let me in." She smiled and waddled back from the door. "Have at me, love. Have you ever poked a woman weighing 20 stone? I got more places you can stick it than you got time to explore." "Right," Colin said. He squeezed past her. She was wearing enough perfume to permeate the entire lodge. It came off her in waves like heat from a coal fire. He tried not to breathe. They stood in a narrow entrance that did duty as a service porch. He untied his muddy boots and left them among the Wellingtons, umbrellas, and mackintoshes. He took his time about this process of untying and removing, using the activity as a means of observing what the porch held. He made particular note of what stood next to a rubbish bin of mouldy Brussels sprouts, mutton bones, 4 empty packets for custard creams, the remains of a breakfast of fried bread and bacon, and a broken lamp without its shade. This was a basket, and it contained potatoes, carrots, marrows, and a head of lettuce. "Polly's done the shopping?" he asked. "That's day before yesterday's. Brought it by at noon, she did." "Does she bring you parsnips for dinner occasionally?" "Sure, along with everything else. Why?" "Because one doesn't need to buy them. They grow wild hereabouts. Did you know that?" Rita's talon nail was tracing the pendant head of the goat. She played with one horn, then the other. She gave a sensual stroke to the beard. She regarded Colin thoughtfully. "And what if I do?" "Did you tell Polly, I wonder? 'Twould be a waste of money to have her buy from the greengrocer what she could dig up herself." "True. But my Polly's not much for rooting, Mr. Constable. We like the natural life, make no mistake there, but Polly's a girl who draws the line at grubbing round the wood on her hands and knees. Unlike some as I could name, she's got better things to do, does Polly." "But she knows her plants. It's part of the craft. You have to know all the different woods for burning. You'd have to recognize your herbs as well. Doesn't the ritual call for their use?" Rita's face became blank. "Ritual calls for the use of more'n you'd know or understand, Mr. Sea Shepherd, and none of it I'll be likely to share with you." "But there's magic in herbs?" "There's magic in lots of things, but all of it springs from the will of the goddess, praised be her name, whether you're using the moon, the stars, the earth, or the sun." "Or the plants?" "Or water, or fire, or anything. It's the mind of the petitioner and the will of the goddess that make the magic. It's not to be found in mixing potions and drinking 'em down." She lumbered through the far doorway and into the kitchen, where she went to the tap and held a kettle beneath a dismal trickle of water. Colin took the opportunity to complete his examination of the service porch. It held a bizarre variety of Yarkin possessions, everything from 2 bicycle wheels, minus their tires, to a rusty anchor with one prong missing. A basket for a long-departed cat occupied one corner, and it was heaped with a mound of tattered paperback books, whose covers appeared to feature women of impressive bosom caught up in the arms of men on the verge of ravishing them. Love's Savage Desperation blazed across one cover, Passion's Lost Child adorned another. If a set of hand tools were secreted in the porch, among the cardboard cartons of old clothes, the antique hoover, and the ironing board, it would take a 13th labour of Heracles in order to find them. Colin joined Rita in the kitchen. She'd gone to the table, where, among the remains of her mid-morning coffee and crumpets, she had returned to painting her nails. The scent of the polish was making a valiant effort to dominate both her perfume and the smell of bacon grease that seemed to be crackling in a frying-pan on the cooker. Colin switched the pan's place with the kettle of water. Rita gestured her thanks with the nail-polish brush, and he wondered what had inspired her choice of colour and where she had managed to purchase it in the first place. He said, by way of edging cagily towards the purpose of his visit, "I came in the back way." "So I noticed, sweet face." "I mean through the garden. Had a look at your shed. It's in bad shape, Rita. The door's come off its hinges. Shall I fix it for you?" "Why, that's a first-rate, bang-on idea, Mr. Constable." "Have you any tools?" "Must have, somewhere." She examined her right hand, languidly holding it out at arm's length. "Where?" "Don't know, sweet." "Would Polly?" She waggled her hand. "Does she use them, Rita?" "Could be, could not. But it's not like we're dead interested in home improvement, is it?" "That's typical, I'd think, when women don't have a man in the house for a long period of time. I didn't mean me and Polly," she said. "I mean me and you. Or is that part of your job these days, popping through back gardens and checking on sheds and offering to fix them for helpless ladies?" "We're old friends. I'm happy to be of help." She sputtered with a laugh. "Hoo, I bet you are. Happy as a ram at the rock, Mr. Constable, just being helpful. Bet if I ask Polly, she'll tell me you've been stopping by once or twice a week for years, ready to help her out with her chores." She laid her left hand on the table and reached for her polish. The kettle began to boil. He fetched it from the cooker. She had already prepared 2 thick mugs for the water. A glittering heap of what appeared to be instant coffee crystals lay at the bottom of each. One mug had already been used, if the ring of red lipstick was any indication. The other, printed with the word Pisces, above which a silvery green fish swam in a current of cracked azure glaze, apparently was intended for him. He hesitated fractionally before pouring the water, tilting the mug towards him as surreptitiously as possible for examination. Rita eyed him and gave him a wink. "Go on, love bunny, take a little chance. We all got to go sometime, don't we?" She chuckled and bent her head to the work of painting her nails. He poured the water. There was only 1 teaspoon on the table, already used by the look of it. His stomach felt queasy at the thought of putting it into his mug, but considering the boiling water as a sterilizer, he dipped it in quickly and made a few rapid conciliatory revolutions. He drank. It was definitely coffee. He said, "I'll have a look for those tools now," and took the mug with him to the dining-room, where he placed it on the table and intended to forget it. "You have a look for whatever you like," Rita called after him. "We got nothing much to hide but what's under our skirts. Let me know if you want to look there." Her shriek of laughter followed him from the dining-room, where a hasty exploration through a dresser disclosed a set of dishes and several tablecloths redolent of mothballs. At the foot of the stairs a battle-weary Canterbury held yellowing copies of a London tabloid. A quick glance proved that one of the Yarkins had saved only the more delectable issues, featuring 2-headed babies, corpses giving birth inside coffins, wolf children of the circus, and the authorized account of extraterrestrial visitations to a convent in Southend-on-Sea. He pulled out the single drawer and found himself fingering through small chunks of wood. He recognized the scent of cedar and pine. A leaf was still attached to the laurel. The others he would have been hard-pressed to name. But Polly and her mother would have no trouble with the identification. They would know by the colour, the density, the scent. He climbed the stairs, moving quickly, knowing that Rita was bound to put an end to his search as soon as she discovered its limit in amusement value. He looked right and left, assessing the possibilities presented by a bath and 2 bedrooms. Immediately in front of him stood a leather-bound chest, upon which sat an unappealing squat bronze of someone male, priapic, and horned. Across the passage from this, a cupboard gaped open, spilling forth linens and assorted jumble. 14th labour of Heracles, he thought. He went for the first bedroom as Rita called his name. He ignored her, stood in the doorway, and cursed. The woman was a sloth. She had been in the lodge for more than a month, and she was still living from her mammoth suitcase. What wasn't oozing from this was lying on the floor, on the backs of 2 chairs, and at the foot of the unmade bed. Her dressing table next to the window looked as if it had once been a set piece in a criminal investigation. Cosmetics and a colour wheel of nail polish bottles crowded its surface, with an impressive patina of face powder dashed across everything, much like fingerprint dust. Necklaces hung from the doorknob and from one of the posters of the bed. Scarves snaked on the floor through discarded shoes. And every inch of the room seemed to emanate Rita's characteristic scent, part ripe fruit on the verge of going bad, part aging woman in need of a bath. He made a cursory check of the chest of drawers. He moved on to the wardrobe, and then knelt to examine the space beneath the bed. His sole discovery was that the latter served as repository for an extensive array of slut's wool, as well as one stuffed black cat, with its back arched, its fur at the bristle, and Rita Knows and Sees printed on a banner that extended from its tail. He went to the bath. Rita called his name a second time. He made no reply. He shoved his hands through to the rear of a stack of towels that sat on one of the recessed shelves, along with cleanser, scrubbing rags, 2 kinds of disinfectant, a half-torn print of some Lady Godiva type standing in a clamshell, covering her privates and looking coy, and a pottery toad. Somewhere in the lodge there had to be something. He felt the fact's certainty just as solidly as he felt the lumpy green linoleum beneath his feet, and if it wasn't the tools, whatever else it might be, he would be able to recognize its significance. He slid open the mirror of the medicine chest and rooted through aspirin, mouthwash, toothpaste, and laxatives. He went through the pockets of a terry bathrobe that hung limply on the back of the door. He picked up a stack of paperback books on the top of the toilet cistern, flipped through them, and set them on the edge of the tub. And then he found it. The colour caught his eye first. A streak of lavender against the yellow bathroom wall, wedged behind the cistern to keep it out of sight. A book, not large, perhaps 5 by 9 inches, and thin, with its title worn from the spine. He used a toothbrush from the medicine chest to force the book upwards. It flopped onto the floor face up next to a balled-up washing flannel, and for a moment he merely read its title, savouring the sensation of having his suspicions vindicated. Alchemical Magic, Herbs, Spices, and Plants. Why had he thought the proof might be a trowel, a 3-pronged cultivator, or a box of tools? Had she used any of these? Had she even owned them in the first place? What a simple thing it would have been to dispose of them somewhere. Dig a hole on the estate grounds, bury them in the wood. But this slim volume of incrimination spoke to the truth of what had happened. He flipped the book open haphazardly, reading chapter titles, and feeling each moment ever more sure. The Harvest's Magic Potential, Planets and Plants, Magical Attribution and Application. His eye fell upon descriptions of use. He read the warnings appended as well. Hemlock, hemlock, he murmured, and riffled through the pages. His hunger for information grew, and facts about hemlock leapt out as if they'd only been waiting for the opportunity to sate him. He read, turned more pages, read again. The words flew up at him, glowed as if rendered in neon against a night sky, and finally the phrase, "when the moon is full," stopped him. He stared at this, unprepared for memory, thinking, no, no, no. He felt rage and grief make a knot in his chest. She'd been lying in bed. She'd asked him to open the curtains wide. She'd watched the moon. It was the bloody orange of autumn, a lunar disk so huge it looked within grasp. "Harvest moon best, Col," Annie had whispered, and when he turned from the window, she had sunk into the coma that led to her death. "No," he whispered, "not Annie. No." "Mr. C. Shepherd?" Rita's voice calling imperiously from below, closer than before. She was near the stairs. "You having a bit of fun with me undies?" He fumbled with the buttons of his woolen shirt. slipped the book inside flat against his stomach, and tucked it into the waistband of his trousers. He felt dizzy. A glance in the mirror, and he saw the high colour smearing palm prints across his cheeks. He removed his spectacles and bathed his face, holding the icy water against his skin, until, from out of the pain of the chill, anaesthesia spread. He dried his face and studied his reflection. He ran both hands through his hair. He looked at his skin and examined his eyes, and when he was ready to face her with equanimity, he went to the stairs. She was standing at the bottom, and she slapped the banister. Her bangles rattled, her triple chin bounced. "What you up to, Mr. Constable Shepherd? They sent about shed doors, and it ain't a social call." "Do you know the signs of the zodiac?" he asked her as he descended. He marvelled at the calm of his words. "Why? Want to see if me and you's compatible? Sure I know 'em. Aries, Cancer, Virgo, Capricorn," he said. "That's you?" "No, I'm Libra." "The scale's a nice one, that. Just the thing for your line of work." "Libra's October. When does Capricorn fall in the calendar year? Do you know, Rita?" "Of course I know. Who do you think you're joined? Some yobbo on the street? It's December." "When?" "Starts the 22nd, runs for a month." "Why? Is her up the lane more goat than you thought?" "It's just a fancy I had." "I've one or two of my own." She trundled her enormous weight around and headed back in the direction of the kitchen, where she positioned herself at the door to the service porch and wiggled her fingers at him in a come-to-mama gesture, made awkward by her care to make certain that the still tacky nail polish didn't smudge. "You're half of the bargain," she said. The thought of what she might mean made his legs quiver unexpectedly. "Bargain?" he asked. "Come here, love bunny. Nothing to fear. I only bite fellas whose sign is the bull. Give us your palm." He remembered. "Rita, I don't believe in—" "The palm." Again she gestured, more come hither than come to mamma this time. He cooperated. She was, after all, blocking the only reasonable access to his boots. "Oh, nice hand, this." She ran her fingers the length of his and crossed his palm with a feathery touch. She whispered a circular caress on his wrist. "Very nice," she said, her eyes fluttering closed. "Very nice indeed. A man's hands, these. Hands that belong on a woman's body. Pleasure hands, these. They light fires in the flesh." "This doesn't sound much like a fortune to me." He tried to pull away. She tightened her grip, one hand on his wrist and the other holding his fingers flat. She turned his hand and placed it on one of her mounds of flesh that he took to be her breast. She forced his fingers to squeeze. "Like some of that, wouldn't you, Mr. Constable Person? Never had anything quite like it, have you?" There was truth in that. She didn't feel like a woman. She felt like a quadruple batch of lumpy bread dough. The caress had the approximate appeal of gripping onto a fistful of drying clay. "Make you want more, love bunny, Her eyelashes were painted thick with mascara. They made a crescent of spider legs against her cheek. Her chest rose and fell with a tremulous sigh, and the odour of onions whiffed into his face. "Horned God make him ready," Rita murmured. "Man to a woman, plough to a field, giver of pleasure and the force of life. He could feel her nipple, huge and erect, and his body was responding, despite the revolting prospect of the two of them, himself and Rita Yarkin, this whale in a turban of scarlet and pink, this mass of fat with fingers that slid up his arm, cast a blessing on his face, and began a suggestive descent down his chest. He pulled his hand away. Her eyes popped open. They seemed dazed and unfocused, but a shake of her head cleared them. She studied his face and seemed to read what he couldn't hide. She chuckled, then guffawed, then leaned against the kitchen worktop and howled. You thought me and you?" Between the words more laughter spewed forth. Tears formed in the creases near her eyes. When she finally controlled herself, she said, "I told you, Mr. C. Shepherd, When I want it from a man, I get it from a bull." She blew her nose on a grimy-looking tea-towel and held out her hand. "Come here, give it. No more prayers to get your poor little bowels in an uproar." "I've got to go." "Don't you, though?" She snapped her fingers for his hand. She was still blocking egress, so he offered it to her. He made certain his expression telegraphed how little to his liking this game-playing was. She pulled him to the sink, where the light was better. "Good lines," she said. "Nice indication of birth and marriage. Love is—" She hesitated, frowning, absently pulling at one of her eyebrows. "Get behind me," she said. "What?" "Do it. Slip your hand beneath my arm so I can get a better look at this right side up." When he hesitated, she snapped, "I don't mean no funny business. Just do it. Now." He did so. Because of her girth, he couldn't see what she was doing, but he could feel her fingernails tracing his palm. Finally, she balled up his hand and released it. "So," she said briskly, "not much to see after all your grumbling. Just the regular bit. Nothing of importance. Nothing to worry you." She turned on the tap in the sink and made a project out of rinsing out 3 glasses on which a residue of milk had formed a skin. "You're keeping your part of the bargain, aren't you?" Colin asked. "What's that, pretty face?" "Your mug's shut tight. It's nothing, is it? You don't believe in it anyways." "But you do, Rita." "I believe in lots of things. Don't mean they're real." "Given. So tell me, I'll be the judge." "I thought you had important stuff to do, Mr. Constable. Wasn't that you in a rush to be gone?" "You're avoiding the answer." She shrugged. "I want it." "You can't have everything you want, sugar pie, much as you've been currently getting it." She held the glass up to the light of the window. It was nearly as dirty as when she began. She reached for some liquid detergent and poured a few drops in. She returned to the water and used a sponge, exerting some rather serious pressure. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Don't ask ninny questions. You're a clever enough bloke. You'll figure it out." "That's the reading. Convenient for you, the phrasing of it, Rita. Is that the sort of thing you tell the twits who pay you for their fortunes in Blackpool?" "Steady on," she said. "It all follows the same pattern, this mumbo-jumbo that you and Polly play at. Stones, palms, and tarot cards. None of it's anything more than a game. You look for a weakness and use it to benefit yourselves with money. Your ignorance ain't worth the effort of response." "And that's a manoeuvre as well, isn't it? Turn the other cheek but still score a hit. Is that what the craft's all about? Dried-up women with nothing to live for but the thought of damaging others' lives. A spell here, a curse there, and what does it matter? Because if someone gets hurt, only another member of the craft will know. And you all hold your tongues, don't you, Rita? Isn't that the blessing of a coven?" She continued washing one glass after another. She'd chipped one nail. The polish was scarred on another. "Love and death," she said. "Love and death, 3 times. "What?" "Your palm. A single marriage, but love and death 3 times. Death everywhere. You belong to the priesthood of death, Mr. Constable." "Oh, quite." She turned her head from the sink, but her hands went on washing. "It's on your palm, my boy, and the lines don't lie." Chapter 16. St. James had been at a loss the previous night. Lying in bed and gazing through the skylight at the stars, he thought about the maddening futility of marriage. He knew that the slow-motion running towards each other along the beach for the passionate embrace before fade-out, celluloid depiction of relationships led the romantic in everyone to anticipate a lifetime of happily ever after. He also knew that the reality taught inch by merciless inch that if there was a happily of any kind, it never came for an extended stay, and when one opened the door to its ostensible knock, one faced the possibility of admitting instead grumpily, angrily, or a host of others, all clamouring for attention. It was sometimes extremely disheartening to have to contend with the messiness of life. He'd been at the point of deciding that the only reasonable way to deal with a woman was not at all, when Deborah moved towards him from across the bed. "I'm sorry," she had whispered, and slipped her arm across his chest. "You're my #1 bloke." He turned to her. She buried her forehead against his shoulder. He put his hand on the back of her neck, feeling the heavy weight of her hair as well as the childlike softness of her skin. "I'm glad of it," he whispered in return, "because you're my #1 bit of fluff. Always have been, you know. Always will be." He could feel her yawn. "It's hard for me," she murmured. "The path's there, isn't it? But it's the first step that's difficult. It keeps messing me up." "That's the way of things. I suppose it's how we learn." He cradled her. He felt the sleep start to take her. He wanted to call her back from it, but he kissed her head and let her go. Over breakfast he'd still maintained caution, however, telling himself that while she was his Deborah, she was also a woman, more mercurial than most. Part of what he savoured about life with her was the unexpected. A newspaper editorial, alluding to the possibility of the police manufacturing a case against an IRA suspect, was enough to send her into a fury, out of which she might decide to organise a photographic odyssey to Belfast or Derry, to find out what's what for myself, by God. A report about cruelty to animals took her to the streets to join in a protest. Discrimination against sufferers from AIDS dispatched her to the first hospice she could find, which accepted volunteers to read to patients, to talk and to be a friend. Because of this, from one day to the next, he was never quite certain what sort of mood he might find her in when he descended the stairs from his lab to join her for lunch or for dinner. The only certainty about life with Deborah was that nothing was particularly certain at all. He generally revelled in her passionate nature. She was more alive than anyone he knew. But living completely demanded that she feel completely as well. So while her highs were delirious, infused with excitement, her lows were correspondingly empty of hope. And it was the lows that worried him, making him want to advise her to rein herself in. Try not to feel so deeply, was the counsel he always found himself ready to voice. He'd learned long ago to keep that prescription to himself, however. Telling her not to feel was as good as telling her not to breathe. Besides, he liked the whirl of emotion in which she lived. If nothing else, it kept him from ever being bored. So when she said, finishing up her grapefruit wedges, "Here's what it is. I need a direction. I don't like the way I've been floundering about. It's time I narrowed my field of vision. I need to make a commitment and go with it." He made a vaguely supportive reply, as he wondered what on earth she was talking about. He said, "Good. That's important." He buttered a triangle of toast. She nodded vigorously at his approval, and with gastronomical enthusiasm tapped her spoon against the top of her boiled egg. When she didn't appear to be forthcoming with any additional information, he said, in a tentative reconnaissance of her meaning, "Floundering makes one feel as if there's no foundation, don't you think?" "Simon, that's just exactly it. You always understand." He mentally patted himself on the back, saying, "A decision about direction gives the foundation, doesn't it?" "Absolutely." She munched happily on her toast. She was looking out the window at the grey day, damp street, and bleak, sooty buildings. Her eyes were alight with whatever obscure possibilities the icy weather and dismal surroundings promised. "So," he said, walking a fine line between expansive conclusion and information-gathering, "what have you narrowed your vision to?" "I haven't entirely decided," she said. "Oh." She reached for the strawberry jam and plopped a teaspoonful onto her plate. "Except, just look at what I've been doing so far. Landscapes, still lifes, portraits, buildings, bridges, the interior of hotels. I've been eclecticism personified. No wonder I'm not developing a reputation." She smeared jam on the toast and waved it at him. "It's this. I need to make a decision about what sort of photography gives me the most pleasure. I need to follow my heart. I've got to stop striking out in every direction whenever someone offers me work. I can't excel at everything. No one does, really. But I can excel at something. I thought it would be portraits at first, when I was in school, do you know. Then I got sidetracked onto landscapes and still lifes. Now I'm just dabbling in whatever commercial assignment comes to hand. But that's no good. It's time to commit. So during their morning walk to the common, where Deborah took the duck to the rest of her toast, and while they examined the World War I memorial, with its solitary soldier, head bowed, rifle extended, she chatted about her art. Still lifes presented a wealth of opportunity. Did he know what the Americans were currently doing with flowers and paint? Had he seen the studies of metals scored, heated and treated with acid? Was he aware of Yoshida's depictions of fruit? But, on the other hand, they did seem rather distant, didn't they? Not much emotional risk involved in shooting a tulip or a pear. Landscapes were lovely. What a treat to be a travel photographer and go on assignment to Africa or the Orient. Wouldn't that be smashing? But they demanded only an eye for composition, the skill for lighting, the knowledge of filters and film, all of it technique. Whereas portraits, well, there was an element of trust that had to be established between artist and subject, and trust required risk. Portraits forced both parties to come out of themselves. You took a picture of a body, but if you were good, you captured the personality beneath. Now, there was real living, didn't he think so? Engaging the heart and mind of the sitter, earning his trust, capturing his realness. Something of a cynic, St. James wouldn't have put money on most people having much realness under their surface personae, but he was happy enough to be involved in Deborah's conversation. When she first began chatting, he tried to evaluate her words, tone, and expression for the likelihood of there being avoidance. She'd been upset last night with his intrusion into her territory. She wouldn't want a repeat of that. But the more she talked, weighing this possibility, rejecting that, exploring her motivations for each, the more he felt reassured. There was an energy to her that he hadn't seen in the last 10 months. Whatever her reasons for entering into a discussion of her professional future, the mood it seemed to engender in her was a far sight better than her previous depression. So when she set up her tripod and Hasselblad, saying, "The light's good right now," and wanted him to pose in the deserted beer garden of Crofters Inn so that she might test her regard for portraits, he let her snap away at every possible angle for more than an hour, despite the cold, until they received Linley's call. She was saying, "You see, I don't think I want to do conventional studio portraits. I mean, I don't want people coming in and posing for their anniversary snaps. I wouldn't mind being called out to do something special, but largely I think I want to work on the street and in public places. I want to find interesting faces and let the art grow from there." When Ben Wragg announced from the rear door of the inn that Inspector Linley was wanting to speak to Mr. St. James. The result of that conversation, Linley shouting over the noise of some sort of road work that appeared to call for minor explosives, was a drive to the cathedral at Bradford. "We're looking for a connection between them," Linley had said. "Perhaps the bishop can provide it." "And you?" "I've an appointment with Clitheroe CID. After that, the forensic pathologist. It's formality mostly, but it's got to be done." "You saw Mrs. Spence?" "The daughter as well." "And?" "I don't know. I'm uneasy. I've not much doubt that the Spence woman did it and knew what she was doing. I've plenty of doubt it was conventional murder. We need to know more about Sage. We need to unearth the reason he left Cornwall." "Are you on to something?" He heard Linley sigh. "In this case, I hope not, St. James." Thus, with Deborah at the wheel of their hired car, and a phone call made to ensure their reception, they drove the considerable distance to Bradford, skirting Pendle Hill and swinging to the north of Keighley Moor. The secretary to the Lord Bishop of Bradford admitted them into the official residence, not far from the 15th-century cathedral that was the seat of his ministry. He was a toothy young man who carried a maroon leather diary under one arm and continually riffled through its gold-edged pages as if to remind them how limited was the bishop's time and how fortunate were they that a half-hour had been carved out for them. He led the way not into a study, library, or conference room, but through the wood-panelled residence to a rear stairway that descended to a small personal gym. In addition to a wall-size mirror, the room contained an exercise bike, a rowing machine, and a complicated contraption for lifting weights. It also contained Robert Glenavon, Bishop of Bradford, who was occupied with pushing, shoving, climbing, and otherwise tormenting his body on a fourth machine that consisted of moving stairs and rods. "My Lord Bishop," the secretary said. He made the introductions, snapped a turn on his heel, and went to sit in a straight-backed chair by the foot of the stairs. He folded his hands over the diary, now opened meaningfully to the appropriate page, took his watch off his wrist and balanced it on his knee, and placed his narrow feet flat on the floor. Glenavon nodded at them brusquely and wiped a rag across the top of his sweat-sheened bald head. He was wearing the trousers to a grey sweatsuit, along with a faded black T-shirt on which 10th UNICEF Jogathon was printed above the date 4 May. Both trousers and shirt were mottled by rings and streaks of perspiration. "This is His Grace's exercise time," the secretary announced unnecessarily. "He has another appointment in an hour, and he'll need an opportunity to shower prior to that, if you'll be so good as to keep it in mind." There were no other seats in the room, aside from those provided by the equipment. St. James wondered how many other unexpected or unwanted guests were encouraged to limit their visits to the bishop by having to conduct them standing up. "Heart," Glenavon said, jabbing his thumb to his chest before he adjusted a dial on the stair machine. He puffed and grimaced as he spoke. No exercise enthusiast, but a man without options. "I've another quarter of an hour. Sorry. Can't let up or the benefits diminish, so the cardiologist tells me. Sometimes I think he has profit-sharing going with the sadists who create these infernal machines." He pumped, lunged, and continued to sweat. "According to the deacon," with a tilt of his head to indicate his secretary, "Scotland Yard wants information in the usual fashion of people wanting something in this new age, by yesterday, if possible." "True enough," St. James said. "Don't know that I can tell you anything useful. Dominic here," another head tilt towards the stairs, "could probably tell you more. He attended the inquest." "At your request, I take it." The bishop nodded. He grunted with the effort of addressing the additional tension he'd added to the machine. The veins became swollen on his forehead and arms. "Is that your usual procedure, sending someone to an inquest?" He shook his head. "Never had one of my priests poisoned before. I had no procedure." "Would you do it again if another priest died under questionable circumstances?" "Depends on the priest. If it was like Sage, yes." Glenavon's introduction of the topic made St. James's job easier. He celebrated this fact by taking a seat on the bench of the weight machine. Deborah went to the exercise bike and made it her perch. At their movement, Dominic looked disapprovingly at the bishop. "The best laid plans gone awry," his expression said. He tapped the face of his watch, as if to make sure it was still in working order. "You mean a man likely to be deliberately poisoned," St. James said. "We want priests who are dedicated to their ministry," the bishop said between grunts, "especially in parishes where the temporal rewards are minimal at best. But zeal has its negatives. People find it offensive. Zealots hold up mirrors and ask people to look at their own reflections." "Sage was a zealot?" "In some eyes." "In yours?" "Yes, but not offensively so. I've a high tolerance for religious activism, even when it's not politically sound. He was a decent sort. He had a good mind. He wanted to use it. Still, zeal causes problems. So I sent Dominic to the inquest." "I've been given to understand that you were satisfied by what you heard," St. James said to the deacon. "Nothing that was recorded by the adjudicating party indicated Mr. Sage's ministry to be wanting in any way?" The deacon's monotone, a demonstration of hear no evil, speak no evil, and step on no toes, no doubt served him well in the political religious arena in which he worked. It did little to add to their knowledge, however. "As to Mr. Sage himself?" St. James asked. The deacon ran his tongue over his protruding teeth and picked a piece of lint from the lapel of his black suit-jacket. "Yes." "Was he himself wanting?" As far as the parish was concerned, and from the information I was able to gather from my attendance at the inquest, I mean in your eyes, was he wanting? You must have known him as well as heard about him at the inquest. We are none of us capable of achieving perfection, was the deacon's prim response. Actually, non-sequiturs aren't of much help in examining an untimely death, St. James said. The deacon's neck seemed to lengthen as he lifted his chin. If you're hoping for more, perhaps something detrimental, then I must tell you I am not in the habit of sitting in judgment upon fellow clerics. The bishop chuckled. What balderdash, Dominic! Most days you sit in judgment like St. Peter himself. Tell the man what you know. Your Grace, Dominic, you gossip like a 10-year-old schoolgirl. Always have done. Now stop equivocating before I climb off this damnable machine and box your bloody ears. Pardon me, dear madam, to Deborah, who smiled. The deacon looked as if he smelled something unpleasant, but had just been told to pretend it was roses. All right, he said. It seemed to me that Mr. Sage had a rather narrow field of vision. His every reference point was specifically biblical. I shouldn't think that a limitation in a priest, St. James noted. It is perhaps the most serious limitation a priest can take with him into his ministry. A strict interpretation of and consequent adherence to the Bible can be perfectly blinding, not to mention severely alienating to the very flock whose membership one might be trying to increase. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. Cassette 8, Side 1. I shouldn't think that a limitation in a priest, St. James noted. It is perhaps the most serious limitation a priest can take with him into his ministry. A strict interpretation of and consequent adherence to the Bible can be perfectly blinding, not to mention severely alienating to the very flock whose membership one might be trying to increase. We are not Puritans, Mr. St. James. We do not harangue from the pulpit any longer, nor do we encourage religious devotion based upon fear. Nothing we've heard about Sage indicates that he was doing that either. Not yet in Winslow, perhaps, but our last meeting with him here in Bradford certainly stands as monumental evidence of the direction in which he was determined to head. There was trouble brewing all round that man. One sensed it was just a matter of time before it came to a boil. Trouble? Between Sage and the parish? Or a member of the parish? Do you know something specific? For someone who'd spent years in the ministry, he had no essential grasp of the concrete problems faced by his parishioners or anyone else. Example, he took part in a conference on marriage and the family not a month before he died, and while a professional, a psychologist, mind you, here in Bradford, attempted to give our brothers some guidance on how to deal with parishioners having marital problems, Mr. Sage wanted to engage in a discussion of the woman taken in adultery. The woman... John chapter 8, the bishop said, and the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery, etc., etc. You know the story. Feel free to throw stones if you've not sinned yourself. The deacon continued as if the bishop hadn't spoken. And there we were, in the middle of discussing the best approach to take with a couple whose ability to communicate is clouded by the need to control each other, and Sage wanted to talk about what was moral versus what was right. Because the laws of the Hebrews declared it to be so, it was moral to stone this woman, he said, but was it necessarily right? And oughtn't that be what we explore in our conferences together, brothers, the dilemma we face between that which is moral in the eyes of our society and that which is right in the eyes of God? It was all perfect rubbish. He didn't want to talk about anything concrete because he lacked the ability to do so. If he could keep our heads up in the air and fill up our time with nebulous discussions, his own weaknesses as a priest, not to mention his deficiencies as a man, might never be revealed. In conclusion, the deacon waved his hand in front of his face as if whisking away a pesky fly. He gave a derisive tut. Oh, the woman taken in adultery. Should we or shouldn't we stone sinners in the marketplace? My God, what drivel! This is the 20th century, nearly the 21st. Dominic always has his fingers on the pulse of the obvious, the bishop noted. The deacon looked miffed. "You disagree with his assessment of Mr. Sage?"
"No, it's accurate. Unfortunate, but true. His zealotry had a distinctly biblical flavour, and frankly that's off-putting even for clerics."
The deacon bowed his head briefly in humble acceptance of the bishop's laconic approbation. Glenavon continued to pump away on the stair machine, adding ever more to the increasing stains of sweat on his clothes. It clicked and whirred. The bishop panted. St. James thought about the oddity of religion. All forms of Christianity sprang from the same source, the life and words of the Nazarene. Yet the ways of celebrating that life and those words seemed as infinite in variety as the individuals who were the celebrants. While St. James recognized the fact that tempers could flare and dislikes could brew over interpretations and styles of worship, it seemed more likely that a priest whose mode of devotion irritated parishioners would be replaced rather than eliminated. St. John Townley Young may have found Mr. Sage too low church for his taste, the deacon may have found him too fundamental, the parish may have been irked by his passion, but none of these seemed significant enough reasons to murder him. The truth had to lie in another direction. Biblical zealotry did not appear to be the connection that Lindley was hoping to unearth between killer and victim. "He came to you from Cornwall, as I understand it," St. James said.
"He did."
The bishop used the rag to scour his face and to sponge the sweat from his neck.
"Nearly 20 years there, round 3 months here. Part of it with me, whilst he went on his interviews, the rest in Winslow."
"Is that the ordinary procedure, to have a priest stay here with you during the interview process?"
"Special case,"
Glenavon said. "Why?"
"A favour to Ludlow."
St. James frowned. "The town?"
"Michael Ludlow," Dominic clarified, Bishop of Truro. "He asked his Grace to see to it that Mr. Sage was—"
The deacon made much of sifting through the chaff of his thoughts for a wheat-like euphemism.
"He felt Mr. Sage needed a change of environment. He thought a new location might increase his chance of success."
"I had no idea a bishop might be so involved in the work of an individual cleric. Is that typical?"
"In the work of this cleric, yes."
A buzzer sounded from the stair machine. Glenavon said, "Saints be praised," and reached for a knob that he turned anti-clockwise. He slowed his pace for a cool-down period. His breathing began to return to normal.
"Robin Sage was Michael Ludlow's archdeacon originally," he said. "He'd spent the first 7 years of his ministry climbing to that position. He was only 32 when he received the appointment. He was an unqualified success. He made Carpe Diem his personal watchword."
"That doesn't sound at all like the man from Winslow," Deborah murmured. Glenavon acknowledged her point with a nod.
"He made himself indispensable to Michael. He served on committees, involved himself in political action."
"Church-approved political action," Dominic added.
"He lectured at theological colleges. He raised thousands of pounds for the maintenance of the cathedral and for the local churches, and he was fully capable of mingling without either effort or discomfort in any level of society."
"A jewel, a real catch, in other words," Dominic said. He didn't seem overly pleased with the thought. "It's odd to think a man like that would suddenly be satisfied living the life of a village cleric," St. James said.
"That was Michael's thought exactly. He hated to lose him, but he let him go. It was Sage's request. He went to Boscastle for his first posting."
"Why?" The bishop wiped his hands on the rag and folded it.
"Perhaps he'd been to the village on holiday."
"But why the sudden change? Why the desire to go from a position of power and influence to one of relative obscurity? That's hardly the norm, even for a priest, I dare say."
"He'd travelled on a personal road to Damascus a short time before, evidently. He'd lost his wife."
"His wife?"
"Killed in a boating accident. According to Michael, he was never the same afterwards. He saw her death as a punishment from God for his temporal interests, and he decided to eschew them."
St. James looked at Deborah across the room. He could tell she was thinking his very same thought.
They'd all of them made an uninformed assumption based upon limited information. They had assumed the vicar hadn't been married because no one in Winslow had mentioned a wife. He could see from Deborah's thoughtful expression that she was reflecting upon the day in November when she'd had her only conversation with the man. "So I assume that his passion for success was replaced with a passion to make up for his past in some way," St. James said to the bishop. But the problem was that the latter passion didn't translate as well as the former had. He went through 9 placements. In what period of time? The bishop looked at his secretary. Some 10 to 15 years, wasn't it? Dominic nodded. With no success anywhere? A man with his talents? As I said, the passion didn't translate well. He became the zealot we spoke of earlier, vehement about everything from the decline in church attendance to what he called the secularization of the clergy. He lived the Sermon on the Mount, and he wasn't accepting of a fellow clergyman or even a parishioner who failed to do the same. If that wasn't enough to cause him problems, he firmly believed that God shows his will through what happens to people in their lives. Frankly, that's a difficult draught of medicine to swallow if you're the victim of a senseless tragedy, which he himself was, and which he believed to be his just deserts. "I was self-centred," he'd say, the deacon intoned. "I cared only for my own need for glory. God's hand moved to change me. You can change as well." Unfortunately, true though his words may have been, they didn't constitute a recipe for success, the bishop said. "And when you heard that he was dead, did you think there was a connection?" "I couldn't avoid considering it," the bishop replied. "That's why Dominic went to the inquest." "The man had inner demons," Dominic said. "He chose to wrestle them in a public forum. The only way he could make expiation for his own worldliness was to castigate everyone he met for theirs. Is that a motive for murder?" He snapped closed the bishop's appointment diary. It was clear that their interview was at an end. "I suppose it depends upon how one reacts when confronted with a man who seemed to feel that his was the only correct way to live." "I've never been good at this, Simon, you know that." They'd finally stopped for a rest in Downham on the other side of the Forest of Pendle. They parked by the post office and walked down the sloping lane. They circled round a storm-stricken oak that had been reduced to trunk and truncated branches, and headed back towards the narrow stone bridge they'd just crossed in the car. Pendle Hill's grey-green slopes hulked in the distance, with fingers of frost curling down from the summit, but they were not intent upon a hike towards this. Rather, they had spied a small green on the near side of the bridge, where a stream cut a scythe's curve along the lane and flowed behind a neat line of cottages. Here a worn bench backed up to a dry stone wall, and perhaps 24 mallards quacked happily on the grass, explored the roadside, and paddled in the water. "Don't worry about it. This isn't a contest. Remember what you can. The rest will come when it comes." "Why are you so obnoxiously undemanding?" He smiled. "I've always thought it was part of my charm." The ducks came to greet them with the expectation of food on their minds. They quacked and set about examining footwear, investigating and rejecting Deborah's boots, moving on to St. James's shoelaces. These caused a flurry of interest, as did the metal crosspiece of his brace. However, when none of this produced the tiniest edible morsel, the ducks fluffed and resettled their feathers reproachfully, and from that moment displayed a disappointed aloofness to the human presence altogether. Deborah sat on the bench. She nodded a hello to a parka-clad woman who trudged by them in red Wellingtons with an energetic black terrier on a lead. Then she rested her chin on her fist. St. James joined her. He touched his fingers to the ridge that she was creating between her eyebrows. "I'm thinking," she said. "I'm trying to remember." "So I noticed." He put up the collar of his coat. "I'm merely wondering if it's a requirement of the process that it be conducted in temperatures falling below 10 degrees. What a baby you are! It's not even that cold." "Tell that to your lips, they're turning blue." "Pooh! I'm not shivering." "I'm not surprised you've gone far beyond that. You're in the final stages of hypothermia, and you don't even know it. Let's go back to that pub. There's smoke coming from the chimney." "Too many distractions." "Deborah, it's cold. Doesn't brandy sound comforting?" I'm thinking. St. James shoved his hands into his overcoat pockets and gloomily gave his refrigerated attention to the ducks. They seemed oblivious of the cold. But then they'd had a whole summer and autumn to fatten themselves up in preparation for it. Besides, they were naturally insulated with down, weren't they, lucky little devils? St. Joseph, Deborah finally announced. That's what I remember. He was devoted to St. Joseph. St. James raised a doubtful eyebrow and hunched further into his coat. It's a start, I suppose. He tried to sound encouraging. No, really, it's important, it must be. Deborah went on to explain her meeting with the vicar in room 7 of the National Gallery. I was admiring the Da Vinci. Simon, why is it that you've never taken me to see it before? Because you hate museums. I tried when you were 9, don't you recall? You preferred to go rowing on the Serpentine, and became quite unruly when I took you to the British Museum instead. But those were mummies. Simon, you wanted me to look at the mummies. I had nightmares for weeks. So did I. Well, you shouldn't have let a little bit of temper defeat you so easily. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Back to Sage. She used the sleeves of her coat as a muff, tucking her hands inside. He pointed out that the Da Vinci cartoon didn't have St. Joseph in it. He said that St. Joseph hardly ever was in a painting with the Virgin, and wasn't that sad? Or something like that. Well, Joseph was just the breadwinner, after all, the good old bloke, the right-hand man. But he seemed so sad about it. He seemed to take it personally. St. James nodded. It's the meal ticket syndrome. Men like to think they're more important than that in the general scheme of their women's lives. What else do you recall? She sank her chin to her chest. He didn't want to be there. In London. In the gallery. He'd been heading somewhere else. Was it Hyde Park? When it started to rain. He liked nature. He liked the country. He said it helped him think. About what? St. Joseph? Now there's a subject for ample consideration. I told you I wasn't any good at this. I don't have a memory for conversation. Ask me what he wore, what he looked like, the colour of his hair, the shape of his mouth. But don't ask me to tell you what he said. Even if I could remember every word, I'd never be able to delve for hidden meanings. I'm no good at verbal delving. I'm no good at any delving. I meet someone, we talk, I like him or I don't. I think, this is someone who might be a friend, and that's the end of it. I don't expect him to turn up dead when I come to call, so I don't remember every detail of our first encounter, do you? Would you? Only if I'm conversing with a beautiful woman, and even then I find I'm distracted by details having nothing to do with what she has to say. She eyed him. What sort of details? He cocked his head thoughtfully and examined her face. The mouth? The mouth? I find women's mouths a study. I've been readying myself for the last several years to posit a scientific theory on them. He settled back against the bench and regarded the ducks. He could feel her bristling. He contained a smile. Well, I won't even ask what the theory is. You want me to, I can tell by your expression, so I won't. Just as well. Good. She wriggled next to him, duplicating his position on the bench. She held out her feet and scrutinized the tops of her boots. She clicked her heels together. She did the same with her toes. She said, "Oh, all right, damn it. Tell me. Tell me." "Is there a correlation between size and significance of utterance?" he asked solemnly. "You're joking." "Not at all. Have you never noticed that women with small mouths invariably have little of importance to say?" "What sexist rubbish!" "Take Virginia Woolf as an example. Now, there was a woman with a generous mouth." "Simon! Look at Antonia Fraser, Margaret Drabble, Jane Goodall." "Margaret Thatcher?" "Well, there are always exceptions. But the general rule, and I argue that the facts will uphold it absolutely, is that correlation exists. I intend to research it." "How?" "Personally. In fact, I thought I'd begin with you. Size, shape, dimension, pliability, sensuality." He kissed her. "Why is it I've a feeling you're the best of the lot?" She smiled. "I don't think your mother beat you enough when you were a child." "We're even then. I know for a fact that your father never laid a hand upon you." He got to his feet and extended his hand to her. She slipped hers into the crook of his arm. "How does a brandy sound?" She declared it sounded fine, and they began to retrace their steps up the lane. Much like Winslow, just beyond the village, the open land rose and fell in gentle hills parcelled out in farms. Where the farms ended, the moors began. Sheep grazed here. Among them the occasional border collie moved. The occasional farmer worked. Deborah paused on the threshold of the pub. St. James, holding the door for her, turned back to find her staring at the moors and tapping the knuckle of her index finger contemplatively against her chin. "What is it?" "Walking, Simon. He said he liked to walk on the moors. He liked to be outside when he had to make a decision. That's why he wanted to go to the park. St. James's Park. He'd planned to feed the sparrows from the bridge. And he knew about the bridge, Simon. He must have been there before." St. James smiled and drew her into the doorway of the pub. "Do you think it's important?" she asked. "I don't know." "Do you think perhaps he had a reason for talking about the Hebrews wanting to stone that woman? Because we know he was married. We know his wife met with an accident." "Simon!" "Now you're delving," he said. Chapter 17. "For Spence, didn't you hear? The headmistress sent for her, and see his car? It was about her mum." Maggie hesitated on the school steps when she realized that more than one speculative glance was being directed her way. She'd always liked the time between the last lesson and the departure of the school bus. It presented the best opportunity to gossip with the pupils who lived in other villages and in the town. But she'd never considered that the giggles and whispers that accompanied the afternoon chit-chat might one day be about her. Everything had seemed outwardly normal at first. Pupils were gathered on the tarmac in front of the school in their usual fashion. Some were lingering by the school bus. Others were lounging against cars. Girls were combing their hair and comparing shades of contraband lipstick. Boys were sparring with each other or trying to look cool. When Maggie came through the doors, threaded her way down the steps, and searched the assembly for Josie or Nick, her mind was engaged with the questions the London detective had asked her. She didn't even stop to wonder about it when a ripple of whispers slid through the crowd. She'd been feeling rather dirty ever since the conversation in Mrs. Crone's study, and she couldn't exactly understand why. So her mind was taken up with turning over every possible reason as if each were a stone, and she was mostly conscious of waiting to see if a slug of previously unconscious guilt would slither away from exposure to the light. She was used to feeling guilty. She kept on sinning. She tried to convince herself she wasn't sinning. She even excused the worst of her behaviour by telling herself it was Mummy's fault. "Nick loves me, Mummy, even if you don't. See how he loves me? See? See?" In reply, her mother had never used "look at everything I've done for you, Margaret," in the sort of play upon conscience that Pam Rice's mother tried, with no effect. She never talked in terms of deep disappointment, as Josie reported her mother had done on more than one occasion. Nonetheless, prior to this very day, her mother had been the consistent, major source of Maggie's guilt. She was disappointing Mummy. She was causing Mummy anger. She was adding torture to Mummy's pain. Maggie knew all this without having to hear it. She had always been extremely adept at reading reactions on her mother's face. Which was why Maggie had come to realize last night precisely how much power she had in this war with her mother. She had power to punish, to hurt, to warn, to avenge. The list stretched on to forever. She wanted to feel triumphant in the knowledge that she'd wrested the ship's wheel of her life away from her mother's controlling hands. But the truth was, she felt troubled about it. So when she arrived home late the previous night, outwardly proud of the purple love bruises which Nick had sucked to the surface of her neck, the flames of pleasure Maggie had expected to warm her at Mummy's frantic worry were instantly extinguished at the sight of her face. She made no reproach. She just came to the door of the darkened sitting-room and gazed upon her as if from a place where she couldn't be reached. She looked 100 years old. Maggie had said, "Mummy?" Mummy had placed her fingers on Maggie's chin, had turned it gently to expose the bruises, had then released her and climbed the stairs. Maggie heard her door click shut softly behind her. It was a sound that hurt more than the slap she deserved. She was bad, she knew it. Even when she felt warmest and closest to Nick, even when he loved her with his hands and his mouth, when he was pressing it to her, holding her, opening her, saying, "Maggie, Mag, Mag," she was black and she was bad. She was filled with blame. She was becoming every day more used to the shame of her behaviour, except that she had never expected to be made to feel it over her friendship with Mr. Sage. What she felt was like the prickles from nettle leaves, but they scratched at her spirit instead of her skin. She kept hearing the detective ask about secrets, and that made her feel dry and itchy inside. Mr. Sage had said, "You're a good girl, Maggie. Don't ever forget that. Believe it completely." He said, "We get confused, we lose our way, but we can always find our way back to God through our prayers. God listens," he said. "God forgives everything. Whatever we do, Maggie, God will forgive." He was comfort itself, was Mr. Sage. He was understanding. He was goodness and love. Maggie had never betrayed the confidence of their times together. She had held them precious. And now she was faced with the London detective's suspicions that what was most special about her friendship with the vicar was also what had led to his death. This was the slug that writhed beneath the last stone of implication she turned over in her mind. The fault was hers. And if that was the case, then Mummy had known all along what she was doing when she fed the vicar dinner that night. No, Maggie argued the point with herself. Mummy couldn't have known she was feeding him hemlock. She took care of people. She didn't hurt them. She made unguents and poultices. She mixed special teas. She brewed decoctions, infusions and tinctures. Everything she did was to help, not to harm. Then the whispers of her schoolmates rising round her made delicate fissures in the shell of her thoughts. She poisoned the bloke. Didn't get away with it after all. The police came from London. Devil worshippers, I heard, and... Maggie was startled into sudden comprehension. Dozens of eyes were on her. Faces were bright with speculation. She clutched her rucksack of schoolbooks to her chest and looked about for a friend. Her head felt weightless, oddly and suddenly divorced from her body. All at once it was the most important thing in the world to pretend she didn't realize what they were talking about. "Seen Nick?" she asked. Her lips felt chapped. "Seen Josie?" A fox-faced girl with a large pimple on the side of her nose became the group spokesman. "They don't want to hang about with you, Maggie. They're not so dim they can't see the risk." A murmur of approval lapped round the girl like a small wave, then receded in kind. The faces seemed to move closer to Maggie. She held her rucksack tighter, a book's sharp corner dug into her hand. She knew they were teasing. Didn't one's mates always like to tease whenever they could? And she drew herself taller to meet the challenge. "Right," she said with a smile, as if she herself approved of whatever joke they were trying to make. "Quite. Come on, where's Josie? Where's Nick?" "They've gone off already," Foxface said. "But the bus?" It was sitting where it always sat, waiting for departure, just a few yards away inside the gate. There were faces at the windows, but from the steps of the school Maggie couldn't tell if her friends were among them. "They made their own arrangements. During lunch. When they knew." "Knew what?" "Who you were with." "I wasn't with anyone." "All right, whatever you say. You lie about as good as your mum." Maggie tried to swallow, but her tongue got stuck on the roof of her mouth. She took a step towards the bus. The group let her go, but closed ranks right behind her. She could hear them talking, as if to each other, but all of it intended for her. "They went off in a car, did you know? Nick and Josie? And that girl who's been after him. You know who I mean." Teasing. They were teasing. Maggie walked faster. But the school bus seemed farther and farther away. There was a shimmer of light dancing in front of it. It started as a beam and turned into bright speckles. "He'll stay clear of her now. If he's got any brains, who wouldn't? It's true. If her mum doesn't take a fancy to her mate, she just invites them for dinner. Like that fairy story. 'Have an apple, dearie, it'll help you sleep.' Laughter. 'Only you won't wake up real soon.' Laughter, laughter. The bus was too far. Here, eat this. I cooked it up special, just for you. Now, don't be shy about second helpings. I can see you're just dying for more. Maggie felt a hot ember at the back of her throat. The bus glimmered, got small, became the size of her shoe. The air closed round it and swallowed it up. Only the wrought-iron gates of the school were left. It's my own recipe, parsnip pie, I call it. People say it's dead good. Beyond the gates lay the street. They call me Crippen, but don't let that put you off your dinner. And escape. Maggie began to run. She was pounding towards the centre of town when she heard him calling her. She kept going, dashing up to the high street and then across it, tearing towards the car park at the base of the hill. What she was planning to do there she couldn't have said. It was only important to get away. Her heart was slamming into her chest. She had a folding and pulling pain in her side. She skidded on a patch of slick pavement and wobbled, but she caught herself against a lamp-post and ran on. "Watch yourself, love," warned a farmer who was getting out of his escort next to the curb. "Maggie!" shouted someone else. She heard herself sob. She saw the street blur. She kept rushing forwards. She passed the bank, the post office, some shops, a tea-room. She dodged a young woman pushing a pram. She heard the thud of footsteps behind her, and then another shout of her name. She gulped away tears and plunged on. Fear pumped energy and speed through her body. They were following her, she thought. They were laughing and pointing. They were only waiting for the opportunity to encircle her and begin the whispers all over again. What her mum did. Do you know? Maggie and the vicar. A vicar? That bloke? Gory was old enough to be. No! Drop the thought, trample it, bury it, shove it away. Maggie hurtled down the pavement. She didn't stop until a blue sign hanging from a squat brick building brought her up short. She wouldn't have seen it at all had she not lifted her head to make her eyes stop watering. And even then the words swam, but she could still make it out. Police! She stumbled to a halt against a rubbish bin. The sign seemed to grow larger. The word glittered and throbbed. She shrank away from it, half crouched on the pavement, trying to breathe and trying not to cry. Her hands were numb. Her fingers were tangled in the straps of her rucksack. Her ears felt so cold that steel spikes of pain were shooting down her neck. It was the end of the day. The temperature was dropping, and never in her life had she felt so alone. She didn't, Maggie thought. But somewhere shouted a chorus, "She did!" "Maggie!" She cried out. She tried to make herself small like a mouse. She hid her face in her arms and slid down the side of the rubbish bin until she was sitting on the pavement, balling herself up as if reducing her size somehow served as a form of protection. "Maggie, what's going on? Why'd you run off? Didn't you hear me calling?" A body joined her on the pavement. An arm went round her. She smelled the old leather of his jacket before she processed the fact that the voice was Nick's. She thought, in nonsensical but nonetheless rapid succession, how he always kept the jacket crumpled up in his rucksack during school hours when he had to be in uniform, how he always took it out during lunch to give it a breather, how he always wore it the minute he was able before and after school. It was odd to think she would know the smell of him before she'd recognise the sound of his voice. She gripped his knee. "You went off. You and Josie." "Went off? Where?" "They said you'd gone. You were with... you and Josie. They said..." "We were on the bus like always. We saw you run off. You looked dead cut up about something, so I came after you." She lifted her head. She'd lost her barrette somewhere in the flight from the school, so her hair hung round her face and partially screened him from her. He smiled. "You look done in, Mag." He thrust his hand inside his jacket and brought out his cigarettes. "You look like a ghost was chasing you." "I won't go back," she said. He bent his head to shelter cigarette and flame, and he flipped the used match into the street. "No point to that." He inhaled with the deep satisfaction of someone for whom a change in circumstances has allowed a smoke sooner rather than later. "Bus is gone anyway." "I mean back to school. Tomorrow. To lessons. I won't go, ever." He eyed her, brushing his hair back from his cheeks. "It's about that bloke from London, Mag. The one with the big motor that got all the chappies in a fuss today. You'll say forget it. You'll say ignore them, but they won't let up. I'm never going back." "Why? What's it to you what those twits think? She twisted the strap of her rucksack round her fingers until she saw that her nails were turning blue. "Who cares what they say?" he asked. "You know what's what, that's all that matters." She squeezed her eyes shut against the truth and pressed her lips together to keep from saying it. She felt more tears leak out from beneath her eyelids, and she hated herself for the sob which she tried to disguise with a cough. "Mag," he said, "you know the truth, right? So what those loobies say in the schoolyard don't amount to nothing but twaddle, right? What they say's not important. What you know is." "I don't know." The admission burst from her like a sickness she could no longer contain. "The truth, what she... I don't know. I don't know." Even more tears spilled out. She hid her face on her knees. Nick whistled low between his teeth. "You never said before now." "We always move, every 2 years. Only this time I wanted to stay. I said I'd be good, I'd make her proud, I'd do good in school, if we could just stay this once. Just stay. And she said yes. Then I met the vicar after you, and after what we did and how hateful Mummy was and how bad I felt, and he made me feel better, and she was in a rage about that." She sobbed. Nick flung his cigarette into the street and held her with the other arm as well. "He found me. That's what it is, Nick. He finally found me. She didn't want that. It's why we always ran. But this time we didn't, and he had enough time. He came. He came like I always knew he would." Nick was silent for a moment. She could hear him draw a breath. "Maggie, you're thinking the vicar was your dad?" "She didn't want me to see him, and I saw him anyway." She raised her head and grabbed onto his jacket. "And now she doesn't want me to see you, so I won't go back there, I won't. You can't make me, no one can. If you try—" "Is there a problem here, kids?" They both drew back from the sound of a voice. They turned to see the speaker. A rail-thin policewoman stood above them, heavily cloaked for the weather, and wearing a hat at a rakish angle. She carried a notebook in one hand and a plastic cup of something steaming in the other. She sipped from this as she waited for a response. "A blow-up at school," Nick said. "It's nothing much." "Needing some help?" "Nah, it's girl stuff. She'll be okay." The policewoman studied Maggie with what looked more like curiosity than empathy. She shifted her attention to Nick. She made a show out of watching them over the rim of her cup, its lazy cat's tail of steam fogging up her spectacles, as she took another sip of whatever was in it. Then she nodded and said, "You best be off home, then," and held her ground. "Yeah, right," Nick said. He urged Maggie to her feet. "Come on, then. We're off." "Live round here?" the policewoman asked. "Just a ways from the high." "I've not seen you before." "No, I've seen you lots. You have a dog, right?" "A corgi, yes." "See, I knew. Seen you out for your walk." Nick tapped his index finger out from his temple in a form of salute. "Afternoon," he said. Arm round Maggie, he shepherded her back in the direction of the high street. Neither of them looked to see if the policewoman was watching. At the first corner they ducked right. A short distance down the street and another right led through a walkway that lay between the back of the public buildings and the overgrown rear gardens of a line of council cottages. Then they were heading down the slope once more. They emerged in less than 5 minutes into Clitheroe's car park. It was largely empty of vehicles at this time of day. "How'd you know about her dog?" Maggie asked. "I just went with the odds. Lucky break for us." "You're clever and good. I love you, Nick. You take care of me." They stopped in the shelter of the public lavatory. Nick blew on his hands and tucked them underneath his arms. "Going to be cold tonight," he said. He looked in the direction of the town, where smoke feathered up from chimneys, becoming lost against the sky. "You hungry, Mag?" Maggie read the desire beneath the words. "You can go on home." "I won't, not unless you—" "I'm not going." "Then neither am I." They were at an impasse. The evening wind was starting to blow, and it had an easy time of finding them. It gusted across the car park, unimpeded, and scattered bits of trash about their feet. A Moment's bag glittered greenly against Maggie's leg. She used her foot to brush it away, leaving a streak of brown against the navy of her tights.
Nick brought out a handful of coins from his pocket. He counted. £2.67, he said. What about you? She dropped her eyes, said, "Nothing," then raised them in a hurry. She tried to make her voice sound proud. "So you don't have to stay. Go on, I can manage." "I already said." "If she finds me with you, it'll go that much worse on us both. Go home." "Won't happen. I'm staying," I said. "No, I don't want to be at fault. I'm already, because of Mr. Sage." She wiped her face on her coat sleeve. She was tired to the bone and longing for sleep. She wondered about trying the lavatory door. She did so. It was locked. She sighed. "Go on," she said again. "You know what can happen if you don't." Nick joined her in the doorway of the ladies. It was recessed about 6 inches, so they gained some ground against the cold. "You believe that, Mag?" She hung her head. She felt the misery of the knowledge lie across her shoulders, heavy and cumbersome like sacks of sand. "You think she killed him because he came for you? Because he was your dad?" "She never talked about my dad. She wouldn't ever say." Nick's hand touched her head. His fingers made an attempt at caressing, but they were thwarted by the snarls in her hair. "I don't think he was, Mag. Your dad, that is." "Sure, because—" "No, listen." He took a step closer. He put his arms round her. He spoke into her hair. "His eyes were brown, Mag. So's your mum's." "So?" "So he can't be your dad, can he? Because of the odds." She stirred to speak, but he continued. "Look, it's like sheep. My dad explained it. They're all white, right? Well, sort of white. But every once in a while out pops a black one. Didn't you ever wonder how? It's a recessive gene, see? It's something inherited. The lamb's mum and dad both had a black gene somewhere inside them. And when they mated, out came a black lamb instead of a white one, even though they were white themselves. But the odds are against it happening, which is why most sheep are white." "I don't—" "You're like the black sheep, because your eyes are blue. Mag, what do you think the odds are of 2 brown-eyed people having a kid with blue eyes?" "What?" "Must be 1,000,000 to 1, maybe more. Maybe 1,000,000,000 to 1. "You think?" "I know. The vicar wasn't your dad. And if he wasn't your dad, then your mum didn't kill him. And if she didn't kill him, she won't be trying to kill anyone else." There was a "that's that" quality to his voice that urged her to accept his words. Maggie wanted to believe him. It would make everything so much easier to live with if she knew that his theory comprised the truth. She would be able to go home. She would be able to face Mummy. She wouldn't think about the shape of her nose and her hands. Were they like the vicar's? Were they? Nor would she wonder about why he had held her out at arm's length and studied her so. It would be a relief to know something for certain, even if it didn't answer her prayers, so she wanted to believe. And she would have believed if Nick's stomach hadn't rumbled noisily, if he hadn't shivered, if she hadn't seen in her mind's eye his father's enormous flock of sheep drifting like slightly soiled clouds against a green Lancashire hillside sky. She pushed him away. "What?" he said. "There's more than one black sheep born in a flock, Nick, where?" "So?" "So those aren't any 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds." "It isn't like sheep, not exactly. We're people." "You want to go home. Go on, go home. You're lying to me and I don't want to see you." "Mag, I'm not. I'm trying to explain." "You don't love me." "I do." "You just want your tea." "I was only saying, and your scones and your jam. Well, go ahead, get them. I can take care of myself." "With no money?" "I don't need money. I'll get a job. Tonight. I'll do something, see if I won't. But I'm not going home, and I'm not going back to school, and you can't talk about sheep like I was so dim I couldn't figure it out. Because if 2 white sheep could have a black one, then 2 brown-eyed people could have me, and you know it. Isn't that right? Well, isn't that right?" He drove his fingers through his hair. "I didn't say it wasn't possible. I just said the odds. I don't care about the odds. This isn't like some horse race. This is me. We're talking about my mum and dad, and she killed him. You know it. You're just lording it over me and trying to make me go back." "I'm not." "You are." "I said I wouldn't leave you, and I won't, okay?" He looked about. He squinted against the cold. He stamped his feet to warm them. "Look, we need something to eat. You wait here." "Where are you going? We don't even have £3. What kind of—" "We can get some crisps, some biscuits and stuff. You're not hungry now, but you will be later, and we won't be near any shop by then." "We?" She made him look at her. "You don't have to go." she said her last time. "Do you want me?" "To go?" "And other stuff?" "Yes." "Do you love me? Trust me?" She tried to read his face. He was anxious to be off, but perhaps he was only hungry after all, and once they started walking he would be warm enough. They could even run. "Mag?" he said. "Yes." He smiled, brushed his mouth against hers. His lips were dry. It didn't feel like a kiss. "Then wait here," he said. "I'll be right back. If we're going to bunk off, it's best that no one see us together in town, and remember for when your mum phones the police." "Mummy won't. She won't dare." "I wouldn't take odds on that." He turned up the collar of his jacket. He looked at her earnestly. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 8, Side 2. If we're going to bunk off, it's best that no one see us together in town, and remember for when your mum phones the police. "Mummy won't. She won't dare." "I wouldn't take odds on that." He turned up the collar of his jacket. He looked at her earnestly. "You okay here, then?" She felt her heart warm. "Okay." "Don't mind sleeping rough tonight?" "Not so long as I'm sleeping with you." Chapter 18. Colin ate his tea at the kitchen sink. Sardines on toast, with the oil slipping through his fingers and splatting onto the pot-scarred porcelain. He didn't feel hungry in the least, but he'd been light-headed and weak in the limbs for the past 30 minutes. Food seemed the obvious solution. He'd made his walk back to the village along the Clitheroe Road, which was closer to the lodge than was the Coates Fell footpath. His pace was brisk. He told himself that a need to avenge was what drove him so rapidly onwards. He kept repeating her name in his head as he walked. "Annie, Annie, Annie, my girl." It was a way to avoid hearing the words. "Love and death 3 times, pulse with the blood in his skull. By the time he reached his house he was hot in the chest, but iced to the bone in his hands and feet. He could hear his heart's erratic thumping inside his eardrums, and his lungs couldn't seem to get enough air. He ignored the symptoms for a good 3 hours, but when there was no improvement he decided to eat. Tea time, he thought, in irrational response to his body's behaviour. That'll take care of it. Must have a bite to eat. He washed down the fish with 3 bottles of Watney's, drinking the first one while the bread was toasting. He pitched the bottle into the rubbish and opened another as he rooted in the cupboard for the sardines. The tin gave him trouble. Curling the metal lid round the key required a steadiness that he wasn't able to muster. He got it halfway unrolled when his fingers slipped, and the sharp edge of the top sliced into his hand. Blood spurted out. It mixed with the fish oil, started to sink, then formed perfect small beads that floated like scarlet lures for the fish. He felt no pain. He wrapped his hand in a tea towel, used the end of it to sop the blood off the surface of the oil, and tilted the beer bottle up to his mouth with the hand that was free. When the toast was ready, he dug the fish from the tin with his fingers. He lined them up on the bread. He added salt and pepper and a thick slice of onion. He began to eat. There was no particular taste or smell to it, which he found rather odd, because he could distinctly remember how his wife once complained about the scent of sardines. "Makes my eyes water," she would say, "that fish smell in the air, Carl. Makes my stomach go peculiar." Her cat clock ticked on the wall above the Aga, wagging its tail and moving its eyes. It seemed to be repeating her name with the sound of its clicking wheels and gears. No longer tick-tock, but "Annie, Annie, Annie," it said. Colin concentrated intently on this. Just like the rhythm of his earlier footsteps, the repetition of her name drove other thoughts away. He used the 3rd beer to clear his mouth of the fish that he couldn't taste. Then he poured a small whisky and drank that down in 2 swallows to try to bring back feeling to his limbs. But still he couldn't quite vanquish the cold. This caused him confusion because the furnace was on, he still wore his heavy jacket, and by all rights he should have been soaking in sweat. Which he was, in a manner of speaking. His face was so fiery that his skin was throbbing, but the rest of him trembled like a birch in the wind. He drank another whisky. He moved from the sink to the kitchen window. He looked across to the vicar's house. And then he heard it again, as distinctly as if Rita was standing directly behind him. "Love and death 3 times." The words were so clear that he swung round with a cry, which he strangled the instant he saw that he was alone. He cursed aloud. The sodding words meant nothing. They were merely a stimulus of the sort used by every palm reader in the world, giving you a small piece of a non-existent life jigsaw and whetting your incipient desire to have more. Love and death 3 times needed no elucidation from anyone as far as Colin was concerned. It translated to pounds and pence each week, hard-earned coins pressed into the palm of the palmist by dried-up spinsters, naive housewives and lonely widows, all seeking meaningless reassurance that their lives weren't as futile as they appeared to be. He turned back to the window. Across his drive, across the vicar's, the other house watched him in return. Polly was within, as she had continued to be in the weeks since Robin Sage's death. She was no doubt doing what she always did, scrubbing, polishing, dusting and waxing, in a fervent display of her utility. But that wasn't all, as he finally understood. For Polly was also biding her time, patiently waiting for the moment when Juliet Spence's blind need to take blame resulted in her incarceration. While Juliet in jail wasn't quite the same as Juliet dead, it was better than nothing, and Polly was too clever in her ways to make another attempt on Juliet's life. Colin wasn't a religious man. He'd given up on God during the 2nd year of Annie's dying. Still, he had to acknowledge that the hand of a greater power than his own had been active in the Coates Hall cottage on that night in December when the vicar had died. By all rights, it should have been Juliet eating alone in the vicar's place, and if it had been, the coroner would have affixed the label "accidental poisoning self-administered" to her dying, with no one wise to the manner in which that convenient accident had been brought about. She would have rushed in to minister to his grief, would have Polly. More than anyone he knew, she excelled at sympathy and fellow-feeling. Roughly, he rubbed his hands clean of sardine oil and used 2 plasters to cover the cut. He paused to pour himself one more swallow of whisky, which he gulped down before heading out the door. "Bitch," he thought. "Love and death 3 times." She didn't come to the door when he knocked, so he pressed his finger to the bell and held it. He took some satisfaction from the shrill jangle it made. The sound grated on the nerves. The inner door opened. He could see her form behind the opaque glass. Top-heavy and inflated by too many garments, she looked like a miniature of her mother. He heard her say, "Glory, get off the bell, will you?" and she yanked the door open, ready to speak. She didn't when she saw him. Instead, she looked beyond him to his house, and he wondered if she'd been watching as usual, if she'd stepped away from the window for a moment and thus missed his approach. She'd missed little else in the past few years. He didn't wait for her to ask him in. He squeezed past her. She shut both the outer and the inner doors behind him. He followed the narrow corridor to the right and walked straight along to the sitting-room. She'd been working in here. The furniture gleamed. A tin of beeswax, a bottle of lemon oil, and a box of rags sat in front of an empty bookshelf. There wasn't a trace of dust anywhere. The carpet was vacuumed, the lace window curtains hung crisp and clean. He turned to face her, unzipping his jacket. She stood awkwardly in the doorway, the sole of one sock-clad foot pressed to the other's ankle, the toes moving in an unconscious scratch, and she followed his movements with her eyes. He threw his jacket on the sofa. It fell just short and slid to the floor. She moved towards it, eager to put everything in its rightful place. Just doing her job, was Polly. "Leave it be." She stopped. Her fingers gripped the ribbing on the bottom edge of her bulky brown pullover. It hung loose and misshapen to her hips. Her lips parted when he began to unbutton his shirt. He saw her catch her tongue between her teeth. He knew well enough what she was thinking and wanting, and he took a distinctly gut-warming pleasure from the knowledge that he was about to disappoint her. He drew out the book from against his stomach and flipped it to the floor between them. She didn't look at it immediately. Instead, her fingers moved from her pullover to grasp the folds of the insubstantial gypsy skirt hanging unevenly beneath it. Its colours, bright red, gold and green, caught the light of a floor lamp standing next to the sofa. "Yours?" he said. "Alchemical magic, herbs, spices and plants." He saw her lips form the first two words. She said, "Glory, where'd you get that old thing?" Sounding all the world full of curious confusion and nothing more. "Where you left it?" "Where I—" Her gaze moved from the book to him. "Carl, what are you about?" "Carl!" He felt his hand tremble with the need to strike. Her show of guilelessness seemed less of an outrage than did the familiarity implied by her saying that name. "Is it yours?" "Was? I mean, I suppose it still is, except I haven't seen it for ages." "I'd expect that," he said. "It was well enough out of sight." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Behind the cistern." The light flickered in the lamp, a bulb going bad. It made a tiny hissing sound and went out, inviting the day's exterior gloom to seep past the lace curtains. Polly didn't react, didn't seem to notice. She appeared to be mulling over his words. He said, "You would have been wiser to throw it away, like the tools." "Tools? Or did you use hers?"
"Whose tools? What are you about here, Colin?"
Her voice was wary. She inched away from him so subtly that he might not have noticed had he not been anticipating every sign of her guilt. Her fingers even stopped themselves in the midst of flexing. He found that of interest. She knew better than to allow them to fist. "Or perhaps you didn't use any tools at all. Perhaps you loosened the plant, gently, you know how I mean, you know how to do it, and then lifted it from the soil, root and all. Is that what you did? Because you'd know the plant, wouldn't you? You'd recognise it just as well as she'd do."
"This is about Mrs. Spence."
She spoke slowly, as if to herself, and she didn't appear to be seeing him, although she was looking in his direction. "How often do you use the footpath?"
"Which one?"
"Don't play games with me. You know why I'm here. You didn't expect it. And Juliet's taking the blame made it unlikely that anyone would ever come looking for you, but I've smoked you out and I want the truth. How often do you use the footpath?"
"You're mad."
She managed to put another inch between them. Her back was to the door, and she was clever enough to know that a glance over her shoulder would announce her intentions and give him the advantage which she currently seemed to believe was hers. "Once a month at least, I should guess," he said. "Is that right? Doesn't the ritual have more power if it's performed when the moon is full? And isn't the power more potent if the ritual takes place in the direct light of that moon? And isn't it true that communication with the goddess is more profound if you perform the ritual on a holy site, like the top of Coates Fell?"
"You know I worship on the top of Coates Fell. I make no secret of that."
"But you've other secrets, haven't you? Here, in this book."
"I haven't."
Her voice was weak. She seemed to realize what weakness implied, because she roused herself to say, "And you're frightening me, you are, Colin Shepherd," with an edge of defiance. "I was up there today."
"Where?"
"Coates Fell, the summit. I hadn't been in years, not since before Annie. I'd forgotten how well you can see from there, Polly, and what you can see."
"I go there to worship, that's all, and you know it."
She put another inch between them, saying more quickly, "I burned the laurel for Annie. I let the candle melt down. I used cloves. I prayed—" "And she died that very night. How convenient."
"No!"
"During the harvest moon, while you prayed on Coates Fell. And before you prayed, you brought her soup to drink. Do you remember that? You called it your special soup. You said to make sure she ate every bit."
"It was only vegetables for both of you. What are you thinking? I had some myself. It wasn't—"
"Did you know that plants are most potent when the moon is full? The book says that. You must harvest them then, no matter what part you want, even the root."
"I don't use plants that way. No one does in the craft. It's not about evil, you know that. Perhaps we find herbs for incense, yes, but that's all. Incense, for part of the ritual."
"It's all in the book. What to use for revenge, what will alter the mind, what to use for poison. I've read it."
"No!"
"And the book was behind the cistern where you've kept it hidden. How long has it been?"
"It wasn't hidden.
If it was there, it just fell. There was lots of things on the cistern, wasn't there? A whole stack of books and magazines. I didn't hide this." She touched it with her toe and withdrew, gaining yet another inch of distance from him.
"I didn't hide a thing."
"What about Capricorn, Polly?"
That stopped her cold.
She repeated the word without making a sound. He could see the panic beginning to take hold of her as he forced her closer and closer to the truth. She was like a rogue dog when at last it's cornered. He could feel her spine stiffening and her legs wanting to splay. "Hemlock's strength is in Capricorn," he said. Her tongue whisked across her lower lip. Fear was a scent on her, sour and strong. "The 22nd of December," he said. "What about it?" "You know." "I don't. Colin, I don't." "The first day of Capricorn, the night the vicar died." "This is—" "And one thing more. The moon was full that night, and the night before, so it all fits together. You had the instructions, your how-to for murder, printed in the book. Dig the root out when the plant is dormant. Know its strength is in Capricorn. Know its deadly poison. Know it's most potent when the moon is full. Shall I read it all for you, or would you prefer to read it yourself? Look under H in the index for hemlock." "No! She put you up to this, didn't she? Mrs. Spence? I can see it on your face, as big as can be. She said, 'Go see that Polly. Go ask her what she knows. Go ask her where she's been.' And she left it to you to think up the rest. That's how it is, isn't it? Isn't it, Colin? Don't even say her name." "Oh, I'll say it all right. I'll say it and more." She stooped and snatched the book from the floor. "Yes, it's mine. Yes, I bought it. I used it as well. And she knows that, damn her, because I was fool enough once, more than 2 years back when she first came to Winslow, to ask her about making a tincture from bryony. And more the fool I was, I even told her why." She shook the book at him. "Love, Colin Shepherd, bryony's for love. So's apple in a charm. Here, want to see?" She flipped a silver chain from beneath her pullover. A small globe hung from it, its surface filigree. She yanked it from her neck and threw it to the floor, where it bounced against his foot. He could see the dried bits of the fruit inside. "And aloe for sachets and benzoins for perfume. And cinquefoil for a potion that you wouldn't ever drink. It's all in the book with everything else. But you only see what you want to see, don't you? That's the way it is now. That's the way it's always been, even with Annie." "I won't talk about Annie with you." "Oh, won't you? Annie, 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 with a halo on her head. I'll talk about her just as much as I want, because I know what it was like. I was there just like you. And she wasn't a saint. She wasn't a noble patient suffering in silence with you sitting at the bedside putting flannels on her brow. That wasn't how it was." He took a step towards her. She held her ground. "Annie said, 'Go ahead, Col. You take care of yourself, my precious love.' And she never let you forget it when you did." "She never said—" "She didn't need to say. Why won't you see it? She lay in her bed with all the lights off. She said, 'I was too ill to reach for the lamp.' She said, 'I thought I would die today, Col, but it's all right now because you're home and you're not to worry a jot about me.' She said, 'I understand why you need a woman, my love. You do what you must do and don't think about me in this house, in this room, in this bed, without you.' That's not how it was. And when the pain was bad, she didn't lie there like a martyr. Don't you remember? She screamed, she cursed you. She cursed the doctor, she threw things at the wall. And when it was worst, she said, 'You did this to me, you made me rot, and I'm dying, and I hate you, I hate you. I wish you were dying instead.'" He made no response. It felt as if a siren were sounding in his head. Polly was there, mere inches away, but she seemed to be speaking from behind a red veil. "So I prayed on the top of Coates Fell, I did. At first for her health, and then for you alone after she died, hoping that you would see, would know. Yes, I got this book." She shook it again. "But it was because I loved you, and I wanted you to love me back. And I was willing to try anything to make you whole. Because you weren't whole with Annie, you hadn't been for years. She bled you in her dying, but you don't want to face it, because then you might have to face what living with Annie was like as well. And it wasn't perfect, because nothing is. You don't know the first thing about Annie's dying. That you emptied her bedpans and hated the thought of it, don't I know that? That you wiped her bum with your stomach at the boil, don't I know that? That just when you needed most to get out of the house for a breath of air, she knew, and would cry and take a bad turn, and you always felt guilty because you weren't ill, were you? You didn't have the cancer, you weren't going to die. She was my life. I loved her. At the end, don't make me laugh in your face, at the end was bitterness and a rage of anger, because no one lives without joy for that long and feels anything else at the end of it. You bloody bitch. Yes, all right. That and more if you like, but I face the truth, Colin. I don't tart it up with hearts and flowers like you. Then let's take the truth another step, all right? He reduced the distance between them another few inches when he kicked the amulet to one side. It clattered against the wall and broke open, spilling its contents onto the carpet. The bits of apple looked like shriveled skin, human skin even, and he wouldn't put its collection past her. He'd put nothing past Polly Yorkin. You prayed for her to die, not to live. When it didn't come quick, you helped it along. And when her dying didn't get you what you wanted the moment you wanted it. And when was that, Polly? Was I supposed to fuck you the day of the funeral? You decided to try potions and charms instead. Then Juliet came. She threw your plans awry. You tried to use her. And it was bloody clever to let her know I wasn't truly available, just in case she was interested and got in your way. But we found each other anyway, Juliet and I, and you couldn't bear that. Annie was gone. The final barrier to your happiness was buried in the churchyard, and here was another. You saw what was happening between us, didn't you? The only solution was to bury her as well. No! You knew where to find the hemlock. You walked by the pond each time your hike coats fell. You dug it up, you put it in the root cellar, and you waited for Juliet to eat it and die. And if Maggie died as well, that would have been a shame, but she's expendable, isn't she? Everyone is. You just didn't count on the vicar's presence. That was the misfortune. I imagine you had a few uneasy days once he was poisoned while he waited for Juliet to take the blame. So what did I gain, if that's how it happened? Coroner said it was an accident, Colin. She's free, so are you. And you've been stuffing her like some randy farm boy eyeing his daddy's ewes ever since. So what did I gain? What you've waited and hoped for ever since the vicar died by mistake. The London police, the case reopened, with every bit of circumstantial evidence pointing to Juliet. He snatched the book from her fingers. Except this, Polly. You forgot about this. She made a lunge for it. He threw the book to the corner of the room and caught her arm. And when Juliet's safely put away for good, you'll have what you want, what you tried to get while Annie was alive, what you prayed for when you prayed for her death, what you mixed your potions and wore your amulets for, what you've been after for years. He took a step closer. He felt her trying to pull away. He experienced a distinct tingling of pleasure at the thought of her fear. It shot down his legs. It began to work unexpected magic in his groin. "You're hurting Mom!" "This isn't about love. This was never about love." "Colin!" "Love has no part in what you've been after since that day." "No!" "You remember it then, don't you? Don't you, Polly?" "Let me go!" She twisted beneath him. She was breathing in tiny baby gasps. No more than a child, so easy to subdue, squirming and writhing, tears in her eyes. She knew what was coming. He liked her knowing. "On the floor of the barn, where the animals do it. You remember that?" She wrenched her arm away and spun around to run. He caught her skirt as it flared with her movement. He jerked her towards him. The material ripped. He twirled it round his hand and pulled harder. She stumbled but didn't fall. "With my cock inside and you grunting like a sow. You remember that?" "Please, no." She was starting to cry, and he found that the sight of her tears inflamed him more than had the thought of her fear. She was penitent sinner, he was avenging God, and her punishment would be a godly justice. He grabbed more of the skirt, pulled on it savagely, and heard the satisfactory sound of it giving way. Another pull, then another, and every time Polly struggled to escape him, the skirt ripped more. "Just like that day in the barn," he said, "just what you want." "No, I don't, not like this. Cole, please." The name, the name! His hand shot out and tore the rest of the skirt from her body. But she seized the moment of release and ran. She made it to the corridor. She was close to the door. Another 3 feet and she would escape. He leapt and tackled her as her hand grasped the knob of the inner door. They crashed to the floor. She began to flail at him wildly. She didn't speak. Her arms and legs thrashed, her body convulsed. He struggled to pin down her arms, grunting, "Fuck you so hard!" She screamed, "No, Colin!" But he cut her off with his mouth. He drove his tongue inside her. With one hand on her neck, pressing and pressing while the other ripped at her underwear, he used his knee to force her legs apart. Her hands tore at his face. She found his spectacles, flung them off. She sought his eyes. But he was close on her, powering his face into hers, filling her mouth with his tongue, and then spitting, and every moment fired more and more with the need to show, to master, to punish. She would crawl and beg, she would pray for mercy, she would call upon her goddess, but he was her god. "Cunt!" he grunted into her mouth. "Bitch! Cow!" He fumbled with his trousers while she rolled and struggled, kicking against him, her every breath a shriek. She drove her knee upwards, missing his testicles by less than an inch. He slapped her. He liked the feel of the slap, how it brought life and power back to his hand. He hit her again, harder this time. He used his knuckles and admired the red bruising they brought to her skin. She was weeping and ugly. Her mouth hung open, her eyes squeezed shut. Mucus dripped from her nose. He liked her that way. He wanted her weeping. Her terror was a drug. He shoved her legs apart and he fell upon her. He celebrated her punishment like the god he was. She thought, this is what it's like to die. She lay as he had left her, one leg crooked and the other extended, her pullover shoved up beneath her armpits, her bra jerked down to bare one breast where his bite still throbbed like a brand, a sheer piece of nylon edged with lace. "Got yourself some fancies, I see," Rita had chuckled. "Looking for a bloke who likes it wrapped up pretty?" Looped round her left ankle. A shredded ribbon of skirt draped across her neck. She stared upwards and followed the threading of a crack that began above the door and spread out like veins against the skin of the ceiling. Somewhere in the house a metallic crank rattle sounded, followed by a whirring that was steady and low. The boiler, she thought. She wondered why it was heating water, since she couldn't recall having used any that day. She pondered everything she had done in the vicarage, taking each project one step at a time, because it seemed so important to know why the boiler was heating water right now. It couldn't realize, after all, how filthy she was. It was just a machine. Machines didn't anticipate a body's needs. She made a list. Newspapers first. She'd bound them up like she'd promised herself and discarded them all in the rubbish bin. She'd phoned and cancelled the subscription as well. Potted plants next. There were only 4 of them, but they were looking poorly, and one had lost nearly all of its leaves. She'd been giving them water religiously every day, so she couldn't understand why they were turning all yellow. She'd taken them to the rear garden and set them on the porch, thinking the poor little things might like some sun, if it ever came out, which it hadn't. Bedding, after that. She changed the sheets on all 3 beds, 2 singles, 1 double, just like she'd been doing every week since she'd first come to work. Didn't make any difference that no one used the beds. One had to change the linen to keep it fresh. But she hadn't done any laundry, so the boiler shouldn't be at work over that. What was it, then? She tried to picture each of her movements that day. She tried to make them appear among the cracks in the ceiling. Newspapers, telephone, plants on the porch, and after that... It was too much effort to think beyond the plants. Why? Was it water? Was she frightened of water? Had something happened with water? No, how silly. Think of rooms with water. She remembered. She smiled, but it hurt because her skin felt stiff like glue had dried upon it. So she hurried in her mind from the bedrooms to the kitchen, because that was it. She'd washed all the dishes, the glassware, the pots and the pans. She'd scrubbed the cupboards as well, which is why the boiler was working now. And anyway, didn't a boiler always work? Didn't it fire itself up when it felt the water inside start to cool? No one switched it on, it just worked, like magic. Magic. The book. No, she must have no thoughts like that. They painted nightmare pictures in the back of her head she didn't want to see. The kitchen, she thought, washing dishes and cupboards, and then on to the sitting room, which was already clean and tidy as could be, but she polished the furniture because she couldn't seem to make herself leave this place, let go, find another way to live. And then he was with her, and his face wasn't right. His back seemed too stiff. His arms didn't hang, they just waited. Polly rolled to her side, drew her legs up and tried to cradle herself. Hurt, she thought. Her legs felt torn away from her body. The hammer pounded down low where he'd slammed and slammed her, and inside acid burned at her flesh. She felt throbbing and scraped. She was nothing. Slowly she became aware of the cold, a thin current of air that flowed insistently against her bare skin. She shivered. She realized he'd left the inner door open upon his leaving, and the outer door was not completely latched. Her fingers plucked aimlessly at the pullover, and she tried to work it down as a cover, but she got it no farther than beneath her breasts before giving up. It didn't feel right. The wool abraded her skin. From where she lay she could see the stairway, and she began to inch towards it, with no thought in mind but to get out of the draught, to find somewhere safe that was dark. But once she rested her head on the bottom stair, she looked up, and the light seemed brighter at the top. She thought, bright means warm, better than dark. It was getting late, but the sun must have come out one final time. It would be a winter sun, milky and distant. But if it fell on the carpet in one of the bedrooms, she could curl within its golden boundaries and let her dying continue there. She began to climb. She found she couldn't manage her legs, so she pulled herself up hand over hand on the banister. Her knees bumped on the stairs. When she lolled to one side, her hip thudded against the wall, which is how she saw the blood. She interrupted her progress to look at it curiously, to touch a finger to its crimson smear, marvelling at how quickly it was able to dry and how it turned to mahogany when mixed with air. She saw that it was oozing from between her legs, and that it had been oozing quite long enough to create palmate patterns on her inner thighs and crooked rivulets down one leg. Dirty, she thought. She would have to bathe. The idea of washing inflated in her mind, driving the nightmare pictures away. Holding on to the thought of water and its warmth, she made it to the top of the stairs and crawled to the bath. She shut the door and sat on the cold white tile with her head against the wall, her knees drawn up and the blood seeping out against the fist she pressed between her legs. After a moment she rolled her shoulders against the wall, flipped herself 2 feet, and thus gained the tub. She lowered her head to its side and reached one hand to the tap. Her fingers grappled with it, failed to make it turn, and slipped off altogether. She knew somehow she'd be whole again if she could only wash. If she could wash off the scent of him and scrub away the touch of his hands. If the soap could cleanse the inside of her mouth. And as long as she could think about washing, what it would feel like, how the water would rise to her breasts, how long she would lie in the tub and just dream, she wouldn't have to think about anything else. If she could only make the water run. She reached again for the tap. Again she failed. She was doing it by feel because she didn't want to open her eyes and have to see herself in the mirror that she knew was hanging on the back of the bathroom door. If she saw the mirror she would have to think, and she was determined not to think again, except about washing. She'd get into the tub and never come out, just letting the water rise and fall. She'd watch its bubbles. She'd listen to its flow. She'd feel it glide between her fingers and toes. She'd love it, hold it, be good to it. That's what she'd do. Only nothing was forever, not even the washing. And when it was over she would have to feel, which is the one thing she didn't want to do, didn't want to face, didn't want to live through. Because this was dying, no matter what she pretended, this was the real ending of things. How funny to think she'd always expected it to come in old age, with her lying in a bed all snowy with linens and her grandchildren there, and someone who loved her holding her hand so she wouldn't do her leaving all alone. She saw now that it was all about being alone in the first place, living was. And if living was all about being alone, dying wouldn't be anything different. She could deal with that, dying alone, but only if it was here and now, because then it would be over. She wouldn't have to get up, get into the water, wash him away and walk out the door. She'd never have to make her way home. Oh, goddess, the long walk, and face her mother. More, she would never have to see him, never have to look in his eyes and remember over and over like a film running back and forth in her brain the moment when she knew he was going to hurt her. I don't know what it means to love anyone, she realized. I thought it was goodness and wanting to share. I thought it meant like you hold out your hand and someone takes it, holds it hard and pulls you safe from the river. You talk, you tell him bits of yourself. You say, here's where I hurt, and you give it to him and he holds it and gives you where he hurts in return, and you hold it, and that's how you learn to love. You lean where he's strong, he leans where you're strong, and there's a joining somewhere. But it's not like this. Not like it was today, here in this house. It's not like this. That was the worst of it, the filth of loving him that no amount of washing could cleanse. Even through the terror, even in the instant when she knew exactly what he meant to do, even when she begged him not to and he did it anyway, ramming her, tearing her flesh from her flesh and leaving her lying like used rags on the floor, the worst was that he was the man she loved. And if the man she loved could know that she loved him and still do this to her and grunt with the pleasure of showing her who would dominate and who would submit, then what she had thought was love was nothing. Because it seemed to her that if you loved someone and if he knew you loved him, he'd take care not to hurt you. Even if he didn't love you full in return, he'd cherish your feelings, hold them to his heart, and feel a fondness of some kind, because that was what one did for people. Only if that wasn't the truth of living, then she didn't want to live any more. She'd get into the bath and let the water take her, let it cleanse her and kill her and carry her off. Chapter 19. "Take a look at these." Linley passed the folder of photographs across the coffee table to St. James. He picked up his pint of Guinness and thought about straightening the potato-eaters, or cleaning the dust from both the frame and the glass of Rouen Cathedral, in order to see if it was actually in full sunlight as it appeared to be. Deborah seemed to read his mind, at least partially. She muttered, "Oh, bother, this is driving me crazy," and dealt with the Van Gogh print before plopping back down on the sofa next to her husband. Linley said, "Bless you, my child," and waited for St. James' reaction to the crime scene material which Linley had brought back with him from Clitheroe. Dora Ragg had been good enough to see to their needs in the residence lounge. While the pub was already closed for the latter part of the afternoon, two elderly women in heavy tweeds and hiking boots had still been sitting by what remained of the fire when Linley returned from his visits with Maggie, the police, and the medical examiner. Although the two women had been engaged in a sombre but enthusiastic discussion about Hilda's sciatica, and isn't the poor dear a martyr to it, lovey, and seemed unlikely to eavesdrop on any conversation unconnected to Hilda's hips, Linley had taken one look at their eager, sharp faces and decided that discretion was the better part of conversing openly about anyone's death. So he waited until Dora placed a Guinness, a harp, and an orange juice on the coffee table in the residence lounge, and took herself off to the nether regions of the inn, before he handed over the folder to his friend. St. James studied the photographs first. Deborah gave them a glance, suffered a frisson of aversion, and quickly looked away. Linley couldn't blame her. The photographs of this particular death seemed more disquieting than many others he had seen, and at first he couldn't understand why. He was, after all, no stranger to the myriad ways in which an unexpected death occurs. He was used to the result of strangulations, the cyanosed face, the bulging eyes, the blood froth at the mouth. He had seen his share of blows to the head. He'd examined a variety of knife wounds, from cut throats to one virtual disembowelment, not unlike the Whitechapel murder of Mary Kelly. He'd seen victims of bombings and victims of shootings, their limbs torn off and their bodies mutilated. But there was something personally horrifying about this death, and he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Deborah did it for him. "It went on," she murmured. "It took some time, didn't it? Poor man." And that was it. Death hadn't come in an instant for Robin Sage, a moment's violent visitation via gun, knife, or garrote, with oblivion following hard on its heels. It had taken him slowly enough for him to realize what was happening, and for his physical suffering to be acute. The crime scene pictures illustrated that. They'd been taken in colour by the Clitheroe police, but what they captured was predominantly black and white. The latter constituted a good 6 inches of newly fallen snow, covering the ground and powdering the wall next to which the body lay. The former constituted the body itself, dressed in black clerical garb, beneath a black overcoat that was bunched round the waist and hips as if the vicar had tried to slither out of it. But even here the black did not achieve complete ascendancy over the white, for the body itself, like the wall its hand reached towards, wore a thin but thorough membrane of snow. This had been documented in 7 photographs, before the crime scene team had brushed the snow from the body into the collection jars that would later be deemed non-evidential, considering the circumstances of the death. And once the body was brushed free of snow, the photographer had gone to work once again. The rest of the pictures spelled out the nature of Robin Sage's death agony. Dozens of deep, arcing gouges in the ground, thick mud on his heels, earth and flakes of grass beneath his nails, testified to the manner in which he had tried to escape the convulsions. Blood on his left temple, 3 slits on his cheek, 1 shattered eyeball, and a heavily ensanguined stone beneath his head suggested the strength of those same convulsions, and how little he was able to do to master them once he understood there was no escape. The position of his head and neck, thrown back so far that it seemed inconceivable no vertebrae were broken, indicated a frantic battle for air. And the tongue, a swollen mass chewed nearly in half, protruded from the mouth in an eloquent statement about the man's final moments. St. James went through the pictures twice. He set two aside, a close-up of the face and a second of one of the hands. He said, "It's heart failure if you're lucky. Asphyxia if you're not. Poor bastard. He was unlucky as the devil." Linley didn't need to examine the photographs St. James had chosen to support his point. He'd seen the bluish colour of the lips and ears. He'd noted the same of the fingernails. The undamaged eye was prominent. Lividity was well developed. All were indications of respiratory failure.
"How long do you suppose it took him to die?"
Deborah asked. "Too long by half." St. James glanced at Lindley over the autopsy report. "You spoke with a pathologist?" "Everything was consistent with hemlock poisoning. No specific lesions of the stomach's mucous membrane, gastric irritation and edema of the lungs. Time of death between 10 that night and 2 the next morning." "What did Sergeant Hawkins have to say? Why did Clitheroe's CID buy the accidental poisoning conclusion so quickly and back off from an investigation? Why did they let Shepherd handle it on his own?" "CID had been at the site while Sage's body was still there. It was clear that, the external injuries he'd done to his face aside, his death was caused by some sort of seizure. They didn't know what sort. The detective constable on the scene actually thought it was epilepsy when he saw the tongue." "Good God," St. James muttered. Lindley nodded agreement. "So after they took the photographs, they left it up to Shepherd to gather the details leading up to Sage's death. Essentially, it was his call. At the time, they didn't even know Sage had been out in the snow all night, as no one had even reported him missing until he failed to show up to perform the Townley Young wedding. But once they knew he'd been to dinner at the cottage, why didn't they step in?" "According to Hawkins, who frankly was a bit more forthcoming when I was standing before him warrant card in hand than when I had him on the phone, 3 factors influenced the decision. The involvement of Shepherd's father in the constable's investigation, what Hawkins honestly assumed to be the pure coincidence of Shepherd's visit to the cottage on the night Sage died, and some additional input from forensic." "The visit wasn't a coincidence?" St. James asked. "Shepherd wasn't making rounds?" "Mrs. Spence phoned him to come to her," Lindley replied. "She told me she wanted to testify as much for the coroner's jury at the inquest, but Shepherd insisted on claiming he'd just dropped by on his rounds. She said he lied because he wanted to protect her from local gossip and unfriendly speculation after the verdict was in." "That doesn't seem to have worked, if the other night in the pub is any indication." "Quite. But here's what I find intriguing, St. James. She was perfectly willing to admit to the truth of phoning Shepherd when I spoke to her this morning. Why bother to do that? Why didn't she stick with the story they'd agreed on, one that was generally accepted and believed, even if the villagers aren't particularly in love with it?" "Perhaps she never agreed to Shepherd's story in the first place," St. James offered. "If he testified before she did at the inquest, I doubt she would have wanted to perjure him by telling the truth." "But why not agree to the story? Her daughter wasn't home. If only the two of them, she and Shepherd, knew that she'd phoned him, what possible reason could she have now for telling me a different story, even if it's the truth? She's damning herself by the admission." "You won't think I'm guilty if I admit I'm guilty," Deborah murmured. "Christ, but that's a dangerous game to play." "It worked on Shepherd," St. James said. "Why not on you? She fixed in his mind the image of her vomiting. He believed her, and he took her part." "That was the third factor that influenced Hawkins' decision to call off the CID, the sickness. According to forensic—" Lindley set down his glass, put on his spectacles, and picked up the report. He scanned the first page, the second, and found what he was looking for on the third, saying, "Here it is. Prognosis for recovering from hemlock poisoning is good if vomition can be obtained. So the fact that she was sick supports Shepherd's contention that she ate some of the hemlock accidentally. Purposely, or what's more likely, not at all." St. James took up his pint of harp. "Obtained is the operative word, Tommy. It indicates that vomition isn't a natural byproduct of ingestion. It must be induced. So she'd have had to take a purgative of some sort, which means she would have had to know that she'd ingested poison in the first place. And if that's the case, why didn't she phone Sage to warn him or send someone out looking for him? Could she have known something was wrong with her, but not that it was hemlock? Could she have assumed it was something else? Some milk gone bad? A bad piece of meat? She could have assumed anything if she's innocent. We can't get away from that. Linley sailed the report back to the coffee table, removed his spectacles, ran his hand through his hair. Then we're nowhere, essentially. It's a case of yes, you did, no, I didn't, unless there's a motive somewhere. Can I hope the bishop gave you one in Bradford? This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 9, Side 1. Linley sailed the report back to the coffee table, removed his spectacles, ran his hand through his hair. Then we're nowhere, essentially. It's a case of yes, you did, no, I didn't, unless there's a motive somewhere. Can I hope the bishop gave you one in Bradford? Robin Sage was married, St. James said. He wanted to talk to his fellow priests about the woman taken in adultery, Deborah added. Linley leaned forward in his chair. No one said... Well, it seems to me no one knew. What happened to the wife? Was Sage divorced? That would be an odd thing for a priest, surely. She died some 10 or 15 years ago. A boating accident in Cornwall. What sort? Glenavon, he's Bradford's bishop, didn't know. I phoned Truro, but couldn't get through to the bishop there. And his secretary wasn't forthcoming with anything other than the basic fact, a boating accident. He wasn't free to give out information on the telephone, he said. What sort of boat it was, what the circumstances were, where the accident occurred, what the weather was like, if Sage was with her when it happened, nothing. Protecting one of their own? He didn't know who I was, after all. And even if he did, I hardly have the right to the information. I'm not CID. And what we're engaged in here is hardly an official endeavour, even if I were. But what do you think about the idea that they're protecting Sage, and through him the reputation of the church? It's a possibility. The connection to the woman taken in adultery is hard to ignore, isn't it? If he killed her, Linley mused, someone else might have waited for an opportunity for revenge. Two people alone in a sailboat, a rough day, a sudden squall. The boom shifts in the wind, cracks the woman on the head, and she's overboard in an instant. Could that sort of death be faked? St. James asked. A murder posing as an accident, you mean? No boom at all, but a blow to the head? Of course. What poetic justice, Deborah said. A second murder posing as an accident. It's symmetrical, isn't it? It's a perfect sort of vengeance, Linley said. There's truth to that. But then who is Mrs. Spence? Deborah asked. St. James listed possibilities. A former housekeeper who knew the truth, a neighbour, an old friend of the wife. The wife's sister, Deborah said. His own sister, even. Being urged back to the church here in Winslow and finding him a hypocrite she couldn't endure. Perhaps a cousin, Simon, or someone who worked for the Bishop of Truro as well. Why not someone who was involved with Sage? Adultery cuts both ways, doesn't it? He killed his wife to be with Mrs. Spence, but once she discovered the truth she wouldn't have him, she ran off. The possibilities are endless. Her background's the key. Linley turned his pint glass thoughtfully on the table. Concentric rings of moisture marked its every position. He'd been listening, but felt disinclined to dismiss all his previous conjectures. He said, Nothing else peculiar in his background, St. James? Alcohol, drugs, an unseemly interest in something disreputable, immoral, or illegal? He had a passion for scripture, but that doesn't seem out of character in a priest. What are you looking for? Something about children? Pedophilia? When Linley nodded, St. James went on, Not a hint of that. But would there be a hint if the church was protecting him and saving its own reputation to boot? Can you see the bishop admitting to the fact that Robin Sage had a penchant for choir boys, that he had to be moved? And he moved continually, according to the Bishop of Bradford, Deborah noted, because he couldn't keep his hands to himself. They'd get him help, they'd insist upon that, but would they ever admit to the truth in public? I suppose it's as likely as anything else, but it seems the least plausible of the explanations. Who are the choir boys here? Perhaps it wasn't boys. You're thinking of Maggie. And Mrs. Spence killing him to put an end to, what, molestation? Seduction? If that's the case, why wouldn't she say? It's still murder, St. James. She's the girl's only parent. Could she depend upon a jury seeing it her way, acquitting, and leaving her free to care for the child who depends upon her? Would she take that risk? Would anyone? Would you? Why not report him to the police, to the church? It's her word against his. But the daughter's word. What if Maggie chose to protect the man? What if she wanted the involvement in the first place? What if she fancied herself in love with him, or fancied he loved her? St. James rubbed the back of his neck. Deborah sank her chin into the palm of her hand. Both of them sighed. Deborah said, "I feel like the Red Queen in Alice. We need to run twice as fast, and I'm already out of breath." "It's not looking good," St. James agreed. "We need to know more, and all they need to do is hold their tongues to keep us permanently in the dark." "Not necessarily," Lindley said. "There's still Truro to consider. We've plenty of room to manoeuvre there. We've got the wife's death to dig into, as well as Robin Sage's background. God, that's a hike. Will you go there, Tommy?" "I won't." "Then who?" Lindley smiled. "Someone on holiday, just like the rest of us." In Acton, Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers turned on the radio that sat on the top of the refrigerator and interrupted Sting in the midst of warbling about his father's hands. She said, "Yeah, baby, sing it, you hunk," and chuckled at herself. She liked listening to Sting. Lindley claimed her interest was rooted solely in the fact that Sting appeared to shave only once a fortnight in a display of putative virility that was geared to attract a largely feminine following. Barbara pooh-poohed this. She argued that for his part Lindley was a musical snob, saying that if a piece had been composed within the last 80 years, he wouldn't offend his aristocratic ears by exposing them to it. She herself had no real predilection for rock and roll, but given her preference she always chose it over classical, jazz, blues, or what Constable Nakata referred to as honky grandma tunes, which usually featured something from the 40s, inoffensively rendered by a full orchestra with a heavy emphasis on the strings. Nakata himself was devoted to blues, although Havers knew he'd sell his soul in an instant, not to mention his growing collection of CDs, for just 5 minutes alone with Tina Turner. "Never you mind, she's old enough to be my mum," he'd say to his colleagues. "My mum looked like that, I'd have never left home." Barbara turned up the volume and opened the refrigerator. She was hoping that the sight of something inside would stimulate her appetite. Instead, the odour of 5-day-old plaice made her retreat to the other side of the kitchen, saying, "Jesus bloody hell," with some considerable reverence, while she considered how best to be rid of the leaking package of fish without having to touch it. She wondered what other malodorous surprises were waiting for discovery, wrapped in foil, stored in plastic cases, or brought home in cartons for a hasty meal and long since forgotten. From her position of safety she spied something green climbing the edges of one container. She wanted to believe it was leftover mushy peas. The colour seemed right, but the fibrous consistency suggested mould. Next to it, a new life form seemed to be evolving from what once had been a plate of spaghetti. In fact, the entire refrigerator looked like an unsavoury experiment in progress, conducted by Alexander Fleming with another trip to Stockholm in mind. With her eyes fastened suspiciously on this mess, and the back of one index finger pressed beneath her nose to breathe against shallowly, Barbara edged over to the kitchen sink. She rustled through cleansers, scrubbing pads, brushes, and a few stiffened lumps that had once been dishcloths. She unearthed a carton of rubbish bags. Armed with one of these and a spatula, she advanced to do battle. The plaice went into the sack first, splatting against the floor and sending up a death howl in the form of an odour that made Barbara shudder. The mushy peas cum antibiotic went next, followed by the spaghetti, a wedge of double Gloucester that appeared to have grown some sort of interesting beard, a plate of petrified bangers and mash, and a carton of pizza, which she could not get up the nerve to open. Leftover chow mein joined the mess, as did the spongy remains of half a tomato, 3 grapefruit halves, and a carton of milk she distinctly remembered having purchased last June. Once Barbara developed a rhythm to this catharsis of comestibles, she decided to carry it to its logical conclusion. Anything that wasn't sealed in a jar, permanently and professionally pickled, or posing as a condiment unaffected by the passage of time, out with the mayonnaise, in with the ketchup, joined the place and its companions in decomposition. By the time she was done, the refrigerator shelves were bare of anything that made even the smallest promise of a meal, but she wasn't a mourner for the edible loss. Whatever appetite she may have been trying to stimulate with her sentimental journey through the territory of ptomaine had long since disappeared. She slammed the door home and tied up the rubbish bag with its length of wire. She opened the back door, shoved the bag outside, and waited for a moment to see if it would develop legs and slither off to join the rest of the household rubbish on its own. When it didn't, she made a mental note to handle it later. She lit a cigarette. The scent of the match and of the burning tobacco did much to mask the residual foul odour of food gone bad. She lit a second match and then a third, while all the time she inhaled the smoke from the cigarette as deeply as she could. Not a total loss, she thought. Nothing for tea or supper, but look at it this way. Another job's done. All she had to do was scrub down the shelves and wash out the single drawer, and the refrigerator would be ready to sell. A little old, a bit unreliable, but priced accordingly. She couldn't take it with her when she moved to Chalk Farm. The studio was far too tiny to accommodate anything larger than Munchkin size. So she was going to have to clean it out eventually, sooner or later, when she was ready to move. She went to the table and sat, her chair noisily scraping one bare metal foot against the sticky linoleum floor. She twirled the end of her cigarette between thumb and index finger, and idly watched the progress of the paper burning as the tobacco it held continued to smoulder. The occasion of having to deal with this refrigerated putrefaction had, she realized, informed against her. One more job done meant one more item ticked off the list, which put her one step closer to shutting the house, selling it, and taking herself off to an unknown new life. By alternate days she felt ready for the move, and unaccountably terrified of the change it implied. She'd been to Chalk Farm half a dozen times already. She'd paid her deposit on the little studio. She'd talked to the landlord about different curtains and about the installation of the telephone. She'd even got a brief glimpse of one of her fellow tenants, sitting in a pleasant square of sun at the window of his lower ground-level flat. Yet even while that part of her life, marked future, drew her steadily onwards, the larger part, marked past, kept her standing in place. She knew that there was no turning back once this house in Acton was sold. One of the last ties to her mother would be severed. Barbara had spent the morning with her. They'd walked to the hawthorn-lined common in Greenford and sat on one of the benches that surrounded the play area, watching a young mother twirling a laughing toddler on a roundabout. It had been one of her mother's good days. She recognized Barbara, and although she slipped 3 times and called her Doris, she didn't argue the point when Barbara gently reminded her that Auntie Doris had been dead and gone for nearly 50 years. She merely said with a wispy smile, "I forget, Barbie, but I'm good today. Shall I come home soon?" "Don't you like it here?" Barbara asked. "Mrs. Flo likes you, and you get on well with Mrs. Pendlebury and Mrs. Solkill, don't you?" Her mother scrabbled at the ground beneath her feet, then held her legs out straight like a child. She said, "Like my new shoes, Barbie?" "I thought you might." They were high-top trainers, lavender with silver stripes on the side. Barbara had found them in a rainbow selection in Camden Lock Market. She'd bought a pair for herself in red and gold, snickering at the thought of Inspector Lindley's horrified face when he saw them on her feet, and although they hadn't had any in her mother's size, she'd bought the lavender ones anyway, because they were the most outrageous and consequently the most likely to please. She'd thrown in 2 pairs of purple and black argyle socks to fill up the space between her mother's feet and the shoes, and she'd smiled at the pleasure Mrs. Havers had taken at unwrapping the package and fishing through the tissue for her surprise. Barbara had got into the habit of bringing a little something with her on these bi-weekly visits to Hawthorn Lodge, where for the past 2 months her mother had been living with 2 other elderly women and Mrs. Florence Magentry, Mrs. Flo, who cared for them. Barbara told herself that she did it for the joy of seeing her mother's face brighten at the sight of a gift. But she knew each package served as coin to purchase her freedom from guilt. She said again, "You like it here with Mrs. Flo, don't you, Mum?" Mrs. Havers was watching the toddler in the roundabout. She was swaying to some interior tune. "Mrs. Salkeld messed her pants last night," she said confidentially. "But Mrs. Flo didn't even get crossed, Barbie. She said, 'These things happen, dearie, as we get older, so you mustn't worry yourself to bits.' I didn't mess my pants." "That's good, Mum." "I helped as well. I got the washing flannel and the plastic basin, and I held it just so Mrs. Flo could clean her. Mrs. Salkeld cried. She said, 'I'm sorry, I couldn't tell, I didn't know.' I felt bad for her. I gave her some of my chocolates after. I didn't mess my pants, Barbie." "You're a big help to Mrs. Flo, Mum. She probably couldn't get along without you." "She does say that, doesn't she? She'll be sad when I leave. Am I coming home today?" "Not today, Mum." "Soon, though?" "But not today." Barbara sometimes wondered if it would be better to leave her mother in Mrs. Flo's more than capable hands, if she should simply pay her expenses, disappear, and hope that her mother would forget in time that she had a daughter not far away. She did continual flip-flops on the efficacy of these visits to Greenford. She went from believing they did nothing more than put momentary plasters on the sores of her own guilt, at the expense of disrupting Mrs. Havers' routine, to convincing herself that her steady presence in her mother's life would keep her from complete mental disintegration. There was no literature available on either position as far as Barbara knew, and even if she had tried to find it, which she couldn't bring herself to do, what difference would some conveniently removed social scientist theories make? This was her mother, after all. She couldn't abandon her. Barbara stabbed her cigarette into the ashtray on the kitchen table and counted the stubs that lay crushed there already. 18 cigarettes she'd smoked since this morning. She had to quit. It was unclean, unhealthy, and disgusting. She lit another. From her chair she could see down the corridor all the way to the front door. She could see the stairway to the right, the sitting room to the left. It was impossible to avoid noticing how far along the renovation of the house had moved. The interior was painted, new carpet was laid, fixtures were repaired or replaced in the bathroom and the kitchen. The stove and oven were cleaner than they had been in 20 years. The linoleum floor still needed to be stripped completely and then re-waxed, and wallpaper still waited to be hung. But once those 2 jobs were taken care of, along with washing or replacing the curtains, which hadn't been touched as far as Barbara knew since her family's move to the house in her childhood, she could turn her efforts to the exterior. The back garden was a nightmare. The front garden was non-existent, and the house itself needed massive effort. There were gutters to replace, woodwork to paint, windows to wash, a front door to refinish. And while her savings were rapidly dwindling, and her own time was limited because of her job, things were still moving slowly forward according to her original plan. If she didn't do something to slow down the wheels of this entire project, initially taken on to guarantee she would have sufficient funds to keep her mother at Hawthorne Lodge indefinitely, the time for being on her own would be fast upon her. Barbara wanted that independence, or so she kept telling herself. She was 33 years old. She'd never established a life of her own, unattached to her family and their infinite needs. That she could do so now ought to have been a cause for jubilation at a release from bondage. But somehow it wasn't. And it hadn't been since the morning she'd driven her mother to Greenford and settled her into a crisp new life with Mrs. Flo. Mrs. Flo had prepared for their arrival in a way that should have set every worry to rest. A welcome sign draped over the narrow stairway's banister, and there were flowers in the entry. Upstairs, in her mother's room, a porcelain carousel spun round slowly, playing The Entertainer in light, chiming notes. "Oh, Barbie! Barbie, look!" her mother had breathed, and she rested her chin on the chest of drawers and watched the tiny horses rise and fall. There were flowers in the bedroom as well, irises in a tall white vase. "I thought she might need a special moment," Mrs. Flo said, smoothing her hands against the bodice of her pin-striped shirt-waister. "Ease her in gentle, so she knows we mean to make her welcome. I've coffee and poppy-seed cakes down below. Bit early for 11s, isn't it? But I thought you might have to be off fairly quick." Barbara nodded. "I'm working on a case in Cambridge." She looked round the room. It was so clean, crisp and warm, with the sunlight falling across the daisy carpet. "Thank you," she said. She wasn't referring to the coffee and cakes. Mrs. Flo patted her hand. "Don't you worry about Mum. We'll do right by her, Barbie. May I call you Barbie?" Barbara wanted to tell her that no one but her parents had ever used that name, that it made her feel childlike and in need of care. She was about to correct her, saying, "It's Barbara, please," when she realized that to do so would be to break the illusion that somehow this was home, and these women, her mother, Mrs. Flo, Mrs. Salkeld, and Mrs. Pendlebury, one of whom was blind and the other another victim of dementia, constituted a family into which she herself was being offered membership if she cared to accept it, and she did. So it wasn't so much the prospect of permanently abandoning her mother that caused Barbara to drag her feet from time to time, as it became more apparent that her dream of being on her own was about to become reality. It was the prospect of her own abandonment. For 2 months now she had been coming home to an empty house, something she had longed for during the years of her father's lingering illness, something she had deemed completely indispensable when she found herself left to deal with her mother after his death. For what seemed like ages she had sought a solution to caring for her mother, and now that she had one apparently designed by heaven, God, was there another Mrs. Flo anywhere else on earth? The focus of her plans had shifted from dealing with an aging parent to dealing with the house. And when the house offered her nothing more to deal with, she'd be face to face with dealing with herself. Alone, she would have to start thinking about her isolation. And when the King's Arms emptied of her colleagues in the evening, when Macpherson went home to his wife and 5 children, when Hale went to do increasingly dubious battle with the solicitor who was handling his divorce, when Linley dashed off to have dinner with Helen, and the Carter drifted off to take one of his 6 squabbling girlfriends to bed, she'd meander slowly to St. James's Park Station, kicking at rubbish that blew in her path. She'd ride to Waterloo, change to the Northern Line, and hunch on a seat with a copy of the Times, feigning interest in national and world events to disguise her growing panic at being alone. "It's no crime to feel this way," she kept telling herself. "You've been under someone's thumb for 33 years. What else would you expect to feel when the pressure's gone? What do prisoners feel when they're let out of jail?" "How about liberated?" she answered herself. "How about dancing in the street, like having their hair worked over by one of those posh hairdressers in Knightsbridge, who have their windows all draped in black to show off blow-up snaps of gorgeous women with geometric haircuts that never grow out scraggly or get blown by the wind?" Anyone else in her position, she decided, would probably be brimming with plans, working feverishly to get this house in shape to sell, so that she could start a new life, which no doubt would begin with a wardrobe change, a body makeover, courtesy of a personal trainer who looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger with better teeth, a sudden interest in makeup, and a telephone answering machine to keep track of the messages from a score of admirers, all waiting to entwine their lives with hers. But Barbara had always been a bit more practical than that. She knew change came slowly, if it came at all. So right now, the move to Chalk Farm represented nothing more than unknown shops to get used to, unknown streets to navigate, unknown neighbours to meet. All of it would be done on her own, with no voice to hear in the morning save her own, no friendly noise of someone puttering about, and especially no sympathetic companion, both ready and eager to listen to her assessment of how things had gone on a given day. Of course, she'd never had a sympathetic companion involved in her life in the past, only her parents, who awaited her nightly arrival, not to engage her in avid conversation, but to wolf down supper and get back to the telly, where they watched a succession of American melodramas. Still, her parents had been a human presence in her life for 33 long and unbroken years. While they hadn't exactly filled her life with joy and a sense that the future was an unwritten slate, they had been there needing her, and now no one did. She realized that she wasn't so much afraid of being alone as she was of becoming one of the nation's invisibles, a woman whose presence in anyone's life had no particular importance. This house in Acton, especially if she brought her mother back to it, would eliminate the chance of her discovering that she was an unnecessary fixture in the world, eating, sleeping, bathing, and eliminating like the rest of mankind, but otherwise expendable. Locking the door, handing over the key to the estate agent and going on her way, meant risking the revelation of her own unimportance. She wanted to avoid that as long as she could. She crushed out her cigarette, got to her feet and stretched. Eating Greek food sounded better than did stripping and waxing the kitchen floor. Lamb souvlakia on rice, dolmades, and a half-bottle of Aristide's marginally drinkable wine. But first the rubbish bag. It was where she had left it outside the back door. Barbara was grateful to see that its contents hadn't managed to climb the evolutionary scale from mould and algae to anything with legs. She hoisted it up and trudged along the weed-sprung path to the rubbish bins. She lowered the bag inside just as the telephone began to ring. "What do you know, my date for next New Year's," she muttered, and then, "All right, I'm coming," as if the caller were telegraphing impatience. She caught it on the 8th double ring, picking it up to hear a man say, "Ah, good, you're there. I thought I might have missed you." "You mean you don't miss me?" Barbara asked. "And here I was, worried you'd be incapable of sleeping with the two of us so many miles apart." Lindley chuckled. "How goes the holiday, Sergeant?" "In fits and starts." "You need a change of scenery to take your mind off things." "Could be. But why do I think this is heading in a direction I might learn to regret?" "If the direction's Cornwall?" "That doesn't sound half bad. Who's buying?" "I am." "You're on, Inspector. When do I leave?" Chapter 20. It was 5:15 when Linley and St. James walked up the short drive to the vicarage. No car was parked there, but a light burned in what appeared to be the kitchen. Another shone behind the curtains from a first-floor room, making a tawny glow against which they could see a figure moving in silhouette, distorted, Quasimodo-like, from the way the material hung behind the glass. Next to the front door, a collection of rubbish waited to be carted away. It seemed to consist mostly of newspapers, empty containers for household cleaning agents, and dirty rags. These last gave off the distinct and eye-watering smell of ammonia, as if testifying to the victory of antisepsis in whatever war of cleanliness had been waged inside the house. Linley rang the bell. St. James looked across the street and frowned thoughtfully at the church. He said, "My guess is that she'll probably have to dig through the local newspapers to get some sort of account of the death, Tommy. I can't think the Bishop of Truro will tell Barbara anything more than his secretary told me, and that's counting on her ability to get in to see him in the first place. He could put her off for days, especially if there is something to hide, and if Glenavon reported our visit. Havers will deal with it in one fashion or another. I certainly wouldn't put strong-arming a bishop past her. That sort of thing is her stock-in-trade." Linley rang the bell again. "But as to Truro's admitting to any nasty proclivities on the part of Sage, that's a problem. But nasty proclivities are only one possibility. We've already seen there are dozens of others, some applying to Sage, some to Mrs. Spence. If Havers uncovers anything questionable, no matter what it is, at least we'll have more to work with than we have at the moment." Linley peered through the kitchen window. The light that was on came from a small bulb above the cooker. The room was empty. "Ben Ragg said there was a housekeeper at work here, didn't he?" He rang the bell a third time. A voice finally responded from behind the door, hesitant and low. "Who's there, please?" "Scotland Yard CID," Linley replied. "I've identification if you'd like to see it." The door cracked open, then closed quickly once Linley had passed the warrant card through. Nearly a minute passed. A tractor rumbled by in the street. A school bus disgorged 6 uniformed pupils at the edge of the car park in front of St. John the Baptist Church, before trundling up the incline with its indicator flashing for the Trough of Bowland. The door opened again. A woman stood in the entry. She was holding the warrant card mostly enclosed in one fist, while her other hand grabbed at the crew neck of her pullover and bunched it up, as if she were concerned that it might not be covering her sufficiently. Her hair, a long crinkly mass that looked electrically charged, hid more than half of her face. The shadows hid the rest. "Vicar's dead, you know," she said in not much more than a mumble. "Died last month. Constable found him on the footpath. He ate something bad. It was an accident." She was stating what she must have known they'd already been told, as if she had no idea at all that New Scotland Yard had been prowling round the village for the last 24 hours on the trail of this death. It was difficult to believe that she wouldn't have heard of their presence before this, especially, Lindley realised as he studied her, since she certainly had been sitting in the pub with a male companion on the previous night when St. John Townley Young had paid his call. Townley Young had accosted the man with her, in fact. She didn't move away from the doorway to let them in, but she shivered from the cold, and Lindley looked down to see that her feet were bare. He also saw that she was wearing trousers, fine grey herringbone. "May we come in?" "It was an accident," she said. "Everyone knows that. We won't stay long, and you ought to get out of the cold." She gripped her pullover's neck more tightly. She looked from him to St. James and back to him before she stepped away from the door and admitted them into the house. "You're the housekeeper?" Lindley asked. "Polly Yarkin," she said. Lindley introduced St. James and went on to say, "May we talk to you?" He felt the curious need to be gentle with her, and he couldn't determine exactly why. There was something both frightened and defeated in her air, like a horse that's been broken by an ill-tempered hand. She seemed ready to bolt in an instant. She led them into the sitting-room, where she turned the switch on a floor lamp to no effect. She said, "Bulb's gone, isn't it?" and left them alone. In the diminishing light of dusk they could see that whatever personal possessions the vicar had owned, they were gone. What was left was a sofa, an ottoman, and 2 chairs arranged round a coffee table. Across from them a bookshelf reached from floor to ceiling, empty of books. Something glittered on the floor next to this, and Lindley went to investigate. St. James strolled to the window and pushed the curtains to one side, saying, "Nothing much out there. The shrubs look bad. There are plants on the step," mostly to himself. Lindley picked up a small globe of silver that lay unhinged and open on the carpet. Scattered round it were the desiccated remains of triangular, fleshy bits that appeared to be fruit. He picked up one of these as well. It had no scent. Its texture was like a dried sponge. The globe was connected to a matching silver chain. Its clasp was broken. "That's mine." Polly Yarkin had returned, light bulb in hand. "I wondered where it got itself off to." "What is it?" "Amulet. For health. Mum likes me to wear it. Silly, like garlic. But you can't tell Mum that. She's ever one to believe in charms." Lindley handed it to her. She returned his warrant card. Her fingers felt feverish. She went to the floor lamp, changed the bulb, switched it on, and retreated to one of the chairs which she stood behind, her hands curved round its back. Lindley went to the sofa. St. James joined him. She nodded at them to sit, although it seemed clear that she had no intention of sitting herself. Lindley gestured to the chair and said, "This won't take long," and waited for her to move. She did so reluctantly, one hand holding onto the back of the chair as if she would pull herself behind it again. Sitting, she was more fully in the light, and it appeared that light, and not their company, was what she wished to avoid. He saw for the first time that the trousers she wore belonged to a man's suit. They were far too long. She'd rolled the bottoms into bulky cuffs. "Vickers," she said in hesitant explanation. "I don't think anyone will mind, do you? I tripped on the back step just a bit ago. Ripped my skirt up proper. Clumsy as an old cow, I am." He raised his eyes to her face. An angry red welt curved from under the protective curtain of her hair, marking a path that ended at the corner of her mouth. "Clumsy," she said again, and she gave a little laugh. "I'm always running into things. Mum should have gave me an amulet to keep me steady on my feet." She pushed her hair forward a bit more. Lindley wondered what else she was trying to hide on her face. Her skin was shiny across what he could see of her forehead, perspiration, either from nerves or from illness. It wasn't warm enough in the house for the sheen of sweat to be realistically from anything else. He said, "Are you quite all right? May we phone a doctor for you?" She rolled the trouser cuffs down to cover her feet and tucked the extra material round them. "I never seen a doctor these past 10 years. I just fell. I'm all right." "But if you've hit your head, just banged up my face on that silly door, didn't I?" She backed herself cautiously into the chair and put one hand on each arm. Her movement was slow, and it looked deliberate, as if she were digging out of her memory the appropriate way to sit and behave when someone came to call. But something about her manner, perhaps it was the way her arms moved like mechanical extensions of her body, or the way her fingers uncurled with an effort and lay flat against the chair's upholstery, suggested that she really wanted nothing so much as to cradle herself doubled over until some interior pain went away. When neither Linley nor St. James spoke at once, she said, "Church wardens asked me to keep the place up and get it ready for another vicar. I've been cleaning. Sometimes I work too hard and get a bit sore, you know." "You've been working on the house since the vicar died?" It seemed unlikely. The place wasn't that large. "It takes time, doesn't it, to get things sorted out proper and to make them tidy when someone passes on." "You've done a good job. It's just that they always look the vicarage over, don't they, the new ones? It helps them make a decision if they get offered the job." "Is that how it worked with Mr. Sage? Did he come to look the vicarage over before he took the position?" "He didn't mind what it was like. I suppose it was because he didn't have a family, so it didn't much matter about the house. There was only him in it." "Did he ever speak of a wife?" St. James asked. Polly reached for the amulet which lay in her lap. "Wife? Was he thinking of getting married?" "He'd been married. He was a widower." "He never said. I thought... Well, he didn't seem much interested in women, did he?" Linley and St. James exchanged a glance. Linley said, "How do you mean?" Polly picked up the amulet and closed her fingers round it, returning her hand to the arm of the chair. "He never acted any different with the church-cleaning ladies than he did with the blokes that ring the bells. I thought, well, maybe the vicar's too holy. Maybe he doesn't think about ladies and such. He read the Bible lots, after all. He prayed. He wanted me to pray with him. He'd always say, 'Let's start the day with a prayer, dear Polly.'" "What sort of prayer?" "God help us to know your will and to find the way." "That was the prayer?" "Mostly. But it was longer than that. I always wondered what way I was supposed to find." Her lips curved briefly. "Find the way to cook the meat proper, I guess. Except he never complained about my cooking, the vicar. He said, 'You cook like Saint somebody or other, dear Polly. I forget who. Saint Michael, did he cook?" "I think he fought the devil." "Oh, well, I'm not religious. I mean the kind of religion with churches and such. Vicar didn't know that, which is just as well." "If he admired your cooking, he must have told you he'd not be home for dinner the night he died." "He only said that he wouldn't be wanting any dinner. I didn't know he was going out. I just thought maybe he wasn't feeling right." "Why?" "He'd been holed up in his bedroom all day, hadn't he, and he didn't eat his lunch. He came out once round tea-time to use the phone in the study, but he went right back to his room when he was done." "What time was this?" "Round 3, I guess." "Did you hear his conversation?" She opened her palm and looked at the amulet. She rolled her fingers against it. "I was a tad worried about him. It wasn't like Mr. Sage not to eat." "So you heard his conversation?" "Just a tad is all. And only because I was worried. It wasn't like I was listening to hear. I mean, he wasn't sleeping well, the vicar. His bed was always thrashed up in the morning like he was wrestling with the sheets, and he—" Linley leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He said, "It's all right, Polly. You had good intentions. No one's about to judge you for listening at a door." She didn't look convinced. Distrust flickered behind the skittish movement of her eyes from Linley to St. James back to Linley. "What did he say?" Linley asked. "Who was he talking to?" "You can't judge what happened then. You can't know what's right now. That's in God's hands, not yours. We aren't here to judge. That's up to—" "No," Polly said. "That's what I heard. That's what the vicar said. You can't judge what happened then. You can't know what's right now. That's in God's hands, not yours." "Was that the only phone call he made that day?" "Far as I know." "Was he angry? Was he shouting, raising his voice?" "He sounded tired, mostly." "You didn't see him afterwards?" She shook her head. Afterwards, she said, she took tea to the study, only to find that he'd gone back up to his bedroom. She followed him there and knocked on the door, offering him the food which he refused. I said, "You haven't had a bite all day, Vicar, and you must eat something, and I'm not leaving this spot until you have a bite of these nice toast fingers I've got here." So he finally opened the door. He was dressed and the bed was made, but I knew what he'd been doing. "What?" "Praying. He had this little prayer place in a corner of the room with a Bible on it and a place to kneel. That's where he'd been." "How do you know?" She rubbed her fingers against her knee in explanation. "Trousers. The crease was gone from right here. There were wrinkle places as well, where his leg bent to kneel." "What did he say to you?" "That I was a good soul, but I mustn't worry. I asked him was he ill. He said no." "Did you believe him?" I said, "You're wearing yourself out, Vicar, with these trips to London. He just got back the day before, see? And every time he went to London he looked a bit worse than the last time he went. And every time he went he came home and prayed. Sometimes I wondered, well, what was he up to in London that he came back so tired and peaky-looking? But then he went on the train, didn't he? So I thought maybe it was just the aggravation of travel and such. Getting to the station, buying all the tickets, switching trains here and there, that sort of thing. Makes you tired, a trip like that." "Where did he go in London?" Polly didn't know, nor could she say what he'd been doing. Whether it was church business, whether it was personal, the vicar kept the information to himself. The only thing Polly was able to tell them for sure was that he stayed in a hotel not far from Euston Station. It was the same hotel each time. She remembered that. Did they want the name? Yes, if she had it. She started to rise, then caught her breath with something like surprise when the movement didn't come easily to her. She disguised a small cry by coughing. It did little enough to hide her pain. "Sorry," she said. "I'm silly to fall. Got myself real banged up. Clumsy old cow." She inched her way forward in the chair and pushed herself up when she got to the edge. Lindley watched her, frowning, noting the odd manner in which she held her pullover bunched in front of her with both hands. She didn't stand up straight. When she walked, she favoured her right leg. He said abruptly, "Who's been to see you today, Polly?" Just as abruptly she stopped. "No one. At least, no one that I recall." She made a show of thinking the question over, creasing her brow and concentrating on the carpet as if she would see the answer there. "Nope, no one at all." "I don't believe you. You didn't fall, did you?" "I did, out back." "Who was it? Has Mr. Townley Young been to see you? Did he want to talk to you about the pranks at Coates Hall?" She seemed genuinely surprised. "The Hall? No." "About last night in the pub, then? About the man you were with? That was his son-in-law, wasn't it?" "No, I mean it was. It was Brendan, true. But Mr. Townley Young hasn't been here." "Then who—" "I fell. I got banged up. It'll teach me to be more careful." She left the room. Lindley pushed himself to his feet and walked to the window. From there he paced to the bookcase, then back to the window. A wall radiator was hissing beneath it, insistent and irritating. He tried to turn the knob. It seemed permanently stuck. He clenched it, fought with it, burned his hand, and cursed. "Tommy." He swung round to St. James, who hadn't moved from the sofa. "Who?" he asked. Perhaps more importantly, why? "Why? For God's sake—" St. James's voice was low and perfectly calm. "Consider the situation. Scotland Yard arrives and begins asking questions. Everyone's meant to toe the already established line. Perhaps Polly doesn't want to. Perhaps someone knows that." "Christ, that's not even the point, St. James. Someone beat her up. Someone out there, someone... Your hands are full and she doesn't want to talk. She could be afraid. She could be merely protective. We don't know. The larger issue at the moment is whether what happened to her is connected to what happened to Robin Sage. You sound like Barbara Havers. Someone has to. Polly returned, a slip of paper in her hand.
Hamilton House, she said. Here's the phone as well.
Linley put the slip of paper into his pocket. How many times did Mr. Sage go to London?
4, perhaps 5. I can look in his diary if you want to know for certain.
His diary's still here? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 9, side 2. Linley put the slip of paper into his pocket. How many times did Mr. Sage go to London?
4, perhaps 5. I can look in his diary if you want to know for certain.
His diary's still here?
All his things is here. His will said to give all his belongings to charity, but it didn't say which. The church council said to pack everything up until they decide where to send them. Would you like to look through it?
If we may.
In the study.
She led them back along the corridor past the stairway. She'd apparently been cleaning spots in the carpet sometime that day, because Linley noticed patches of damp that he hadn't seen when they first entered the house, near the door, and in an uneven trail to the stairs where one of the walls had been washed as well. Beneath a bare urn-stand opposite the stairway, a strip of multicoloured material curled. As Polly walked on, oblivious, Linley picked it up. It was flimsy, he discovered, similar to gauze, with threads of metallic gold running through it. It reminded him of the Indian dresses and skirts he'd often seen for sale in outdoor markets. Thoughtfully he twisted it round his finger, felt an unusual stiffness to it, and held it up to the ceiling light which Polly had turned on in their progress towards the front of the house. The material was heavily blotched with a rusty stain. It was frayed on the edges, ripped from a larger piece, not cut with scissors. Linley examined it with little surprise. He put it into his pocket and followed St. James into the vicar's study. Polly stood next to the desk. She had lit the lamp on it, but positioned herself so that her hair cast an oblique shadow across her face. The room was crowded with cartons, all of them labelled, one of them open. This contained clothes, obviously the source of Polly's trousers. Linley said, "He had a lot of possessions."
Not a lot of important stuff. It's just that he was a bit of a hoarder. When I wanted to throw something away, I had to put it in his work tray on the desk and let him decide. Mostly he kept things, especially London things. Tickets to museums, a day pass for the Underground, like they were souvenirs. He just collected odd bits, did the vicar. Some people are like that, aren't they?
Linley wandered among the cartons, reading the labels. Just books, loo, parish business, sitting room, vestments, shoes, study, desk, bedroom, sermons, magazines, odd bits. "What's in this?" he asked of the last.
Things from his pockets, scraps, theatre programmes, that sort of thing.
"And the diary, where would we find it?" She pointed to the cartons marked study, desk, and books. There were at least a dozen. Linley began moving them for easier access. He said, "Who's been through the vicar's belongings besides yourself?"
"No one," she said. "The church council told me to pack everything up and seal it and mark it, but they haven't looked things over yet. I expect they'll want to keep the parish business carton, won't they? And they might want to offer his sermons to the new vicar as well. The clothes can go to—"
"And prior to your packing things into cartons?" Linley asked. "Who went through his things then?" She hesitated. She was standing near him. He could smell the odour of her perspiration soaking into the wool of her pullover. "After the vicar died," Linley clarified. "During the investigation, did anyone look through his belongings?"
"Constable," she said.
"Did he go through the vicar's things alone? Were you with him? Was his father?" Her tongue darted out to dampen her upper lip.
"I brought him tea.
Every day I was in and out. So he worked alone? When she nodded, he said, I see, and unsealed the first carton as St. James did the same to another. He said, Maggie Spence was a frequent visitor to the vicarage, as I understand. She was a great favourite of the vicar. I suppose. Did they meet alone? Alone? Polly picked at a rough spot on the side of her thumb. The vicar and Maggie, did they meet alone? In here? In the sitting-room? Somewhere else? Upstairs? Polly surveyed the room as if looking for the memory. In here, mostly, I'd say. Alone? Yes. Was the door open or shut? She began to unseal one of the cartons. Shut, mostly. Before Linley could ask another question, she went on. They liked to talk. Bible stuff. They loved the Bible. I'd bring them their tea. He'd be sitting in that chair. She pointed to an overstuffed chair on which 3 more cartons were piled. And Maggie'd be on the stool there, in front of the desk. A discreet 4 feet away, Linley noted. He wondered who placed it there, Sage, Maggie, or Polly herself. He said, Did the vicar meet with other young people from the parish? No, just Maggie. Did you think that unusual? After all, there was a social club for the teenagers, as I understand. He never met with any of them? When he first got here, there was a meeting in the church for the young people, to form the club. I made them scones, I remember that. But only Maggie came here. What about her mother? Mrs. Spence. Polly shuffled through the material in the carton. She made a show of examining it. It seemed to consist mostly of loose papers filled with typescript. She never was here, Mrs. Spence. Did she phone? Polly considered the question. Across from her, St. James was going through a sheaf of papers and a stack of pamphlets. Once, near supper, Maggie was still here. She wanted her at home. Was she angry? We didn't speak very long, so I couldn't say. She just asked, was Maggie here? Sort of snippy, I guess. I said yes and fetched her. Maggie talked on the phone mostly, yes, Mummy, no, Mummy, and please listen, Mummy. And she went home. Upset? A bit grey in the face and dragging her feet, like she was caught doing something she wasn't supposed to. She was fond of the vicar, Maggie was. He was fond of her. But her mum didn't want that. So Maggie came to see him on the sly. And her mother found out. How? People see things, they talk. There's no secrets in a village like Winslow. It seemed a wildly facile statement to Linley. As far as he had been able to ascertain, there were secrets layered upon secrets in Winslow, and nearly all of them had to do with the vicar, Maggie, the constable, and Juliet Spence. St. James said, Is this what we're looking for? And Linley saw that he was holding a small engagement diary with a black plastic cover and a spiral spine. St. James handed it over and went on rooting through the carton that he had opened. Polly said, I'll leave you to it, then, and left them. In a moment they could hear water running in the kitchen. Linley put on his spectacles and flipped through the diary from December backwards, noting first that, although the 23rd was marked with the Townley Young wedding, and the morning of the 22nd had Power/Townley Young scrawled at 10:30, there was no reference on that same day to having dinner with Juliet Spence. The day before had a notation, however. The name Yana Papalis made a diagonal across the lines for appointments. "When did Deborah meet him?" Linley asked. "When you and I were in Cambridge, November. A Thursday. Was it round the 20th? Linley flipped the pages forward. They were filled with notations about the vicar's life, meetings of the Altar Society, visitations to the sick, the assembling of his fledgling teen club, baptisms, 3 funerals, 2 weddings, sessions that looked like marital counselling, presentations before the church council, 2 clerical gatherings in Bradford. He found what he was looking for on Thursday the 16th, SS, next to 1 o'clock. But at that point the trail went cold. There were names listed next to times further back, all the way to the vicar's arrival in Winslow. Some were Christian names, some were surnames, but it was impossible to tell if they belonged to parishioners or if they indicated Sage's business in London. He looked up. "S.S.," he said to St. James. "Does that suggest anything to you?" "Someone's initials." "Possibly, except that he's not used initials any place else. It's always names, except this once. What does that suggest?" "An organization?" St. James looked reflective. "Nazis come to mind." "Robin Sage, neo-Nazi? A closet skinhead?" "Secret Service, perhaps?" "Robin Sage, Winslow's budding James Bond?" "No, it would have been MI5 or 6 then, wouldn't it? Or SIS. St. James began replacing items in the carton. "Nothing much in here aside from the diary. Stationery, business cards, his own Tommy, part of a sermon on the lilies of the field, ink, pens, pencils, farming guides, 2 packets of seeds for tomatoes, a file of correspondence filled with letters of dismissal, letters of application, letters of acceptance, an application for—" St. James frowned. "What?" "Cambridge. Partially filled out. Doctor of Theology. And it isn't that. It's the application. Any application. Partially filled out. It reminded me of what Deborah and I have been— Never mind that. It brings to mind SS. What about social services?" Linley saw the leap his friend had made from his own life. He wanted to adopt a child? Or to place a child? Christ! Maggie? Perhaps he saw Juliet Spence as an unfit mother. That might push her to violence. It's certainly a thought. But there hasn't been the slightest whisper of that from any quarter. There usually isn't if the situation's abusive. You know how it goes. The child's afraid to speak, trusting no one. When she finally finds someone she can trust— St. James refolded the carton's flaps and pressed the tape back down to seal them. "We may have been looking at Robin Sage through the wrong sort of window," Linley said. "All those meetings with Maggie alone. Instead of seduction, he might have been trying to get to the truth." Linley sat in the desk chair and set the diary down. "But this is pointless speculation. We don't know enough. We don't even know when he went to London, because you can't tell from the diary where he was. It has names and times listed, scores of appointments, but aside from Bradford, there's no place mentioned." "He kept the receipts." Polly Yarkin spoke from the doorway. She was carrying a tray on which she'd assembled a teapot, 2 cups and saucers, and a half-crushed package of chocolate digestives. She put the tray on the desk and said, "Hotel receipts, he kept them. You can match up the dates." They found the file of Robin Sage's hotel receipts in the 3rd box they tried. These documented 5 visits to London, beginning in October and ending just 2 days before he died, the 21st of December, when Yiannopoulos was written. Linley matched the receipt dates to the diary, but he came up with only 3 more pieces of information that looked even marginally promising. The name Kate, next to noon on Sage's first London visit of the 11th of October, a telephone number on his 2nd, SS again on his 3rd. Linley tried the number. It was a London exchange. An exhausted, end-of-the-working-day voice said, "Social services," and Linley smiled and gave St. James a thumbs-up. His conversation was unprofitable, however. There was no way to ascertain the purpose of any telephone call Robin Sage may have made to social services. There was no one there by the name of Yiannopoulos, and it was otherwise impossible to track down the social worker to whom Sage had spoken when and if he had made the call. Additionally, if he had paid anyone a visit at social services on one of his trips to London, he took that secret with him to his grave. But at least they had something to work on, however little it was. Linley said, "Did Mr. Sage mention social services to you, Polly? Did social services ever phone him here?" "Social services? You mean about taking care of old folks or something?" "For any reason, really. When she shook her head, Linley asked, "Did he speak about visiting social services in London? Did he ever bring anything back with him? Documents? Paperwork?" "There might be something with the odd bits," she said. "What?" "If he brought anything back and left it round the study, it'll be in the odd bits carton." When he opened it, Linley found that the odd bits carton appeared to be a hodgepodge display of Robin Sage's life. It contained everything from pre-Jubilee line maps of the London Underground to a yellowing collection of the sort of historical pamphlets one can purchase for 10 pence in country churches. A stack of book reviews, clipped from the Times, looked fragile enough to suggest they'd been gathered over a period of years, and going through them revealed that the vicar's taste tended towards biography, philosophy, and whatever had been nominated for the Booker Prize in a given year. Linley handed a stack of papers to St. James and sank back in the desk chair to peruse another. Polly moved gingerly round them, realigning some cartons, checking the seals on others. Linley felt her glance repeatedly resting upon him, then flitting away. He looked through his stack. Explanations of museum exhibits, a guide to the Turner Gallery at the Tate, receipts for lunches, dinners and teas, manuals explaining the use of an electric saw, the assembly of a bicycle's basket, the cleaning of a steam iron, advertisements extolling the benefits of joining an exercise club, and handouts one collects when strolling along a London street. These consisted of offers for hair styling, the heir apparent, Clapham High Street, ask for Sheila, grainy photographs of automobiles, drive the new metro from Lambeth Ford, political announcements, Labour speaks tonight, 8 o'clock, Camden Town Hall, along with assorted advertisements and solicitations for charities from the RSPCA to homeless relief. A brochure from the Hare Krishnas played the role of a bookmark inside a copy of the Book of Common Prayer. Linley flipped it open and read the prayer marked from Ezekiel. "When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness that he hath committed, and doeth that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive." He read it again, aloud, and looked up at St. James. "What was it Glenavon said that the vicar liked to discuss?" "The difference between that which is moral, prescribed by law, and that which is right. Yet, according to this, the Church seems to feel they're one and the same." "That's the wonderful way of churches, isn't it?" St. James unfolded a piece of paper, read it, set it to one side, picked it up again. Linley said, "Was it logic chopping on his part, talking about moral versus right? Was it a form of avoidance in which he engaged his fellow clerics in meaningless discussion? That's certainly what Glenavon's secretary thought. Or was he himself on the horns of a dilemma?" Linley gave the prayer a second look. "He shall save his soul alive." "Here's something," St. James said. "There's a date on the top. It says only the 11th, but the paper looks at least relatively fresh, so it might match up to one of the London visits." He handed it over. Linley read the scrawled words. "Charing Cross to 7 Oaks, High Street, left towards—" "These appear to be a set of directions, St. James. Does the date match up with one of the London visits?" Linley went back to the diary. "The 1st, the 11th of October, where the name Kate is listed." He could have gone to see her. Perhaps that visit set in motion the rest of the trips, to social services, even to— what was that name in December? Yiannopoulos. St. James cast a quick look at Polly Yarkin and finished obliquely with, "And any of those visits could have served as instigation." It was all conjecture based upon air, and Linley knew it. Each interview, fact, conversation, or step in the investigation was taking their thoughts in a new direction. They had no hard evidence, and from what he could tell, unless someone had removed it, there had never been hard evidence in the first place. No weapon left at the scene of the crime, no incriminating fingerprint, no wisp of hair. There was nothing, in fact, to connect the alleged killer and her victim at all, save a telephone call overheard by Maggie and inadvertently corroborated by Polly, and a dinner after which both parties became ill. Linley knew that he and St. James were engaged in piecing together a tapestry of guilt from the thinnest of threads. He didn't like it, nor did he like the indications of interest and curiosity that Polly Yarkin was attempting to hide, shuffling a carton here, moving a second one there, rubbing her sleeve across the base of the lamp to remove spots of dust that didn't exist. "Did you go to the inquest?" he asked her. She withdrew her arm from the vicinity of the lamp as if caught in an act of misbehaviour. "Me? Yes. Everyone went." "Why? Did you have evidence to give?" "No." "Then, I wanted to know what happened. I wanted to hear." "What?" She lifted her shoulders slightly, allowed them to drop. What she had to say. Once I knew the vicar had been with her that night. "Everyone went," she repeated. "Because it was the vicar, and a woman, or this particular woman, Juliet Spence?" "Can't say," she said. "About everyone else, or about yourself?" She dropped her eyes. The simple action was enough to tell him why she'd brought them the tea, and why, after seeing to its pouring, she'd remained in the study, shifting cartons and watching them sift through the vicar's possessions long after it was necessary for her to do so. Chapter 21. When Polly had shut the door behind them, St. James and Linley got as far as the end of the drive before Linley stopped, and gave his concentration to the silhouette of St. John the Baptist Church. Complete darkness had fallen. Street lamps were lit along the incline that led through the village. They beamed ochreous rays through an evening mist, and cast their shadows within the elongated pools of their own light on the damp street below. Here by the church, however, outside the boundary of the village proper, a full moon, rising past the summit of Coates Fell, and its companion stars provided the sole illumination. "I could use a cigarette," Linley said absently. "When do you expect I'll stop feeling the need to light up?" "Probably never." "That's certainly a comforting reassurance, St. James." "It's merely statistical probability, combined with scientific and medical likelihood. Tobacco's a drug. One never completely recovers from addiction." "How did you escape it? There we all were, sneaking a smoke after games, lighting up the very instant we crossed the bridge into Windsor, impressing ourselves, and trying like the devil to impress everyone else, with our individual nicotinic adulthood. What happened to you?" "Exposure to an early allergic reaction, I suppose." When Linley glanced his way, St. James continued, "My mother caught David with a pack of Dunhills when he was 12. She shut him up in the lavatory and made him smoke them all. She shut the rest of us in there with him." "To smoke?" "To watch. Mother's always been a strong believer in the power of an object lesson." "It worked?" "With me, yes. With Andrew as well. Sid and David, however, always found the thrill of displeasing Mother more than equal to whatever discomfort they themselves might incur as a result. Sid smoked like a chimney until she was 23. David still does." "But your mother was right about the tobacco." "Of course. But I'm not sure her methods of educating her offspring were particularly sound. She could be a real termagant when pushed to the edge. Sid always claimed it was her name. What else can you expect from someone called Hortense? Sidney'd demand after we'd suffered a whipping for one infraction or another. I, on the other hand, tended to believe she was saddled rather than blessed by motherhood. My father kept late hours, after all. She was on her own, despite the presence of whatever nanny David and Sid hadn't managed to terrorize into leaving yet." "Did you feel yourself abused?" St. James buttoned his topcoat against the chill. There was little breeze here. The church acted as a break against the wind that otherwise funneled through the dale, but the falling mist was frost in the making, and it lay upon his skin in a clammy webbing that seemed to seep through muscle and blood to the bone. He stifled a shiver and thought about the question. His mother's anger had always been terrifying to behold. She was Medea incarnate when crossed. She was quick to strike, quicker to shout, and generally unapproachable for hours, sometimes days, after a transgression had been committed. She never acted without cause, She never punished without explanation. Yet in some eyes, he knew, and especially in modern eyes, she would have been seen as extremely wanting. "No," he said, and felt it to be the truth. "We tended to be an unruly lot, given half a chance. I think she was doing the best she could." Linley nodded and went back to his study of the church. As far as St. James could tell, there wasn't much to see. Moonlight glinted off the crenellated roof line and sketched in silver the contour of a tree in the graveyard. The rest was one variation or another of darkness and shadow. The clock in the bell tower, the peaked roof of the lich gate, the small north porch. It would be growing close to the time for evensong, but no one was readying the church for prayers. St. James waited, watching his friend. They'd brought away from the study the odd bits carton, which St. James was carrying under his arm. He set it on the ground and blew on his hands to warm them. The action roused Linley, who looked his way and said, "Sorry, we should be off. Deborah will be wondering what's happened to us." Still he didn't move. "I was thinking." "About abusive mothers?" "In part, but more about how it all fits. If it all fits. If there's the slightest possibility that anything fits." "The girl didn't say anything to suggest abuse when she spoke to you today?" "Maggie? No, but she wouldn't, would she? If the truth is that she revealed something to Sage, something he felt he had to act upon, and something that cost him his life at her mother's hands, she wouldn't be likely to reveal it a second time to anyone else. She'd be feeling responsible as hell for what happened." "You don't sound as if you're keen on that idea, despite the phone call to social services." Linley nodded. The mist made a penumbra of the moonlight in which his expression was moody, with shadows drawn beneath his eyes. "When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness that he hath committed, and doeth that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive." Did Sage intend the prayer to refer to Juliet Spence or to himself? "Perhaps neither. You may be making too much of nothing. It may have merely been a chance marking in the book, or it may have referred to someone else entirely. It could be a piece of scripture that Sage was using to comfort someone who had come to him to confess. For that matter, since we know he was trying to woo people back to the church, he could have been using the prayer for that. Doeth that which is lawful and right. Worship God on Sundays." "Confession's something I hadn't thought of," Linley admitted. "I keep the worst of my sins to myself, and I can't imagine anyone else doing otherwise. But what if someone did confess to Sage and then regretted having done so?" St. James mulled the idea over. "The possibilities are so narrow that I think it unlikely, Tommy. According to what you're attempting to set up, the regretful penitent would have to be someone who knew Sage was going to Juliet Spence's that night for dinner. Who knew?" He began to list. "We have Mrs. Spence herself. We have Maggie." A door slammed with an echo that bounded across the street. They turned at the sound of hurried footsteps. Colin Shepherd was opening the door to his Land Rover, but he hesitated when he caught sight of them. "And the constable, of course," Linley murmured, and moved to intercept Shepherd before he left. At first St. James remained where he was at the end of the drive, a few yards away. He saw Linley pause fractionally at the edge of the cone of light cast by the interior of the Rover. He saw him remove his hands from his pockets, and he noted with some uneasy confusion that his right hand was bald. St. James knew his friend well enough to realize that it might be wise to join them. Linley was saying in a chillingly pleasant tone, "You've apparently had an accident, Constable." "No," Shepherd said. "Your face?" St. James reached the edge of the light. The constable's face was abraded on both the forehead and the cheeks. Shepherd's fingers touched one of the scratches. "This? Roughhousing with the dog, up on Coates Fell. You were there yourself today?" "I? On Coates Fell?" "Up the hall. You can see it from the fell. Anyone up there can see anything, in fact. The hall, the cottage, the garden. Anything. Do you know that, Inspector? Anyone who chooses can see anything below." "I prefer less indirection in my conversations, Constable. Are you trying to tell me something?" Aside from what happened to your face, of course. He can see anyone's movements, the comings and goings, whether the cottage is locked, who's working at the hall. And, no doubt, Lindley finished for him, when the cottage is vacated and where the key to the root cellar is kept, which is, I take it, the point you're trying to make, however obliquely. Have you an accusation you'd like to share?" Shepherd was carrying a torch. He threw it into the front seat of the Rover. "Why don't you start asking what the summit is used for? Why don't you ask who goes hiking up the fell?" "You do, yourself, by your own admission. And it's a rather damning one, wouldn't you say?" The constable made a sound of disdain and began to climb into the car. Lindley stopped him by noting, "You seem to have eschewed the accident theory you were espousing yesterday. Might I know why? Has something caused you to decide your initial investigation was incomplete?" "Those are your words, not mine. You're here at your own desire, no one else's. I'll thank you to remember that." He put his hand on the steering wheel, a prefatory movement to entering the car. "Did you look into his trip to London?" Lindley asked. Shepherd hesitated, his expression guarded. "Whose?" "Mr. Sage went to London in the days before he died. Did you know that?" "No." "Polly Yarkin didn't tell you? Did you interview Polly? She was his housekeeper, after all. She'd know more about the vicar than anyone else. She'd be the one who—" "I spoke to Polly, but I didn't interview her, not officially." "Then unofficially? And recently, perhaps? Today?" The questions hung between them. In the silence, Shepherd removed his spectacles. The mist that was falling had sheened them lightly. He rubbed them against the front of his jacket. "You've broken your glasses as well," Lindley noted. They were, St. James saw, held together across the bridge by a small piece of tape. "That's quite a bit of rough-housing with the dog. Up on Coates Fell?" Shepherd replaced them. He dug in his pocket and brought out a set of keys. He faced Lindley squarely. "Maggie Spencer's run off," he said. "So if there's nothing else you'd care to remark on, Inspector, Juliet's expecting me. She's a bit upset. Evidently you didn't tell her you'd be going by the school to talk to Maggie. Headmistress thought otherwise, as I understand, and you spoke with the girl alone. Is that how the yard operates these days?" Touché, St. James thought. The constable wasn't about to be intimidated. He had weapons of his own and the nerve to use them. "Did you look for a connection between them, Mr. Shepherd? Did you ever dig for a less salubrious truth than the one you came up with?" "My investigation stood firm on its own," he said. "Clitheroe saw it that way. Coroner saw it that way. Whatever connection I may have failed to see, I'll put money on its linking someone else to his death, not Juliet Spence. Now, if you'll excuse me—" He swung himself into the car and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared, the headlamps flared. He ground the gears as he shifted to reverse. Lindley leaned into the car for another few words, which St. James couldn't hear beyond "This with you," as he pressed something into Shepherd's hand. Then the car slid down the driveway to the street, the gears ground another time, and the constable soared off. Lindley watched him go. St. James watched Lindley. His face was grim. "I'm not enough like my father," Lindley said. "He would have dragged him bodily into the street, stepped on his face, and probably broken 6 or 8 of his fingers. He did that once, you know, outside a pub in Saint-Just. He was 22. Someone had made fast and loose with Augusta's affections, and he took care of the situation. 'No one breaks my sister's heart,' he said." "That doesn't solve much." "No," Lindley sighed. "But I've always thought it would feel so damn good." "Anything atavistic generally does for the moment. It's what follows that causes complications." They went back down the drive where Lindley picked up the odd bits carton. Perhaps a quarter of a mile down the road they could see the tail-lights of the Land Rover gleaming. Shepherd had pulled to the verge for some reason. His headlamps illuminated the gnarled form of a hedgerow. They watched for a moment to see if he would drive on. When he didn't, they began their walk back to the inn. "What next?" St. James asked. "London," Lindley said. "It's the only direction I can think of at the moment. as strong-arming suspect doesn't appear to be something that's going to have any appreciable effect. Will you use Havers? Speaking of strong-arming, Lindley chuckled. No, I'll have to see to it myself. Since I've sent her to Truro on my credit cards, I don't imagine she'll be hell-bent on getting down there and back in the customary 24 police hours. I'd say 3 days, with first-class accommodations all the way, no doubt. So I'll handle London. What can we do to help? Enjoy your holiday. Take Deborah on a drive. Cumbria, perhaps? The lakes? That's a thought. But I understand Aspatria's quite nice in January. St. James smiled. That's going to be one hell of a day trip. We'll have to be up by 5. You'll owe me for this. And if there's nothing to be uncovered about the Spence woman there, you'll owe me in spades. As always. Ahead of them, a black cat slinked out from between 2 buildings, something grey and limp between its jaws. This the animal deposited on the pavement and began tapping gently in the mindlessly cruel way of all cats, hoping for more tormenting play before a final pounce ended the captive's fruitless hope for survival. As they approached, the animal froze, hunched over its prize, fur bristling, waiting. St. James glanced down to see a small rat blinking hopelessly from between the cat's paws. He thought about frightening the cat away. The game of death it played was unnecessarily heartless. But rats, he knew, were breeders of disease. It was best, if not most merciful, to let the cat continue. "What would you have done had Polly named Shepherd?" St. James asked. "Arrested the bastard, turned him over to Clitheroe CID. Had his job. And since she didn't name him, I'll have to come at it from another direction. To step on his face. Metaphorically. I'm my father's own son in wish, if not in deed. It's nothing I'm proud of, but there it is." "So what did you give Shepherd just before he drove off?" Lindley adjusted the carton beneath his arm. "I gave him something to think about." Colin remembered with perfect clarity the final time his father had struck him. He was 16 years old. Foolish, too hot-headed to think of the consequences of defiance, he had risen angrily and bodily to his mother's defence. Shoving his chair back from the dinner-table, he could still recall the sound it made as it scraped across the floor and slammed into the wall. He'd shouted, "Just leave her alone, Pa!" and grabbed his father's arms to keep him from slapping her face another time. Pa's rage always took root in something inconsequential, and because they never knew when to expect his anger to flare into violence, he was that much more terrifying. Anything could set him off. The condition of a beef joint at dinner, a button missing from his shirt, a request for money to pay the gas bill, a comment about the hour at which he had arrived home the previous night. This particular evening it was a telephone call from Colin's biology master. Another exam failed, lessons incomplete. Was there a problem at home, Mr. Tranville wondered. His mother had revealed that much over the dinner-table, tentatively, as if attempting to telegraph her husband a message she was unwilling to say in front of their child. Colin's teacher asked if there were problems, Ken, here at home. He said counselling might... Which was as far as she'd got. Pa said, "Counselling? Did I hear you right? Counselling?" in a tone that should have told her that she'd have been wiser to eat quietly and keep the telephone call to herself. But instead she said, "He can't study, Ken, if things are in chaos. You see that, don't you?" in a voice that pleaded for reason, but only succeeded in betraying her fear. Pa thrived on fear. He loved to feed twigs of intimidation into its fire. He set down his knife first, then his fork. He pushed back his chair from the table. He said, "Tell me all about this chaos, Claire." When she read his intentions and said she supposed it was nothing really, his father said, "No, tell me, I want to hear." When she didn't cooperate, he got up. He said, "Answer me, Claire." And when she said, "Nothing, do eat your meal, Ken," he was on her. He'd only managed to strike her 3 times, one hand twisted in her hair and the other smacking harder each time she cried out, when Colin grabbed him. His father's response was the same as it had been from Colin's childhood. Women's faces were meant to be abused with the open hand. On boy children, a real man used his fists. The difference this time was that Colin was bigger, and while he was as afraid of his father as he'd always been, he was also angry. Anger and fear washed his body with adrenaline. When Pa struck him, for the first time in his life, Colin struck back. It had taken more than 5 minutes for his father to beat him into submission. He did it with his fists, his belt, and his feet. But when it was over, the delicate balance of power had shifted, and when Colin said, "I'll kill you next time, you filthy bastard. Just see if I won't," he saw for an instant, reflected on his father's face, that he too was capable of inspiring fear. It had been a source of pride to Colin that his father had never struck his mother again, that his mother had filed for divorce a month later, and most of all that they were rid of the bastard because of him. He'd sworn he'd never be like his father. He'd never again struck a living soul, until Polly. On the side of the road leading out of Winslow, Colin sat in the Land Rover and rolled between his palms the piece of material from Polly's skirt, which the inspector had pressed into his hand. All of it had been such a pleasure, feeling the sting of her flesh against his palm, tearing the material so easily from her body, tasting the salty sweat of her terror, hearing her cries, her pleas, and especially her choked sob of pain. No moan of sexual arousal. "Now, Polly, is this what you wanted? Is this how you hoped it would happen between us?" And finally accepting the triumph of her numb defeat. He slammed into her, he ploughed her, he mastered her, all the time saying, "Cow, bitch, sow, cunt," in his father's voice. He'd done it all in a storm of blind rage and desperation, frantic to keep the memory and the truth of Annie at bay. Colin pressed the piece of material to his closed eyes and tried not to think about either of them, Polly or his wife. With Annie's dying, he'd crossed every line, violated every code, wandered in the dark and lost himself entirely, somewhere between the valley of his worst depression and the desert of his blackest despair. He'd spent the years since her death caught between trying to rewrite the history of her torturous illness and trying to recall, reinvent, and resurrect the image of a marriage that was utterly perfect. The resulting lie had been so much easier to face than the reality that when Polly tried to obliterate it forever in the vicarage, Colin struck out in an effort to preserve it as much as in an attempt to hurt her. He'd always felt he could continue to cope and move forward in life as long as he had the falsehood. It comprised what he called the sweetness of their relationship, the sure knowledge that with Annie he'd had warmth and tenderness, complete understanding, compassion and love. It also comprised an account of her illness, one filled with the details of her noble suffering, replete with illustrations of his efforts to save her and his eventual calm acceptance of the fact he could not. The falsehood depicted him at her bedside, holding her hand and trying to memorize the colour of her eyes before she closed them forever. The falsehood declared that, as life was taken from her in vicious bits and pieces, her optimism never faltered and her spirit stayed whole. "You'll forget all this," people had said at the funeral. "Given time, you'll remember only the beauty of what you had. And you had 2 wonderful years with her, Colin. So let time work its magic and watch what happens. You'll heal and look back and still have those 2 years. It hadn't happened that way. He hadn't healed. He'd simply rearranged his recollection of what the end had been like and how they'd got there. In his revised version of their history, Annie had accepted her fate with grace and dignity, while he had been unfailing in his support of her. Gone from memory were her descents into bitterness. Excised from existence was his implacable rage. In the place of these was a new reality that masked everything he couldn't face. How he hated her in moments as much as he loved her, how he despised his marriage vows, how he embraced her death as his only possible escape from a life that he could not bear, and how in the end all they had to share in a marriage that had once been joyful was the fact of her illness and the day-to-day horror of having to cope with it. "Make it different," he had thought, after she had died. Make me better than I was. And he had used the past 6 years to do so, seeking oblivion instead of forgiveness. He rubbed the gauzy material against his face, feeling it snag on the scratches that Polly's nails had left. It was stiff in places with Polly's blood, and musty with the scent of her body's secrets. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Polly?" He'd been steadfast in his unwillingness to face Polly Yarkin because of what she represented. She knew the facts. She also forgave them. But her knowledge alone made her the single contagion he had to avoid if he was to continue to live with himself. She couldn't see this fact. She was incapable of grasping the importance of their leading completely separate lives. She saw only her love for him and her longing to make him whole once again. If she'd only been able to understand that they'd shared too much of Annie ever to be able to share each other, she would have learned to accept the limitations he'd imposed upon their relationship after his wife's death. Accepting these, she would have allowed him to go his own way without her. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. King Joseph by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 10, Side 1. If she'd only been able to understand that they'd shared too much of Annie ever to be able to share each other, she would have learned to accept the limitations he'd imposed upon their relationship after his wife's death. Accepting these, she would have allowed him to go his own way without her. Ultimately, she would have rejoiced in his love for Juliet, and thus Robin Sage would still be alive. Colin knew what had happened and how she had done it. He understood why. If keeping the knowledge to himself was the only way he could make amends to Polly, he would do that. Scotland Yard would unravel the skein of events in good time once they looked into her access to Coates Fell. He would not betray her, while he himself bore so much responsibility for what she had done. He drove on. Unlike the previous night, all the lights were on in the cottage when he pulled to a stop in the courtyard of Coates Hall. Juliet ran out as he opened the car door. She was struggling into her pea-jacket. A red and green scarf dangled from her arm like a banner. "Thank God," she said. "I thought I'd go mad with the waiting." "Sorry." He got out of the Land Rover. "Those blokes from Scotland Yard stopped me as I was leaving." She hesitated. "You? Why?" "They'd been to the vicarage." She buttoned the coat, wrapped the scarf round her neck. She fished gloves from her pocket and began drawing them on. "Yes. Well, I've them to thank for this, don't I?" "They'll be off soon, I expect. The inspector's got the wind up about the vicar going to London the day before he... the day before he died. He'll no doubt be on the trail of that next, and then on the trail of something else afterwards. That's how it goes with these types. So he won't be bothering Maggie again." "Oh, God!" Juliet was looking at her hands, taking too much time about adjusting the gloves. She was smoothing the leather against each finger in an uneven motion that betrayed her anxiety. "I've phoned the police in Clitheroe, but they couldn't be bothered to take me seriously. She's 13 years old, they said. She's only been gone for 3 hours, madam. She'll turn up by 9. Kids always do. But they don't, Colin, you know it. They don't always turn up, and not in this case. Maggie won't. I don't even know where to begin looking for her. Josie said she ran off from the schoolyard. Nick went after her. I must find her." He took her arm. "I'll find her for you. You've got to wait here." She twisted from his grasp. "No, you can't. I need to know. Listen to me. I must be the one. I've got to find her. I must do it myself." "You need to stay here. She may phone. If she does, you'll want to be able to fetch her, won't you?" "I can't just wait here." "You've no choice." "And you don't understand. You're trying to be kind, I know that, but listen, she isn't going to phone. The inspector's been with her. He's filled her head with all sorts of things. Please, Colin, I've got to find her. Help me." "I will. I am. I'll phone the instant I have any news. I'll stop in Clitheroe and get some men out in cars. We'll find her, I promise you. Now go back inside." "No, please." "It's the only way, Juliet." He led her towards the house. He could feel her resistance. He opened the door. "Stay by the phone." "He filled her head with lies," she said.
Colin, where's she gone? She has no money, no food. She's got only her school coat to keep her warm. It's not heavy enough. It's cold, and God knows she can't have got far. And remember, she's with Nick. He'll watch out for her. But if they hitchhiked, if someone picked them up, my God, they could be in Manchester by now, or Liverpool. He ran his fingers against her temples. Her great dark eyes were tear-filled and frightened. "Shh," he whispered. "Let the panic go, love. I said I'll find her, and I will. You can trust me on that. You can trust me on anything. Gentle now. Rest." He loosened her scarf and unbuttoned her coat. He caressed the line of her jaw with his knuckles. "You make her some dinner and keep it warm on the cooker. She'll be eating it sooner than you can know. I promise." He touched her lips and her cheeks. "Promise." She swallowed. "Colin, promise. You can trust me." "I know that. You're so good to us." "As I mean to be forever." He kissed her gently. "Will you be all right now, love?" Yes. I'll wait. I won't leave." She lifted his hand, pressed it against her lips. Then her forehead creased. She drew him into the light of the entry. "You've hurt yourself," she said. "Colin, what have you done to your face?" "Nothing that you need to worry about," he said. "Ever." And he kissed her again. When she'd watched him drive off, when the sound of the Rover's engine faded and was replaced by the night wind creaking in the trees, Juliet let the pea-jacket fall from her shoulders and left it in a heap by the front cottage door. She dropped her scarf on top of it. She kept on her gloves. These she examined. They were made of old leather lined with rabbit fur, the skin feathers smooth with the years she had worn them, a thread unravelling along the inner right wrist. She pressed them against her cheeks. The leather was cool, but she could feel nothing of her face's temperature through the gloves, so it was much like being touched by someone else, like having her face cupped with tenderness, with love, with amusement, or with anything else that hinted remotely at romantic attachment. That's what had started all this in the first place, her need for a man. She had managed to avoid the need for years by keeping herself and her daughter isolated, just Mummy and Maggie taking on the human race in one part of the country or another. She diverted both the interior longing and the dull pain of desire by throwing her energies into Maggie, because Maggie was what her life was all about. Juliet knew she had bought and paid for this night's anguish in coin she had minted from a part of her make-up that had never failed to give her grief, wanting a man, hungering to touch the hard, fierce angles of his body, longing to lie beneath him, to straddle or to kneel, and to feel at moments delight in their bodies joining. These were the voids that had started her on this current path to disaster. So it was utterly fitting that physical desire, which she had never been able to eradicate completely, no matter how many years she refused to acknowledge it, should be what had brought her to losing Maggie tonight. There were dozens of if-onlys barking in her head, but she fastened on one of them because, although she wanted to do so, she couldn't lie to herself about its importance. She had to accept her involvement with Colin as the prime mover behind everything that had happened with Maggie. She'd heard about him from Polly long before she'd ever seen him, and she'd thought herself secure in the belief that since Polly was herself in love with the man, since he was so many years her own junior, since she rarely saw him, indeed, since she rarely saw anyone now that they'd found what she'd come to believe was an ideal location to get on with their lives at last, she stood little chance of involvement or attachment. Even when he came to the cottage that day on his official business, and she saw him parked by the lavender on the lane, and read the bleak despair on his face, and recalled Polly's story about his wife, even when she felt the ice of her detached composure receive its first rift in the face of his sorrow, and for the first time in years she recognized a stranger's pain, she had not considered the danger he presented to the weakness in herself that she believed she had mastered. It was only when he was inside the cottage, and she saw him looking round at the frivolous fittings of the kitchen with such ill-disguised yearning, that she felt her heart stir. At first, getting ready to pour them each a glass of her home-made wine, she'd looked round herself to try to understand what was moving him. She knew it couldn't be the superficials,
cooker, table, chairs, cupboards, and she wondered at the fact that the rest might be touching him in some way. Could a man be moved by a rack of spices, African violets in the window, jars on the worktop, 2 loaves of bread left to cool, a rack of washed dishes, a tea towel hanging from a drawer to dry? Or was it the finger-painted and oft-moved picture affixed with blue tack to the wall above the cooker? 2 skirt-wearing stick figures, one with breasts that looked like lumps of coal, surrounded by flowers as tall as themselves, and surmounted by the words, "I love you, Mummy," in a 5-year-old's hand. He'd looked at it, looked at her, looked away, and finally didn't seem to know where to look at all. Poor man, she had thought, and that had been her downfall. She knew about his wife. She began to speak, and she'd not been able to turn back from that moment. Sometime during their conversation she'd thought, "Just this once, oh God, to have a man that way, just this once, one more time. He's so hurting, and if I control it, if I'm the one, if it's only his pleasure with no thought of my own, can it be such a wrong?" And as he asked her about the shotgun, and why she had used it, and how, she had watched his eyes. She answered, keeping everything brief and to the point. And when he would have left, all information having been gathered, and "Thank you, madam, for your time," she decided to show him the pistol to keep him from going. She shot it and waited for him to react, to take it from her, to touch her hand as he removed it from her grip. But he wouldn't. He kept the distance between them. And she realized with a sudden dawning of wonder that he was thinking those very same words. Just this once. Oh, God, just this once. It wouldn't be love, she decided, because she was those ugly, gaping 10 years older than he, because they didn't even know each other and had not spoken before this day, because the religion she'd long ago forsaken declared that love didn't grow from allowing the needs of the flesh to dominate the needs of the soul. She held on to those thoughts as that first afternoon together wore on, believing herself safe from loving. This would be just for pleasure, she decided, and then it would be forgotten. She should have recognized the extent of the danger he represented when she looked at the clock on her bedside table and realized that more than 4 hours had passed and she'd not even thought about Maggie. She should have ended it there, the moment guilt rushed in to replace the sleepy peace that accompanied her orgasms. She should have closed her heart and cut him out of her life with something abrupt and potentially hurtful like, "You're almost a decent fuck for a copper." But instead she'd said, "Oh, my God," and he'd known. He said, "I've been selfish. You're worried about your daughter. Let me clear out. I've kept you far too long. When he stopped speaking, she didn't look his way, but she felt his hand graze her arm. "I don't know how to name what I felt," he said, "or what I feel, except that being with you like that, it wasn't enough. It's not even enough now. I don't know what that means." She should have said dryly, "It means you were randy, Constable. We both were. We still are, in fact." But she didn't. She listened to him dressing and tried to work up something curt and unmistakably final with which to dismiss him. When he sat on the edge of the bed and turned her to him with his face caught somewhere between wonder and fear, she had the opportunity to draw the line, but she didn't. Instead, she listened to him say, "Can I love you this quickly, Juliet Spence? Just like that? In an afternoon? Can my life change like that?" And because she knew more than anything else that life can change irrevocably in the instant one is forced to realize its malicious caprice, she said, "Yes, but don't." "What?" "Love me, or let your life change." He didn't understand. He couldn't, really. He thought perhaps she was being coy. He said, "No one has control over that." And when his hand moved slowly down her body, and her body rose eagerly to meet it against her will, she knew he was right. He phoned her that night long after midnight, saying, "I don't know what this is. I don't know what to call it. I thought if I heard your voice, because I've never felt... That's what men say, isn't it? I've never felt like this before, so let me get into your knickers and test the feeling out another time or two. And it's that, I won't lie. But it goes beyond, and I don't know why." She had played the fool in the biggest way because she loved being loved by a man. Even Maggie couldn't stop her. Not with her white-faced knowledge, unspoken when she entered the cottage not 5 minutes after Colin's initial departure, with her cat in her arms and her cheeks fresh scrubbed from where she'd been brushing tears away. Not with her silent appraisal of Colin when he came to dinner or took them for hikes with his dog on the moors. Not with her shrill pleas not to be left alone when Juliet went for an hour or two to be with Colin in his house. Maggie couldn't stop her. And she didn't really need to do so, because Juliet knew there was no hope of permanency. She understood from the first that each minute was a memory stored against a future in which he and the love of him had no place. She merely forgot that while she had lived for the moment for so many years, on the edge of a tomorrow that always promised to bring the worst upon them, she'd made sure to create a life for Maggie that appeared normal, so Maggie's fears of Colin's permanent intrusion were real. To explain to her that they were also groundless would be to tell her things that would destroy her world. And while Juliet couldn't bring herself to do that, she couldn't bring herself to let Colin go, either. Another week, she would think. Please, God, just give me another week with him, and I'll end it between us. I promise I will. So she had bought this evening. How well she knew it. Like mother, like daughter in the end, Juliet thought. Maggie's sex with Nick Ware was more than just an adolescent's way of striking back at her mother. It was more than just a search for a man she could call Daddy in the darkest part of her mind. It was the blood in her veins declaring itself at last. Yet Juliet knew that she might have been able to forestall the inevitable had she herself not taken up with Colin and given her daughter an example to follow. Juliet drew off the leather gloves a finger at a time, and dropped them onto the pea-jacket and scarf that lay heaped on the floor. She went not to the kitchen to prepare a dinner that her daughter wouldn't eat, but to the stairs. She paused at the bottom with one hand on the banister, trying to gather the energy to climb. This stairway was a duplication of so many others over the years, worn carpeting on the flooring, nothing on the walls. She had always thought of pictures on the walls as one more thing to have to remove when they left a cottage, so there never seemed to be a point to hanging any up in the first place. Keep it plain, keep it simple, keep it functional. Following that credo, she had always refused to decorate in a way that might encourage affection for a set of rooms in which they lived. She wanted there to be no sense of loss when they moved on. Another adventure, she'd called each move. Let's see what's what in Northumberland. She tried to make a game out of running. It was only when she'd stopped running that she'd lost. She mounted the stairs. A perfect sphere of dread seemed to be growing beneath her heart. Why did she run? Juliet wondered. What did they tell her? What does she know? The door to Maggie's room was partially closed, and she swung it open. Moonlight shone through the branches of the lime tree outside the window and fell in a wavy pattern across the bed. On this Maggie's cat was curled, head buried deeply between his paws, feigning sleep so that Juliet would take pity and not displace him. Pumpkin had been the first compromise Juliet had made with Maggie. "Please, please, can I have a kitten, Mummy?" had been such a simple request to grant. What she had not understood at the time was that seeing the joy of one small wish granted led inexorably to the longing to grant others. They'd been little nothings at first, a doss round with her girlfriends, a trip to Lancaster with Josie and her mum, but they'd led to a budding sense of belonging that Maggie had never experienced before. In the end, they had led to the request to stay, which, along with everything else, led to Nick, to the vicar, and to this night. Juliet sat on the edge of the bed and switched on the light. Pumpkin buried his head deeper in his paws, although the tip of his tail twitched once to betray him. Juliet ran her hand over his head and along the mobile curve of his spine. He wasn't as clean as he ought to be. He spent too much time prowling about the wood. Another 6 months, and he'd no doubt be more feral than tame. Instinct, after all, was instinct. On the floor next to Maggie's bed lay her thick scrapbook, its cover worn and cracked, and its pages so dog-eared that their edges were crumbling to flakes in places. Juliet picked it up and rested it on her lap. A gift for her 6th birthday, it had Maggie's Important Events, printed in large block letters in her own hand on the first page. Juliet could tell by the feel of the book that most of the pages were full. She'd never looked through it before. It had seemed too like an invasion of Maggie's small private world. but she looked through it now, driven not so much by curiosity as by a need to feel her daughter's presence and to understand. The first part comprised childhood mementos. A tracing of a large hand, with a smaller one traced inside it, and the words "Mummy and me," with one M missing, scrawled below. A fanciful composition about "my doggy Fred," upon which a teacher had written, "And what a lovely pet he must be, Margaret," across the top. A programme for a Christmas music recital at which she had been part of a chorus of children who sang, very badly but ambitiously, the Alleluia chorus from Handel's Messiah. A second-place ribbon from a science project on plants, and scores of pictures and postcards of their camping holidays together on the Hebrides, on Holy Island, far from the crowds in the Lake District. Juliet flipped through the pages. She touched her fingertips to the drawing, traced the edge of the ribbon, and studied each picture of her daughter's face. This was a real history of their lives, a collection that spoke of what she and her daughter had managed to build upon a foundation of sand. The second part of the scrapbook, however, spoke of the cost of having lived that same history. It comprised a collection of newspaper clippings and magazine articles about automobile racing. Interspersed among these were photographs of men. For the first time, Juliet saw that "He died in a car crash, darling" had assumed heroic proportions in Maggie's imagination, and from Juliet's reticence on the subject had sprung a father whom Maggie could love. Her fathers were the winners at Indianapolis, at Monte Carlo, at Le Mans. They spun out in flames on a track in Italy, but they walked away with their heads held high. They lost wheels, they crashed, they broke open champagne and waved trophies in the air. They all shared the single quality of being alive. Juliet closed the book and rested her hands on its cover. It was all about protection, she said inside her head to a Maggie who wasn't there. When you're a mother, Maggie, the last thing you can bear of all the things that you have to bear anyway is losing your child. You can bear just about anything else, and you usually have to at one time or another. Losing your possessions, your home, your job, your lover, your husband, even your way of life. But losing a child is what will break you. So you don't take risks that might lead to the loss, because you're always aware that the one risk you take might be the one that will cause all the horrors in the world to sweep into your life. You don't know this yet, darling, because you haven't experienced that moment when the twisting, squeezing crush of your muscles and the urge to expel and to scream at once results in this small mass of humanity that squalls and breathes and comes to rest against your stomach, naked to your nakedness, dependent upon you, blind at that moment, hands instinctively trying to clutch. And once you close those fingers round one of your own, no, not even then, once you look at this life that you've created, you know you'll do anything, suffer anything to protect it. Mostly for its own sake you protect, of course, because all it is really is living, breathing need, but partly you protect it for your own. And that is the greatest of my sins, darling Maggie. I reversed the process, and I lied in doing it, because I couldn't face the immensity of loss. But I'll tell the truth now, here and to you. What I did partly for you, my daughter. But what I did all those years ago, I did mostly for myself. Chapter 22. "I don't think we should stop yet, Nick," Maggie said as stoutly as she could manage. Her jaw hurt awfully from locking her teeth together to keep them from chattering, and the tips of her fingers were numb, despite the fact that she'd kept her hands balled into her pockets for most of the journey. She was tired of walking and muscle-weary from leaping behind hedges, over walls or into ditches whenever they heard the sound of a car. But it was still relatively early, although it was dark, and she knew that in darkness lay their best hope of escape. They'd kept off the road whenever possible, heading southwest towards Blackpool. The going was rough on both farmland and moors, but Nick wouldn't hear of setting foot to pavement until they'd put Clitheroe a good 5 miles behind them. Even then he wouldn't hear of taking the main road to Longridge, where the plan was they would get a ride in a lorry to Blackpool. Instead, he said they would stick to the twisty-turny back lanes, skirting by farms, through hamlets and over fields when necessary. The route he was taking made Longridge miles and miles farther away, but it was safer this way, and she'd be glad they'd taken it. In Longridge, he said, no one would look at them twice, but until then they had to keep off the road. She didn't have a watch, but she knew it couldn't be much more than 8 or past. It seemed later, but that was because they were tired. It was cold, and the food Nick had managed to bring back to the car park from the town had long since been consumed. There had been little enough of it in the first place. What could one reasonably be expected to purchase with less than £3? And while they'd divided it evenly between them, and talked about making it last until morning, they'd eaten the crisps first, moved on to the apples to quench their thirst, and devoured the small package of biscuits to answer their craving for a sweet. Nick had been smoking steadily since that time to take the edge off his hunger. Maggie had tried to ignore her own, which had been easy enough to do since it was more than convenient to concentrate on the bitter cold instead. Her ears ached with it. Nick was clambering over a dry stone wall when Maggie said again, "It's too early to stop, Nick. We haven't gone nearly far enough. Where are you going, anyway?" He pointed to 3 squares of yellow light some distance across the field in which he stood on the other side of the wall. "Farm," he said. "They'll have a barn. We can doss there." "In a barn?" He brushed back his hair. "What do you think, Mag? We don't have any money. We can't exactly get a room somewhere, can we?" "But I thought—" She hesitated, squinting at the lights. What had she thought? Get away, run off, never again see anyone but Nick. Stop thinking, stop wondering, find a place to hide. He was waiting. He dug inside his jacket and brought out his Marlboros. He shook the pack against his hand. The last cigarette popped into his palm. He began to crumple the pack, and Maggie said, "Perhaps you ought to save the last one. For later, you know." "Nah." He crushed the pack and dropped it. He lit up as she picked her way up the loose stones and over the wall. She rescued the pack from the weeds and carefully smoothed it, folded it, and put it into her pocket. "Trail," she said in explanation. "If they're looking for us, we don't want to leave a trail, do we? If they're looking." He nodded. "Right. Come on, then." He grabbed her hand and headed in the direction of the lights. "But why are we stopping now?" she asked once again. "It's too early, don't you think?" He looked at the night sky, at the position of the moon. "Perhaps," he said, and smoked thoughtfully for a moment. "Look, we'll rest up here a while and dust somewhere else later. Aren't you feeling clapped out? Don't you want to have a sit?" She did, only she was also feeling that if she sat anywhere she might not be able to get back up. Her school shoes weren't the best for walking, and she thought that once her head sent her feet the false message that their evening's walk was at an end, her feet mightn't cooperate in setting off again in an hour or so. "I don't know." She shivered. "And you need to warm up," he said decisively, and began to lead her towards the lights. The field they walked across was pasture, the ground uneven. It was littered with sheep droppings that looked like shadows against the frost. Maggie stepped into a pile of these, felt her shoes slither among them, and nearly went down. Nick righted her with a, "Mag, you got to watch for the muck." And then he added with a laugh, "Lucky they don't have cows here." He clasped her arm and offered her a share of his cigarette. She took it politely, sucked in on it, and blew the smoke through her nose. "You can have the rest," she said. He seemed glad to do so. He picked up their pace across the pasture, but slowed abruptly as they neared the other side. A large flock of sheep were huddled together against the pasture's far wall, like mounds of dirty snow in the darkness. Nick said in a low voice something that seemed to be, "Hey, ish," as they slowly closed in on the flock's perimeter. He extended his hand before him. As if in response, the animals jostled one another to allow Nick and Maggie passage, but they neither panicked, bleated, nor began to move off. "You know what to do," Maggie said, and felt a tingle behind her eyes. "Nick, why do you always know just what to do?" "It's only sheep, Mag." "But you know. I love that about you, Nick. You know the right thing." He looked towards the farmhouse. It stood beyond a paddock and another set of walls. "I know with sheep," he said. "Not only sheep," she said. "Truly." He crouched next to the wall, easing a ewe to one side. Maggie crouched next to him. He rolled his cigarette between his fingers and after a moment drew a long breath as if to speak. She waited for his words, then said herself, "What?" He shook his head. His hair fell forward across his forehead and cheek, and he concentrated solely on finishing his cigarette. Maggie clasped his arm and leaned against him. It was pleasant here, with the wool and the breath of the animals to warm them. She could almost think of staying the night in this very spot. She raised her head. "Stars," she said. "I always wished I could name them, but all I ever could find was the North Star because it's brightest. It's—" She twisted round. "It should be—" She frowned. If Longridge was to the west of Clitheroe, with just the smallest jog to the south, the North Star should be— Where was its bright shining? "Nick," she said slowly, "I can't find the North Star. Are we lost?" "Lost? I think we're going in the wrong direction, because the North Star isn't where—" "We can't go by the stars, Mag. We have to go by the land." "What do you mean? How do you know what direction you're heading in if you go by the land?" "Because I know. Because I've lived here forever. We can't go climbing up and down fells in the middle of the night, which is what we'd be doing if we headed direct west. We have to go round them." "But—" He crushed his cigarette against the sole of his shoe. He stood. "Come on." He climbed the wall and reached back over to hold her hand as she did the same. He said, "We've got to be quiet now. There'll be dogs." They slipped across the paddock in near silence, the only noise coming from their shoe soles crackling against the frost-covered ground. At the last wall, Nick hunched over, raised his head slowly, and examined the area. Maggie watched him from below, hunkered against the wall, gripping her knees. "Pound's on the far side of the yard," he said. "Looks like solid muck, though. It's going to be messy. Hold on to me tight." "Any dogs?" "I can't see, but they'll be about." "But, Nick, if they bark or chase us, what'll—" "Don't worry. Come on." He climbed over. She followed, scraping her knee across the very top stone and feeling the corresponding rip in her tights. She gave a little mewl when she felt the quick heat of abrasion against her skin. But to feel a scratch was baby business at this point. She allowed herself neither a wince nor a hobble as she dropped to the ground. It was thick with bracken along the edge of the wall, but rutted and muck-filled as it gave onto the farmyard itself. Once they left the protective cushion of the bracken, each step they took smacked loudly with suction. Maggie felt her feet sinking into the muck, felt the muck seeping over the sides of her shoes. She shuddered. She was whispering, "Nick, my feet keep getting stuck," when the dogs appeared. They announced themselves by yapping first. Then 3 border collies tore across the farmyard from the outbuildings, barking wildly and baring their teeth. Nick shoved Maggie behind him. The dogs slithered to a stop less than 6 feet away, snapping, snarling, and ready to spring. Nick held out his hand. Maggie whispered, "Nick, no!" and watched the farmhouse fearfully, waiting for the door to crash open and the farmer himself to come storming out. He'd be shouting and red in the face and angry. He'd phone the police. They were trespassing after all. The dogs began to howl. "Nick!" Nick squatted. He said, "Hey, oh, come on, you funny blokes. You can't scare me." And he whistled to them softly. It was just like magic. The dogs quieted, stepped forward, sniffed his hand, and within an instant became old friends. Nick petted them in turn, laughing quietly, tugging at their ears. "You won't hurt us, will you, funny old blokes?" In answer they wagged their tails, and one of them licked Nick's face. When Nick stood, they surrounded him happily and acted as escort into the yard. Maggie looked round at the dogs in wonder as she carefully sloshed through the mud. "How'd you do that, Nick?" He took her hand. "It's only dogs, Mag." The old stone barn was a section of one elongated building, and it stood across the yard from the house. It directly abutted a narrow cottage, on whose first floor a curtained window was lit. This had probably been the original farm building, a granary with a cart shed beneath it. The granary had been converted sometime in the past to house a worker and his family, and its living quarters were gained by means of a stairway that led up to a cracked red door above which a sole bulb was now glowing. Beneath lay the cart shed, with its single unglazed window and its gaping arch of a door. Nick looked from the cart shed to the barn. The latter was enormous, an ancient cow-house that was falling into disuse. Moonlight illumined its sagging roofline, its uneven row of pitching eyes on the upper story, and its large wooden doors with their gaps and their warping. As the dogs sniffed round their shoes, and as Maggie hugged herself against the cold and waited for him to lead her onward, Nick appeared to evaluate the possibilities, and finally slogged through a heavier patch of muck towards the cart shed.
"Aren't there people up there?"
Maggie whispered, pointing to the quarters above it. "I suppose we'll just have to be real quiet. It'll be warmer in here. The barn's too big and it's facing the wind. Come on." He led her beneath the stairway where the arched door gave entrance into the cart shed. Inside, the light from above the labourer's front door at the top of the stairs provided a meagre, match-strength illumination through the cart shed's single window. The dogs followed them, milling about what was apparently their sleeping quarters, for several chewed-up blankets lay in a corner on the stone floor, and the dogs went there eventually, where they sniffed, pawed, and sank into the pungent wool. The cold outside seemed to magnify in the stone walls and floor of the shed. Maggie tried to comfort herself with the thought that it was just like where the baby Jesus was born, except there hadn't been any dogs there, as far as she could recall from her limited knowledge of Christmas stories. But odd squeakings and rustlings from the deep pockets of darkness in the corners of the shed made her uneasy. She could see that the shed was used for storage. There were big burlap sacks piled along one wall, dirty buckets, tools she couldn't have named, a bicycle, a wooden rocking chair with its wicker seat missing, and a toilet lying on its side. Against the far wall stood a dusty chest of drawers, and Nick went to this. He shimmied open the top drawer, and said with some excitement in his voice, "Hey, look at this, Mag! We've had ourselves some luck!" She picked her way through the debris on the floor. Out of the drawer he was taking a blanket, and then another. They were both large and fluffy. They seemed perfectly clean. Nick shoved the drawer partially closed. The wood howled. The dogs lifted their heads. Maggie held her breath and listened for a betraying movement in the labourers' quarters above them. Dimly she could hear someone talking, a man, then a woman, followed by dramatic music and the sound of gunfire, but no one came in search of them. "The telly," Nick said. "We're safe." He cleared a space on the floor, spread the first blanket down, doubling it up to serve as both cushion against the stones and insulation against the cold, and beckoned her to join him. The second he wrapped round them, saying, "This'll work for now. Feel warmer, Mag?" and drew her close. She did feel warmer at once, although she fingered the blanket and smelled the fresh lavender scent of it with a twinge of doubt. She said, "Why do they keep their blankets out here? They'll get messed up, won't they? Won't they get rotten or something?" "Who cares? It's our luck and their loss, isn't it? Here, lie down. Nice that, isn't it? Warmer, Mag?" The rustlings along the wall seemed louder now that she was at the level of the floor. They also seemed accompanied by an occasional squeak. She burrowed closer to Nick and said, "What's that noise, then?" "I said the telly." "I mean the other. That. There, did you hear it?" "Or that. Barn rats, I expect." She flew up. "Rats! Nick, no, I can't. Please, I'm afraid of... Nick!" "Shh, they won't bother you. Come on, lie down." "But rats! If they bite you, you die, and "We're bigger than they are. They're lots more scared. They won't even come out."
"But my hair! I read once where they like to collect hair to make up their nests."
"I'll keep them away from you." He urged her down next to him and lay on his side. "Use my arm for a pillow," he said. "They won't climb up my arm to get you." "Geez, Mag, you're shaking." "Here, get close. You'll be okay."
"We won't stay here long."
"Just for a rest."
"Promise?"
"Yeah, promise. Come on, it's cold." He unzipped his bomber jacket and held it open. "Here, double warmth." With a fearful glance in the direction of the deepest pool of darkness, where the barn rats skittered among the burlap sacks, she lowered herself onto the blanket, into the confines of Nick's bomber jacket. She felt stiff with both the cold and her fear, uneasy with their proximity to people. The dogs hadn't roused anyone, that was true, but if the farmer made a final round of the yard prior to going to bed, they'd likely be found. Nick kissed her head. "Okay," he said. "It's just for a while. Just for a rest." "Okay." She slipped her arms round him and let her body warm from his and from the blanket that covered them. She kept her thoughts away from the rats, and instead pretended that they were in their very first flat together, she and Nick. It was their official first night, like a honeymoon. The room was small, but the moonlight gleamed against the walls pretty rosebud paper. There were prints hanging on them, watercolours of frolicking dogs and cats, and Pumpkin lay at the foot of the bed. She moved closer to Nick. She was wearing a beautiful full-length gown of pale pink satin, with lace on the straps and along the bodice. Her hair flowed round her, and perfume rose from the hollow of her throat, and behind her ears and between her breasts. He was wearing dark blue pyjamas of silk, and she could feel his bones, his muscles, and the strength of him along the length of her body. He would want to do it, of course. He would always want to do it, and she would always want to do it as well, because it was so close and so nice. "Mag," Nick said, "lie still. Don't." "I'm not doing anything." "You are." "I'm just getting closer. It's cold. You said—" "We can't, not here, okay?" She pressed against him. She could feel it in his trousers, despite his words. It was already hard. She slithered her hand between their bodies. "Mag!" "It's nothing but warmness," she whispered, and rubbed it, just the way he'd taught her. "Mag, I said no." His answering whisper was fierce. "But you like it, don't you?" She squeezed it, released it. "Mag, get off!" She ran her hand its length. "No! Damn! Mag, leave it be!" She recoiled when he knocked her hand away and felt quick tears come in answer. "I only—" She ached when she breathed. "It was nice, wasn't it? I wanted to be nice." In the dim light he looked like something was hurting inside him. He said, "It is nice. You're nice. But that makes me want to, and we can't right now. We can't, okay? Here, lie down." "I wanted to be close." "We are close, Mag. Come on. Let me hold you." He urged her back down. "It feels good just like this, lying here, you and me." "I only wanted—" "Shh! It's okay, it's nothing." He opened her coat and slipped his arm round her. "It's nice just like this," he whispered against her hair. He moved his hand to her back and began caressing the length of her spine. "But I only wanted—" "Shh! See? It's just as nice like this, isn't it? Just holding, like this." His fingers pressed in long, slow circles, stopping at the small of her back, where they remained, a tender pressure that relaxed and relaxed and relaxed her completely. She finally slipped, protected and loved, into sleep. It was the dog's movement that awakened her. They were up, about, and dashing outside at the sound of a vehicle coming into the farmyard. By the time they were barking, she was sitting up, fully awake, aware that she was alone on the blanket. She clutched it to her and whispered, "Nick!" frantically. He materialized from the darkness by the window. The light from above was no longer shining. She had no idea how long she had slept. "Someone's here," he said unnecessarily. "Police?" "No." He glanced back at the window. "I think it's my dad." "Your dad? But how—" "I don't know. Come here. Be quiet." They gathered up the blankets and crept to one side of the window. The dogs were sending up enough noise to announce the second coming, and lights were snapping on outside. "Hey there, enough!" someone shouted roughly. A few more barks, and the dogs were silent. "What is it? Who's there?" Footsteps sloshed across the yard. Conversation ensued. Maggie strained to hear it, but the voices were low. A woman said quietly, "Is it Frank?" at a distance, and a child's voice cried, "Mummy, I want to see." Maggie pulled the blanket closer round her. She clutched on to Nick. "Where can we go? Nick, can we run?" "Just be quiet. He ought to—" "Damn." "What?" But she heard it herself. "You don't mind if I have a look round, do you?" "Not at all. 2 of them, you said it was?" A boy and a girl. They'd be wearing school uniforms. The boy might have had a bomber jacket on." "Never saw a hair of anything like that, but go on and have a look. Let me get my boots on and I'll join you. Need a torch?" "Got one, thanks." Footsteps went in the direction of the barn. Maggie grabbed Nick's jacket. "Let's go, Nick, now. We can run to the wall, we can hide in the pasture, we can—" "What about the dogs?" "What? They'll follow and give us away. Besides, the other bloke said he was going to help in the search." Nick turned from the window and looked around the shed. "Our best hope is to hide out in here." "Hide out? How? Where?" "Move the sacks. Get behind them." "But the rats—" "No choice. Come on, you've got to help." The farmer began to tromp across the yard in the direction of Nick's father as they dropped their blankets and started pulling the sacks away from the wall. They heard Nick's father call out, "Nothing in the barn," and the other man say, "Have a go with the shed here," and the sound of their approach spurred Maggie into a fury of pulling sacks far enough from the wall to create a burrow of safety. She had retreated within it, Nick had as well, when the light from a torch beamed in through the window. "Doesn't look like nothing," Nick's father said. A second light joined the first. The shed became brighter. "The dogs sleep in here. Can't say as I'd want to join them even if I was on the run." His torch clicked off. Maggie let out her breath. She heard footsteps in the muck. Then, "Best to have a closer look, though," and the light reappeared, stronger and shining from the doorway. A dog's whine accompanied the sound of wet boots slapping on the floor of the shed. Nails ticked against the stones and approached the sacks. Maggie said, "No," in despair without making any sound, and felt Nick move a step closer. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 10, side 2. A dog's whine accompanied the sound of wet boots slapping on the floor of the shed. Nails ticked against the stones and approached the sacks. Maggie said, "No," in despair without making any sound, and felt Nick move a step closer. "Here's something," the farmer said. "Someone's messed with that chest." "Those blankets belong there on the floor?" "Can't say they do." The light darted round the room, corners to ceiling. It glinted off the discarded toilet and shone on the dust on the rocking chair. It came to rest on the top of the sacking and illuminated the wall above Maggie's head. "Ah," the farmer said, "here we've got it. Step out here in the open, youngsters. Step out now, or I'll send the dogs in to help you make up your minds." "Nick," his father said, "that you, lad? Have you got the girl with you? Come out of there, now." Maggie rose first, trembling, blinking into the torchlight, trying to say, "Please don't be angry with Nick, Mr. Ware. He only wanted to help me," but beginning to weep instead, thinking, "Don't send me home. I don't want to go home." Mr. Ware said, "What in God's name were you thinking of, Nick? Get out here with you. Jesus Christ, I ought to beat you silly. You know how worried your mum's been, lad." Nick was turning his head, eyes narrowed against the light that his father was shining into his face. "Sorry," he said. Mr. Ware harumphed. "Sorry won't go far to mend your fences with me. You know you're trespassing here. You know these people could have had the police after you. What are you thinking of? Haven't you no better sense than that? And what were you planning to do with this girl?" Nick shifted his weight, silent. "You're filthy." Mr. Ware shone the light up and down. "God almighty, just look at the sight of you. You look like a tramp." "No, please," Maggie cried, rubbing her wet nose against the sleeve of her coat. "It isn't Nick, it's me. He was only helping me." Mr. Ware harumphed again and clicked off his torch. The farmer did likewise. He'd been standing to one side, holding the light in their direction, but otherwise looking out the window. When Mr. Ware said, "Out to the car with both of you, then," the farmer scooped up the 2 blankets from the floor and followed them out. The dogs were milling round Mr. Ware's old Nova, snuffling at the tyres and the ground alike. The exterior lights were shining from the house, and in their glow Maggie could see the condition of her clothes for the first time. They were crusted with mud and streaked with dirt. In places the lichen from the walls she'd climbed over had deposited patches of grey-green slime. Her shoes were clotted with muck, out of which sprouted bracken and straw. The sight was a stimulus for a new onslaught of tears. What had she been thinking? Where were they supposed to go looking like this? With no money, no clothing, and no plan to guide them, what had she been thinking? She clutched Nick's arm as they slogged to the car. She sobbed, "I'm sorry, Nick, it's my fault. I'll tell your mummy you didn't mean harm. I'll explain, I will." "Get in the car, the both of you," Mr. Ware said gruffly. "We'll do our deciding about who's at fault later." He opened the driver's door and said to the farmer, "It's Frank Ware. I'm at Skelshaw Farm up Winslow direction. I'm in the book if you discover this lot did any damage to your place." The farmer nodded, but said nothing. He shuffled his feet in the muck and looked as if he wished they'd be off. He was saying, "Funny blokes, out of the way," to the dogs when the farmhouse door opened. A child of perhaps 6 years old stood framed in the light in her nightgown and slippers. She giggled and waved, calling, "Uncle Frank! Lo! Won't you let Nicky stay the night with us, please?" Her mother dashed into the doorway and pulled her back, casting a frantic and apologetic look towards the car. Maggie slowed, then stopped. She turned to Nick. She looked from him to his father, to the farmer. She saw the resemblance first, how their hair grew the same, although the colour was different, how their noses each had a bump on the bridge, how they held their heads. And then she saw the rest, the dogs, the blankets, the direction they'd been walking, Nick's insistence that they rest at this particular farm, his form at the window standing and waiting when she had awakened. Her insides went so calm that at first she thought her heart had stopped beating. Her face was still wet, but her tears disappeared. She stumbled once in the muck, grabbed the Nova's door handle and felt Nick take her arm. From somewhere that sounded like 1,000 miles away she heard him say her name. She heard him say, "Please, Mag, listen. I didn't know what else—" But then fog filled her head and she didn't hear the rest. She climbed into the rear seat of the car. Directly in her line of vision, a pile of old roof slates lay beneath a tree, and she focused on them. They were large, much bigger than she'd imagined they would be, and they looked like tombstones. She counted them slowly, 1, 2, 3, and was up to a dozen when she felt the car dip as Mr. Ware got into it, and as Nick climbed in and sat next to her on the rear seat. She could tell he was looking at her, but it didn't matter. She continued counting. 13, 14, 15... Why did Nick's uncle have so many slates? And why did he keep them under the tree? 16, 17, 18... Nick's father was unrolling his window. "Ta, Kev," he said quietly. "Don't give it a thought, all right?" The other man came to the car and leaned against it. He spoke to Nick. "Sorry, lad," he said. "We couldn't get the lass to go to bed once she heard you were on your way. She's that fond of you, she is." "It's okay," Nick said. His uncle slapped his 2 hands down on the door in farewell, nodded sharply and stepped back from the car. "Funny blokes," he called to the dogs. "Away with you." The car lurched round in the farmyard, made a slippery turn, and set off towards the road. Mr. Ware turned on the radio. He said kindly, "What do you fancy, youngsters?" But Maggie shook her head and looked out the side window. Nick said, "Anything, Dad, it doesn't matter." And Maggie felt the truth of those words pierce through her calm and drip like cold bits of lead into her stomach. Nick's hand touched her tentatively. She flinched. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I didn't know what else to do. We didn't have any money. We didn't have any place to go. I couldn't think what to do to take care of you proper." "You said you would," she said dully. "Last night you said you would. But I didn't think it would be—" She saw his hand close round his knee. "Mag, listen. I can't take care of you proper if I don't go to school. I want to be a vet. I got to get through school and then we'll be together. But I got to—" "You lied." "I didn't." "You phoned your dad from Clitheroe when you went to buy the food. You told him where we'd be, didn't you?" He said nothing, which was affirmation enough. The nighttime scenery slipped by the window. Stone walls gave way to the bony frames of hedges. Farmland gave way to open country. Across the moors the fells rose like Lancashire's black guardians against the sky. Mr. Ware had turned the car's heater on along with the radio, but Maggie had never felt so cold. She felt colder than she had when they were walking in the fields, colder than she had on the floor of the cart shed. She felt colder than she had on the previous night in Josie's lair with her clothes half off, and Nick inside her, and the meaningless promises he'd made, creating fire between them. The end was where the beginning had been, with her mother. When Mr. Ware pulled into the courtyard of Coates Hall, the front door opened and Juliet Spence came out. Maggie heard Nick whisper urgently, "Mag, wait!" But she pushed the car door open. Her head felt so heavy that she couldn't lift it, nor could she walk. She heard Mummy approach, her good boots clicking against the cobbles. She waited. For what, she didn't know. The anger, the lecture, the punishment. It didn't really matter. Whatever it was, it couldn't touch her. Nothing would ever touch her now. Juliet said in a curiously hushed voice, "Maggie?" Mr. Ware explained. Maggie heard phrases like, "Took her to his uncle's. Bit of a walk. Hungry, I'd guess. Tired as the dickens. Kids. Don't know what to make of them sometimes." Juliet cleared her throat, said, "Thank you. I don't quite know what I would have done if—" "Thank you, Frank." "I don't think they meant real harm," Mr. Ware said. "No," Juliet said. "No, I'm sure they didn't." The car reversed, turned and headed down the lane. Still, Maggie's head drooped with its own weight. 3 more clicks sounded on the cobbles, and she could see the tops of her mother's boots. "Maggie?" She couldn't look up. She was filled with lead. She felt a whispery touch on her hair, and she withdrew from it fearfully, taking a gasping, indrawn breath. "What is it?" Her mother sounded puzzled. More than puzzled, she sounded afraid. Maggie couldn't understand how that could be, for the power had shifted once again, and the worst had happened. She was alone with her mother, with no escape. Her eyes got blurry, and a sob was building down deep inside her. She fought against letting it out. Juliet stepped away. "Come inside, Maggie," she said. "It's cold. You're shivering." She began to walk towards the cottage. Maggie raised her head. She was floating in nowhere. Nick was gone, and Mummy was walking away. There was nothing to grab onto any longer. There was no safe harbour in which she could rest. The sob built and burst. Her mother stopped. "Talk to me," Juliet said. Her voice was desperate and uneven-sounding. "You've got to talk to me. You've got to tell me what happened. You've got to say why you ran. We can't go any further with each other until you do. And if you don't, we're lost." They stood apart, her mother on the doorstep, Maggie in the courtyard. To Maggie it seemed that they were separated by miles. She wanted to move closer, but she didn't know how. She couldn't see her mother's face clearly enough to know if it was safe. She couldn't tell whether her voice's quiver meant sorrow or rage. "Maggie, darling, please." And Juliet's voice broke. "Talk to me. I'm begging you." Her mother's anguish, it seemed so real, tore a little hole in Maggie's heart. She said on a sob, "Nick promised he would take care of me, Mummy. He said he loved me. He said I was special. He said we were special. But he lied, and he had his dad come get us. And he didn't tell me, and all the time I thought—" She wept. She wasn't quite sure what the source of her grief really was any longer, except that she had nowhere to go and no one to trust. And she needed something, someone, an anchor, a home. "I'm so sorry, darling." What a kindness sounded in those 4 words. It was easier to continue in their echo. "He pretended to tame the dogs and to find some blankets and—" The rest of the story came tumbling out. The London policeman, the after-school talk, the whispers and rumbles and gossip, and finally, "So I was afraid." Of what? Maggie couldn't put the rest into words. She stood in the courtyard with the night wind whistling through her filthy clothes, and she couldn't move forward and she couldn't go back, because there was no back, as she knew quite well, and going forward meant devastation. But apparently she would not need to go anywhere, for Juliet said, "Oh, my God, Maggie," and seemed to know it all. She said, "How could you ever think? You're my life. You're everything I have. You're—" She leaned against the door jamb with her fists on her eyes and her head raised up to the sky. She began to cry. It was a horrible sound, like someone was pulling her insides out. It was low and ugly. It caught in her breath. It sounded like dying. Maggie had never before seen her mother cry. The weeping frightened her. She watched and waited and clutched at her coat, because Mummy was the strong one. Mummy stood tall. Mummy was the one who knew what to do. Only now Maggie saw that Mummy was not so very much different from her when it came to hurting. She went to her mother. "Mummy?" Juliet shook her head. "I can't make it right. I can't change things. Not now. I can't do it. Don't ask me." She swung from the doorway and went into the house. Numbly, Maggie followed her into the kitchen and watched her sit at the table with her face in her hands. Maggie didn't know what to do, so she put on the kettle and crept round the kitchen, assembling tea. By the time she had it ready, Juliet's tears had stopped, but under the harsh overhead light she looked old and ill. Wrinkles reached out in long zigzags from her eyes. Her skin was blotched with red marks where it wasn't pasty. Her hair hung limply round her face. She reached for a paper napkin from its metal holder and blew her nose on it. She took another and blotted her face. The telephone began to ring. Maggie didn't move. Which way to head was mystery now, and she waited for a sign. Her mother pushed back from the table and picked up the receiver. Her conversation was emotionless and brief. "Yes, she's here. Frank Ware found them." No, I don't. I don't think so, Colin. No, not tonight." Slowly she replaced the receiver and kept her fingers on it as if she were gentling an animal's fears. After a moment in which she did nothing but look at the telephone, in which Maggie did nothing but look at her, she went back to the table and sat once again. Maggie brought her the tea. "Chamomile," she said. "Here, Mummy." Maggie poured. Some sloshed into the saucer, and she reached hastily for a napkin to soak it up. Her mother's hand closed over her wrist. "Sit down," she said. "Don't you want—" "Sit down." Maggie sat. Juliet took the teacup out of its saucer and cradled the cup between her palms. She looked into the tea and swirled it slowly round and round. Her hands looked strong, steady, and sure. Something big was about to happen. Maggie knew. She could feel it in the air and in the silence between them. The kettle was still hissing gently on the cooker, and the cooker itself snapped and popped as it cooled. She heard this as background to the sight of her mother's head lifting as she made her decision. "I'm going to tell you about your father," she said. Chapter 23. Polly settled into the tub and let the water rise round her. She tried to concentrate on the warm wash of it between her legs and the gush of it across her thighs as she sank, but instead she caught herself in the midst of a cry, and she squeezed her eyes shut. She saw the negative image of her body fading slowly against her eyelids. Tiny pits of red replaced it, then black swept in. That's what she wanted, the black. She needed it behind her eyelids, but she wanted it in her mind as well. She hurt more now than she had this afternoon at the vicarage. She felt as if she'd been stretched on the rack, with her groin ligaments torn from their proper housings. Her pubic and pelvic bones seemed beaten and raw. Her back and her neck were throbbing. But this was a pain that would recede given time. It was the other pain that she feared would never leave her. If she saw only the black, she wouldn't have to see his face any longer. The way his lips curled back, the sight of his teeth and his eyes like slits. If she only saw the black, she wouldn't have to see him stagger to his feet afterwards, with his chest heaving and the back of one wrist scouring his mouth of the taste of her. She wouldn't have to watch him lean against the wall while he stuffed himself back into his trousers. She would still have to bear the rest of it, of course, that endless guttural voice and the knowledge it provided of the filth she was to him, the invasion of his tongue, his teeth biting, his hands tearing, and then the last, when he scourged her. She would have to live with that. There was no memory pill she could take to wipe it away, no matter how much she liked to hope there might be. The worst of it was that she knew she deserved what Colin had done to her. Her life was governed, after all, by the laws of the craft, and she had violated the most important. 8 words the Wiccan Rede fulfil, and it harm none, do what ye will. All those years ago she had convinced herself that she cast the magic circles for Annie's own good, but all the while in her most secret heart she had thought and hoped that Annie would die, and that her passing would bring Colin closer to herself in a grief he would want to share with someone who had known his wife. And this, she had believed, would lead them to loving each other, and lead him to an eventual forgetting. Towards this end, which she called noble, unselfish, and right, she began to cast the circle and perform the rite at Venus. It was no matter that she had not changed to this rite until nearly a year after Annie's death. The goddess was not and had never been a fool. She always read the soul of the petitioner. The goddess heard the chant, "God and goddess up above, bring me Colin in full love," and she remembered how 3 months before Annie Shepherd's death her friend Polly Yarkin with sublime powers that came only from being a child conceived of a witch, conceived within the magic circle itself when the moon was full in Libra and its light cast a radiance on the altar stone at the top of Coates Fell, had stopped performing the rite of the sun and had switched to Saturn. Burning oak, wearing black, breathing hyacinth incense, Polly had prayed for Annie's death. She had told herself that death wasn't to be feared, that the ending of a life could come as a blessing when the suffering endured had been profound. And that is how she had justified the evil, all the time knowing that the goddess would not let evil go unpunished. Everything until today had been a prelude to the descent of her wrath, and she had exacted her retribution in a form that exactly matched the evil committed, delivering Colin to Polly not in love but in lust and violence, turning the magic threefold against its maker. How stupid ever to think that Juliet Spence, not to mention the knowledge of Colin's attentions to her, was the punishment that the goddess intended. The sight of them together and the realization of what they were to each other had merely acted to lay the foundation for the real mortification to come. It was over now. Nothing worse could happen except her own death, and since she was more than half dead now, even that didn't seem so terrible. "Polly? Love doll, what you doing?" Polly opened her eyes and rose in the water so quickly that it sloshed over the side of the tub. She watched the bathroom door. Behind it she could hear her mother's wheezing. Rita generally climbed the stairs only once a day to go to bed, and since she never made that climb until after midnight, Polly had assumed she would be safe when she'd first called out that she'd be wanting no dinner as she entered the lodge, hurried up to the bathroom, and shut herself in. She didn't reply. She reached for a towel. The water sloshed again. "Polly, you still taking a bath, girl? Didn't I hear the water running long before dinner?" "I just started, Rita." "Just started? I heard the water running directly you got home, more than 2 hours back." "So what's up, love doll?" Rita scratched her nails against the door. "Polly!" "Nothing." Polly wrapped herself in the towel as she stepped from the tub. She grimaced with the effort of lifting each leg. "Nothing, my eye. Cleanliness is next to whatever I know, but this is taking it to extremes. What's the story? You fancying yourself up for some toy boy to climb through your window tonight? You meeting someone? You want a spray of my Giorgio?" "I'm just tired. I'm going to bed. You go on back down to the telly, all right?" "All wrong." She tapped again. "What's going on? You feeling queer?" Polly tucked the towel round her to make a wrap. Water ran in rivulets down her legs to the stained green bath rug on the floor. "Fine, Rita." She tried to say it as normally as possible, sifting through her memories of how she and her mother interacted to come up with an appropriate tone of voice. Would she be irritated with Rita by now? Should her voice reflect impatience? She couldn't remember. She settled for friendly. "You go on back down. Isn't your police programme on about now? Why don't you cut yourself a piece of that cake? Cut me one as well and leave it on the worktop." She waited for the answer, the lumber and huff of Rita's departure, but no sound came from the other side of the door. Polly watched it warily. She felt chilled where her skin was wet and exposed, but she couldn't face unwrapping the towel, uncovering her body for drying, and having to look at it again just yet. "Cake?" Rita said. "I might have a piece." The doorknob rattled. Rita's voice was sharp. "Open up, girl. You haven't had a piece of cake in 15 years. Something's wrong, and I mean to know what." "Rita?" "We aren't playing here, love doll. And unless you intend to climb out the window, you may as well open this door straight away, 'cause I mean to be here whenever you get round to it." "Please, it's nothing." The doorknob rattled louder. The door itself thumped. "Am I going to need the help of our local constabulary?" her mother asked. "I can phone him, you know. Why is it I expect you'd rather I didn't?" Polly reached for the bathrobe on its hook and slid the lock back. She draped the bathrobe round her and was in the act of tying its belt when her mother swung the door open. Hastily, Polly turned away, unfastening her hair from its elastic binding to let it fall forward. "He was here today, was Mr. C. Shepherd," Rita said. "He cooked up some story about looking for tools to fix our shed door. What an agreeable bloke, our local policeman. You know anything about that, love doll?" Polly shook her head and fumbled with the knot she'd made in the belt of the robe. She watched her fingers pick at it, and waited for her mother to give up the effort at communication and leave. Rita wasn't going anywhere, however. "You best tell me about it, girl." "What?" "What happened?" She lumbered into the bathroom and seemed to fill it with her size, her scent, and above all her power. Polly tried to summon her own as a defence, but her will was weak. She heard the clank-jangle of bracelets as Rita's arm raised behind her. She didn't cringe. She knew her mother had no intention of striking her. But she waited in dread for Rita to respond to what she didn't feel, emanating like a palpable wave from Polly's body. "You got no aura," Rita said, "and you got no heat. Turn around here." "Rita, come on, I'm just tired. I've been working all day and I want to go to bed." "Don't you mess me about. I said turn, I mean turn." Polly made the belts knot double. She shook her head to gain further protection from her hair. She pivoted, slowly, saying, "I'm only tired. A bit sore. I slipped on the vicarage drive this morning and banged up my face. It hurts. I pulled a muscle or something in my back as well. I thought a hot soak would—" "Raise your head. Now." She could feel the power behind the command. It overcame whatever feeble resistance she might have been able to muster. She lifted her chin, although she kept her eyes lowered. She was inches from the goat's head that served as pendant on her mother's necklace. She bent her thoughts to the goat, his head, and how it resembled the naked witch standing in the pentagram position from which the rites began and petitions were made. "Move your hair off your face." Polly's hand did her mother's bidding. "Look at me." Her eyes did the same. Rita's breath whistled between her teeth as she sucked in air face to face with her daughter. Her pupils expanded rapidly across the surface of her irises and then retracted to pinpricks of black. She raised her hand and moved her fingers along the welt that scythe-cut its path of angry skin from Polly's eye to her mouth. She didn't make actual contact, but Polly could feel the touch of her fingers as if she did. They hovered above the eye that was swollen. They tapped their way from her cheek to her mouth. Finally they slid into her hair, both hands on either side of her head, this time an actual touch that seemed to vibrate through her skull. "What else is there?" Rita asked. Polly felt the fingers tighten and catch at her hair, but still she said, "Nothing. I fell, a bit sore," although her voice sounded faint and lacking in conviction. "Open that robe." "Rita." Rita's hands pressed in, not a punishing grip, but one that spread warmth outward like circles in a pond when a pebble hits its surface. "Open the robe." Polly untied the first knot, but found she couldn't manage the second. Her mother did it, picking at the tie with her long blue fingernails, and with hands that were as unsteady as her breath. She pushed the robe from her daughter's body and took a step back as it fell to the floor. "Great Mother!" she said, and reached for the goat's head pendant. Her chest rapidly rose and fell under her caftan. Polly dropped her head. "It was him," Rita said. "Wasn't it him did this to you, Polly, after he was here?" "Let it be," Polly said. "Let it—" Rita's voice was incredulous. "I didn't do right by him. I wasn't pure in my wanting. I lied to the goddess. She heard and she punished. It wasn't him, he was in her hands." Rita took her arm and swung her towards the mirror above the basin. It was still opaque from steam, and Rita vigorously ran her hand up and down it and wiped her palm on the side of her caftan. "You look here, Polly," she said. "You look at this right, and you look at it good. Do it, now." Polly saw reflected what she had already seen, the vicious impression of his teeth on her breast, the bruises, the oblong marks of the blows. She closed her eyes, but felt tears still trying to seep past her lashes. "You think this is how she punishes, girl? You think she sends some bastard with rape on his mind?" "The wish comes back threefold on the wisher, whatever it is. You know that. I didn't wish pure. I wanted Colin, but he belonged to Annie." "No one belongs to no one," Rita said, "and she doesn't use sex, the very power of creation, to punish her priestess. Your thinking's gone off. You're looking at yourself like those sodding Christian saints would have you do. The food of worms, a vile dunghill. She is the gate by which the devil enters. She is what the sting of the scorpion is. That's how you're seeing yourself now, isn't it? Something to be trampled, something no good. I did wrong by Colin. I cast the circle—" Rita turned her and grabbed her arms firmly. "And you'll cast it again right now with me. To Mars, like I said you should have been doing all along." "I cast to Mars like you said the other night. I gave the ashes to Annie. I put the ring stone with them, but I wasn't pure." "Polly!" Rita shook her. "You didn't do wrong." "I wanted her to die. I can't take back that wanting." "And you think she didn't want to die as well? Her insides were eaten with cancer, love. It went from her ovaries to her stomach and her liver. You couldn't have saved her. No one could have saved her. The goddess could if I'd asked right, but I didn't, so she punished." "Don't be simple-minded. This isn't punishment, what happened to you. This is evil, his evil, and we got to see that he pays for doing it." Polly loosened her mother's hands from her arms. "You can't use magic against Colin. I won't let you." "Believe me, girl, I don't mean to use magic," Rita said. "I mean to use the police." She lurched round and headed for the door. "No!" Polly shuddered against the pain as she bent and retrieved the robe from the floor. "You'll be bringing them out on a fool's errand. I won't talk to them. I won't say a word." Rita swung back. "You listen to me." "No, you listen, Mum. It doesn't matter what he did." "Doesn't? That's like saying you don't matter." Polly tied the robe firmly until it and her answer were both in place. "Yes, I know that," she said. So the social services connection made Tommy feel even more certain that whatever her reasons might have been for being rid of the vicar, they're probably connected to Maggie. "And what do you think?" St. James opened the door of their room and locked it behind them. "I don't know. Something still niggles." Deborah kicked off her shoes and sank onto the bed, drawing her legs up, Indian fashion, and rubbing her feet. She sighed. "My feet feel 20 years older than I do. I think women's shoes are designed by sadists. They ought to be shot." "The shoes?" "Those two." She pulled a tortoiseshell comb from her hair and pitched it onto the chest of drawers. She was wearing a green wool dress the same colour as her eyes, and it billowed round her like a mantle. "Your feet may feel 45, St. James noted, but you look 15. "It's the lighting, Simon, nicely subdued. Get used to it, won't you? You'll be seeing it more and more at home in the coming years." He chuckled, shedding his jacket. He removed his watch and placed it on the bedside table beneath a lamp whose tasselled shade was going decidedly frizzy on the ends. He joined her on the bed, shifting his bad leg to accommodate his position of half-sit and half-slouch, resting on his elbows. "I'm glad of it," he said. "Why? You've developed a fancy for subdued lighting?" "No, but I've a definite fancy for the coming years. That we'll be having them, I mean." "You thought we might not?" "I never know quite what to think with you, frankly." She raised her knees and rested her chin on them, pulling her dress close round her legs. Her gaze was on the bathroom door. She said, "Please don't ever think that, my love. Don't let who I am or what I do make you think we'll drift apart. I'm difficult, I know." "You were ever that." "But the together of us is the most important thing in my life." When he didn't respond at once, she turned her head to him, still resting it against her knees. "Do you believe that?" "I want to." "But—" He coiled a lock of her hair round his finger and examined how it caught the light. It was in colour, somewhere on the scale between red, chestnut, and blonde. He couldn't have named it. "Sometimes the business of life and its general messiness get in the way of together," he settled on saying. "When that happens, it's easy to lose sight of where you began, where you were heading, and why you took up with each other in the first place." "I've never had a single problem with any of that," she said. "You were always in my life, and I always loved you." "But—" She smiled and sidestepped with greater skill than he would have thought she possessed. "The night you first kissed me, you ceased being my childhood hero, Mr. St. James, and became the man I meant to marry. It was simple for me." "It's never simple, Deborah." "I think it can be, if two minds are one." She kissed him on the forehead, the bridge of his nose, his mouth. He shifted his hand from her hair to the back of her neck, but she hopped off the bed and unzipped her dress, yawning. "Did we waste our time going to Bradford, then?" She wandered to the clothes cupboard and fished for a hanger. He watched her, nonplussed, trying to make the connection. Bradford? Robin Sage. "Did you find nothing in the vicarage about his marriage? The woman taken in adultery? And what about St. Joseph?" He accepted her change in conversation for the moment. It kept things easier, after all. "Nothing. But his things were packed away in cartons, and there were dozens of those, so there may be something still to be uncovered. Tommy seems to think it unlikely, however. He thinks the truth's in London, and he thinks it has to do with the relationship between Maggie and her mother." Deborah pulled her dress over her head, saying in a voice muffled from within its folds, "Still, I don't see why you've rejected the past. It seems so compelling. A mysterious wife's even more mysterious boating accident and all of that. He may have been phoning social services for reasons having nothing to do with the girl in the first place." "True, but phoning social services in London? Why wouldn't he have phoned a local branch if it was in reference to a local problem?" "For that matter, even if his phoning had to do with Maggie, why would he phone London about her?" "He wouldn't want her mother to know, I expect." "He could have phoned Manchester or Liverpool then, couldn't he? And if he didn't, why didn't he?" "That's the question. One way or the other, we need to find the answer. Suppose he was telephoning with regard to something that Maggie had confided in him. If he was invading what Juliet Spence saw as her own patch, the upbringing of her daughter, and if he was invading it in a way that threatened her, and if he revealed this invasion to her, perhaps to force her hand in some way, don't you suppose she may have reacted to that?" "Yes," Deborah said. "I tend to think she would have done." She hung up her dress and straightened it on the hanger. She sounded thoughtful. "But you're not convinced?" "It's not that." She reached for her dressing gown, donned it, and rejoined him on the bed. She sat on the edge, studying her feet. "It's just that—" She frowned. "I mean, I think it more likely that if Juliet Spence murdered him, and if Maggie's at the bottom of why she murdered him, she did it not because she herself was threatened, but because Maggie was. This is her child, after all. You can't forget that. You can't forget what it means." St. James felt trepidation send its current of warning through the shorter hairs on the back of his neck. Her final statement, he knew, could lead to treacherous ground between them. He said nothing and waited for her to continue. She did so, dropping her hand to trace a pattern between them on the counterpane. "Here's this creature that grew inside her for 9 months, listening to her heartbeat, sharing the flow of her blood, kicking and moving in those final months to make her presence known. Maggie came from her body. She sucked milk from her breasts. Within weeks she knew her face and her voice. I think—" Her fingers paused in their tracing. Her tone tried and ultimately failed to become practical. "A mother would do anything to safeguard her child. I mean, wouldn't she do anything to protect the life she created? And don't you honestly think that's what this killing's all about?" Somewhere below them in the inn, Dora Ragg's voice called, "Josephine Eugenia! Where have you got yourself to? How many times do I have to tell you?" A slamming door cut off the rest of the words. St. James said, "Not everyone is like you, my love. Not everyone sees a child that way." "But if it's her only child—" "Born under what circumstances? Having what kind of impact on her life? Trying her patience in what sort of ways? Who knows what's gone on between them? You can't look at Mrs. Spence and her daughter through the filter of your own desires. You can't stand in her shoes." Deborah gave a bitter laugh. "I do know that." He saw how she had grasped his words and turned them round on herself to wound. "Don't," he said. "You can't know what the future has in mind for you." "When the past is its prologue?" She shook her head. He couldn't see her face, just a sliver of her cheek, like a small quarter moon nearly covered by her hair. "Sometimes the past is prologue to the future, sometimes it isn't." "Holding on to that sort of belief is a damned easy way to avoid responsibility, Simon." "It can be, indeed, but it can also be a way of getting on with things, can't it? You always look backwards for your auguries, my love, but that doesn't seem to give you anything but pain. While you don't look for auguries at all. That's the worst of it, he admitted. I don't. Not for us, at least. And for others? For Tommy and Helen? For your brothers? For your sister? Not for them either. They'll go their own way in the end, despite my brooding over what led up to their eventual decisions. Then who? He made no reply. The truth of the matter was that her words had jogged a fragment of conversation loose in his memory, giving rise to thought. But he was wary of a change in topic that she might misinterpret as further indication of his detachment from her. "Tell me!" She was starting to bristle. He could see it in the way her fingers spread out, then clutched the counterpane. "Something's on your mind, and I don't much like to be cut out when we're talking about—" He squeezed her hand. "It has nothing to do with us, Deborah, or with this." "Then," she was quick to read him, "Juliet Spence." "Your instincts are generally good about people and situations. Mine aren't. I always look for bald facts. You're more comfortable with conjectures." "And it was what you said about the past being prologue to the future." He loosed his tie and pulled it over his head, throwing it in the direction of the chest of drawers. It fell short and draped against one of the pulls. "Polly Yarkin overheard Sage having a conversation on the telephone the day he died. He was talking about the past." "To Mrs. Spence?" "We think so. He said something about judging." St. James paused in the act of unbuttoning his shirt. He sought the words as Polly Yarkin had recited them. "You can't judge what happened then." "The boating accident." "I think that's what's been niggling at me since we left the vicarage. That declaration doesn't fit in with his interest in social services, as far as I can see. But something tells me it needs to fit somewhere. He'd been praying all that day, Polly said. He wouldn't take any food." "Fasting?" "Yes, but why?" "Perhaps he wasn't hungry." St. James considered other options. Self-denial, penance. For a sin? What was it? He finished with his unbuttoning and sailed the shirt the way of the tie. It, too, missed its mark and fell to the floor. "I don't know," he said, "but I'm willing to lay whatever odds you like that Mrs. Spence does." Where Past is Prologue. Chapter 24. An early start, initiated long before the sun rose above the slopes of Coates Fell, got Linley to the outskirts of London by noon. The city's traffic, which daily seemed to become ever more like a Gordian knot on wheels, added another hour to his travel time. It was just after 1 when he pulled into Onslow Square and claimed a parking space that was being vacated by a Mercedes-Benz with its driver's door crumpled like a defeated accordion and a scowling driver harnessed into a neck brace. He hadn't phoned her, either from Winslow or from the Bentley. He told himself at first that it was far too early. When, after all, had Helen ever risen before 9 in the morning if she wasn't compelled to do so? But as the hour grew later, he changed his reasoning to the fact that he didn't want her to rearrange her schedule just to accommodate him. She wasn't a woman who liked being at any man's beck and call, and he wasn't about to foist that role upon her. Her flat wasn't that far from his own home, after all. If she'd gone out for the afternoon, he could simply toddle onwards to Eaton Terrace and have lunch there. He flattered himself with thinking how liberated all these considerations were. It was far easier than admitting the more obvious truth. He wanted to see her, but he didn't want to be disappointed by Helen's having an engagement that excluded him. He rang the bell and waited, observing a sky the approximate colour of a 10-pence coin, and wondering how long the rain would hold off, and if rain in London meant snow in Lancashire. He rang a second time and heard her voice crackle with static from the speaker. "You're home," he said. "Tommy," she said, and rang him in. She met him at the door to her flat. Without makeup, with her hair pulled back from her face and held in place with an ingenious combination of elastic and satin ribbon, she looked like a teenager. Her choice of conversation emphasized the similarity. "I've had the most tremendous row with Daddy this morning," she said as he kissed her. "I was supposed to meet Sydney and Hortense for lunch. Sid's discovered an Armenian restaurant in Chiswick that she swears is absolutely heaven on earth, if the combination of Armenian food, Chiswick and heaven is even possible. But Daddy came to town yesterday on business, spent the night here, and we sank to new depths in our mutual loathing of each other this morning. Lindley removed his overcoat. She'd been consoling herself with the rare luxury of a midday fire he saw. On a coffee table in front of it were spread out the morning's paper, 2 cups and saucers, and the remains of a breakfast that appeared to consist mostly of over-boiled and half-eaten eggs and deeply charcoaled toast. "I didn't know you and your father loathed each other," he said. "Is this something new? I'd always got the impression you were rather his favourite." "Oh, we don't, and I am. How true," she said. "Which is why it's so utterly disagreeable of him to have such expectations of me. Now, don't misunderstand me, darling. Your mother and I don't for a moment begrudge you the use of this flat," he says in that sonorous way he has of talking. "You know what I mean?" This book is continued on cassette 11, side 1. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued, cassette 11, side 1. "Oh, we don't, and I am. How true," she said. "Which is why it's so utterly disagreeable of him to have such expectations of me. Now, don't misunderstand me, darling. Your mother and I don't for a moment begrudge you the use of this flat," he says in that sonorous way he has of talking. "You know what I mean?" "Baritone, yes. Does he want you out of the flat?" "Your grandmother intended it for the family, and as you're part of the family, we can't accuse you or ourselves of ignoring her wishes. Nonetheless, when your mother and I reflect upon the manner in which you spend your time, and all the et-ceteras at which he so excels, I hate it when he blackmails me about the flat." "You mean, tell me how uselessly you've been spending your days, Helen, darling?" Lindley asked. "That's just exactly it." She went to the coffee table and began folding the newspaper and stacking the dishes. "And it all came about because Caroline wasn't here to cook his breakfast. She's back in Cornwall. She's definitely decided to return, and isn't that the decade's best news? The blame for which, frankly, I lay directly on Denton's doorstep, Tommy. And because Cybele is such a model of connubial bliss, and because Iris is as happy as a pig in the muck with Montana cattle and her cowboy. But mostly it was because his egg wasn't boiled the way he wanted it, and I burned his toast. Well, heavens, how was I supposed to know one had to hang over the toaster like a woman in love? And that set him off. He's always been as prickly as a hedgehog in the morning, anyway." Lindley weeded through the information for the one point on which he had at least a degree of expertise. He couldn't comment on the marital choices that 2 of Helen's sisters had made, Cybele to an Italian industrialist and Iris to a rancher in the United States, but he felt conversant with at least one area of her life. For the past several years, Caroline had acted the role of maid, companion, housekeeper, cook, dresser, and general angel of mercy for Helen. But she was Cornwall-born and Cornwall-bred, and he'd known London would wear uneasily upon her in the long run. "You couldn't have hoped to hold on to Caroline forever," he noted. "Her family's at Howenstow, after all." "I could have done, if Denton hadn't seen fit to break her heart every month or so. I don't understand why you can't do something about your own valet. He's simply unconscionable when it comes to women." Lindley followed her into the kitchen. They set the dishes on the worktop, and Helen went to the refrigerator. She brought out a carton of lemon yogurt and prized it open with the end of a spoon. "I was going to ask you to lunch," he said hastily as she dipped into it and leaned against the worktop. "Were you? Thank you, darling. I couldn't possibly. I'm afraid I'm too occupied with trying to decide how to make something of my life in a fashion both Daddy and I can live with." She knelt and rooted through the refrigerator a second time, bringing forth 3 more cartons. "Strawberry, banana, another lemon," she said. "Which would you like?" "None of them, actually. I had visions of smoked salmon, followed by veal, champagne cocktails for, claret with, brandy aft." "Banana, then," Helen decided for him and handed him the carton and a spoon. "It's just the very thing, quite refreshing. You'll see. I'll make some fresh coffee." Lindley examined the yogurt with a grimace. "Can I actually eat this without feeling like little Miss Muffet?" He wandered to a circular table of birch and glass that fitted neatly into an alcove in the kitchen. At least 3 days of post lay unopened upon it, along with 2 fashion magazines, with corners turned down to mark pages of interest. He flipped through these as Helen poured coffee beans into a grinder and set it to raw. Her choice of reading material was intriguing. She had been investigating bridal gowns and weddings. Satin versus silk versus linen versus cotton, flowers in the hair versus hats versus veils, receptions and breakfasts, the registry office versus the church. He glanced up to see that she was watching him. She spun away and dealt with the ground coffee intently. But he had seen the momentary confusion in her eyes. When on earth had Helen ever been nonplussed about anything? And he wondered how much, if any, of her current interest in weddings had to do with him, and how much of it had to do with her father's criticism. She seemed to read his mind. "He always goes on about Cybele," she said, "which puts him into a state about me. There she is, mother of 4, wife of 1, the grande dame of Milano, patroness of the arts, on the board of the opera, the head of the Museum of Modern Art, chairwoman of every committee known to mankind, and she speaks Italian like a native. What a wretched sort of oldest sister she is. She could at least have had the decency to be miserable, or to be married to a lout. But no, Carlo adores her, worships her, calls her his fragile little English rose." Helen slammed the glass carafe under the spout of the coffee-maker. "Cybele's as fragile as a horse, and he knows it." She opened a cupboard and began pulling out an assortment of tins, jars, and cartons, which she carried to the table. Cheese biscuits took up position on a plate with a wedge of brie. Olives and sweet pickles went into a bowl. To these she added a splash of cocktail onions. She finished off the array with a hunk of salami and a cutting board. "Lunch," she said, and sat down opposite him as the coffee brewed. "Eclectic gastronomy," he noted. "What could I have been thinking of, suggesting smoked salmon and veal?" Lady Helen cut herself some brie and smoothed it onto a biscuit. "He sees no need for me to have a career. Honestly, what a Victorian Daddy is. But he thinks I ought to be doing something useful." "You are." Linley tucked into his banana yogurt and tried to think of it as something one could chew rather than simply gum and swallow. "What about everything you do for Simon when he gets swamped?" "That's a particularly sore spot with Daddy. What on earth is one of his daughters doing, dusting and photographing latent fingerprints, placing hairs on microscope slides, typing up reports about decomposing flesh? My God, is this the sort of life he expected the fruit of his loins to be living? Is this what he sent me to finishing school for? To spend the rest of my days? Intermittently, of course. I don't pretend to be doing anything far removed from frivolity on a regular basis. In a laboratory? If I were a man, at least I could fritter away my time at the club. He'd approve of that. It's what he spent most of his youth doing, after all." Linley raised an eyebrow. "I seem to recall your father chairing 3 or 4 rather successful investment corporations. I seem to recall that he still chairs one." "Oh, don't remind me. He spent the morning doing so when he wasn't listing the charitable organizations to which I ought to be giving my time. Really, Tommy, sometimes I think he and his attitude stepped right out of a Jane Austen novel." Linley fingered the magazine he'd been looking through. "There are, of course, other ways to appease him, aside from giving your time to charity. Not that he needs to be appeased, of course, but supposing you wish to, you might, for instance, give your time to something else he considered worthwhile. Naturally, there's fundraising for medical research, home visits to the elderly, working on one hotline or another. I know I ought to do something with myself, and I keep intending to, but things just get in the way. I wasn't talking about becoming a volunteer." She paused in the act of slicing herself a piece of salami. She placed the knife down, wiped her fingers on a peach linen napkin, and didn't respond. "Think how many birds the single stone of marriage would kill, Helen. This flat could go back to the use of your whole family. They can come here any time as it is, they know that. You could declare yourself too busy with your husband's egocentric interests to be able to live a life of social and cultural responsibility, as Cybele does. I need to start being more involved in things anyway. Daddy's right about that, although I hate to admit it. And once you had children, you could use their needs as a shield against whatever judgment your father might cast upon you for inactivity. Not that he cast any judgments at that point. He'd be too pleased. About what? About having you settled, I suppose. Settled? Lady Helen speared a sweet pickle and chewed it thoughtfully, watching him. My God, don't tell me you're really that provincial. I didn't intend... You can't honestly believe that a woman's place is to be settled, Tommy. Or, she asked shrewdly, is it just my place? No, sorry, it was a poor choice of words. Choose again, then. He placed his yogurt carton on the table. Its contents had tasted fairly good for the first few spoonfuls, but they didn't wear well on the palate after that. We're dancing round the issue, and we may as well stop. Your father knows that I want to marry you, Helen. Yes. What of it? He crossed his legs, uncrossed them. He lifted his hand to loosen the knot of his tie, only to discover and recall that he wasn't wearing one. He sighed. Damn it all! Nothing of it. It merely seems to me that marriage between us wouldn't be such a miserable thing. And God knows that it would please Daddy well enough. He felt stung by her sarcasm and answered in kind. I have no idea about pleasing your father, but there are... You used the word pleased less than a minute ago, or have you conveniently forgotten? But there are moments, and frankly this isn't turning out to be one of them, when I'm actually blind enough to think that it might please me. She looked stung in turn. She sat back in her chair. They stared at each other. The telephone, mercifully, began to ring. Let it go, he said. We need to thrash this out, and we need to do it now. I don't think so. She got up. The phone was on the worktop next to the coffee-maker. She poured them each a cup as she spoke to her caller, saying, What a good guess. He's sitting right here in my kitchen eating salami and yogurt. She laughed. Truro? Well, I hope you're running his credit cards to the limit. No, here he is. Really, Barbara, don't give it a thought. We weren't discussing anything more earth-shaking than the merits of sweet pickles over dill. She had a way of knowing when he felt most betrayed by her levity, so Lindley wasn't surprised when Helen didn't meet his eyes as she handed him the phone and said unnecessarily, It's Sergeant Havers, for you. He caught her fingers under his when he took the receiver. He didn't release her until she looked at him. And even then he said nothing, because, damn it all, she was at fault, and he wasn't going to apologize for lashing out when she drove him to it. When he said hello to his sergeant, he realized that Havers must have heard more in his voice than he intended to convey, for she launched into her report without prefatory remarks of any kind, saying, You'll be chuffed to know that the C of E take police work dead to heart down here in Truro. The Bishop's secretary kindly gave me an appointment to see him a week from tomorrow, thank you very much. Busy as a bee in the roses, the Bishop, if his secretary's to be believed. She blew out a long, loud breath. She'd be smoking, as usual. And you should see the digs these two blokes live in. Sodding bloody hell. Remind me to hold on to my money the next time the collection plate is passed round in church. They should be supporting me, not vice versa. So it's been a waste. Lindley watched Helen return to the table where she sat, and began unfolding the corners of the magazine pages she'd previously folded down. She was pressing each one deliberately flat and smoothing it with her fingers. She wanted him to see this activity. He knew that as well as he knew her. Realizing this, he felt the momentary grip of an anger so irrationally powerful that he wanted to kick the table through the wall. Havers was saying, So evidently the term boating accident was a euphemism. Lindley tore his eyes from Helen. What? Haven't you been listening? Havers asked. Never mind, don't answer. When did you tune in? With the boating accident. Right. She began again. Once she had realized that the Bishop of Truro wasn't going to be of help, she had gone to the newspaper office, where she'd spent the morning reading back issues. There she discovered that the boating accident that had claimed the life of Robin Sage's wife— her name was Susanna, by the way— hadn't occurred on a boat in the first place, and hadn't been deemed an accident in the second. It was the ferry that runs from Plymouth to Roscoff, Havers said, and it was suicide according to the newspaper. Havers sketched in the story with the details she'd gathered from her perusal of the newspaper accounts. The Sages had been making a crossing in bad weather on their way to begin a 2-week holiday in France. After a meal midway through the crossing, it's a 6-hour ride, you know. Susanna had gone off to the ladies, while her husband returned to the lounge with his book. It was more than an hour before he realized that she ought to have turned up, but as she'd been feeling a bit low, he assumed she wanted some time alone. He said he had a tendency to hover when she was in a mood, Havers explained, and he wanted to give her some space. My words, not his. According to the information Havers had been able to gather, Robin Sage had left the lounge 2 or 3 times during the remainder of the crossing, to stretch his legs, to get a drink, to purchase a chocolate bar, but not to look for his wife, about whose continued absence it seemed he did not appear to be worried. When they docked in France, he went below to the car, assuming that she would be there waiting. When she failed to show up as the passengers began to leave, he set about looking for her. He didn't raise the alarm until he noticed that her handbag was on the front passenger seat of the car, Havers said. There was a note inside. Here, let me... Lindley heard the noise of pages turning. It said, "Robin, I'm sorry I can't find the light." There was no name, but the writing was hers. "Not much of a suicide note," Lindley remarked. "You're not the only one who thought that," Havers said. The crossing had been made in bad weather, after all. It was dark for the latter half of it. It was cold as well, so no one had been on deck to see a woman throw herself from the railing. "Or be thrown?" Lindley asked. Havers agreed obliquely. "The truth is that it could have been suicide, but it could have been something else as well, which is apparently what the rozzers on both sides of the channel thought. Sage was put through the ringer twice. He came up clean, or as clean as he could, because no one witnessed anything at all, including Sage's trip to the bar or his saunters to stretch his legs." "And the wife couldn't simply have slipped off the boat when it docked?" Lindley asked. "An international crossing, Inspector. Her passport was in her handbag along with her money, her driving licence, credit cards and the whole bloody bit. She couldn't have got off the boat at either end, and they searched every inch of it in France and in England." "What about the body? Where was she found? Who identified her?" "I don't know yet, but I'm working that angle. Do you want to place any bets?" "Sage liked to talk about the woman taken in adultery," Lindley said, more to himself than to her. "And since there were no stones handy on the boat, he gave her the old heave-ho as her just deserts?" "Perhaps." "Well, whatever happened, they're sleeping in the bosom of Jesus right now, in the graveyard in Tresillian. They all are, in fact. I went to check." "They all are?" "Susanna, Sage, and the kid, all of them lying in a tidy little row." "The kid?" "Yeah, the kid, Joseph, their son." Lindley frowned, listening to his sergeant and watching Helen. The former was supplying the rest of the details. The latter was playing a knife across the wedge of brie in an aimless pattern, her magazines closed and set to one side. "He was 3 months old when he died," Havers said, "and then her death, let me see. Here it is. She died 6 months later. That supports the suicide theory, doesn't it? She'd have been depressed as hell, I'd guess, to have her baby die. And how did she put it? She couldn't find the light. What was his cause of death? Don't know. Find out. Right." She rustled some papers, jotting down instructions in her notebook, probably. She said suddenly, "Hell, Inspector, he was 3 months old. Do you think this bloke Sage might have... or even the wife?" "I don't know, Sergeant." On the other end of the line he heard the brief, distinct snap of a match being struck. She was lighting up again. He longed to do so himself. He said, "Dig a little deeper on Susanna as well. See if you can find anything at all about her relationship to Juliet Spence." "Spence. Got it." More paper crinkled. "I've made copies of the newspaper articles for you. They're not much, but shall I fax them to the yard?" "For what they're worth, I suppose so." It seemed little enough. "Right. Well," he could hear her drawing on the cigarette. "Inspector..." The word was not so much spoken as drawled. "What?" "Soldier on up there. You know. Helen." Easy to say, he thought, as he replaced the phone. He returned to the table, saw that Helen had cross-hatched the entire top of the brie. She'd given up eating her yoghurt, and the salami was still only partially cut. At the moment she was using a fork to roll a black olive round her plate. Her expression was disconsolate. He felt oddly moved to compassion. "I expect your father wouldn't approve of your playing with your food either," he said quietly. "No, Cybele never plays with her food, and Iris never eats, as far as I know." He sat and looked without hunger at the brie he'd spread on a biscuit. He picked it up, put it down, reached for the pickle bowl, pushed it away. He finally said, "Right, I'll be off. I must go out to—" Just as she said quickly, "I'm so sorry, Tommy. I don't mean to keep hurting you. I don't know what comes over me or why I do it." He said, "I push you, we push each other." She took the ribboned elastic from her hair and played the elastic round her hand. She said, "I think I'm looking for evidence, and when it isn't there I create it from nothing." "This is a relationship, Helen, not a court of law. What are you trying to prove?" "Unworthiness." "I see. Mine." He tried to sound objective, but knew he didn't manage it. She looked up. Her eyes were dry, but her skin was blotched. "Yours, yes, because God knows I already feel my own." He reached for the ribbon she'd twisted in her hands. She'd bound them loosely together, and he unwove the binding. "If you're waiting for me to end things between us, it's not going to happen. So you'll have to do the ending yourself." "I can, if you ask me." "I don't intend to." "It would be so much easier." "Yes, it would, but only at first." He stood. "I must go out to Kent for the afternoon. Will you have dinner with me?" He smiled. "Will you have breakfast as well?" "Love-making isn't what I'm avoiding, Tommy." "No," he agreed. "Making love is easy enough. It's living with it that's the devil." Lindley pulled into the car park of the train station in Sevenoaks, just as the first raindrops hit the windscreen of the Bentley. He fumbled in his overcoat pocket for the directions they had found among the vicar's belongings in Lancashire. They were simple enough, taking him to the High Street for a brief jaunt before heading out of the town altogether. A few turns past the point where the pre-hurricane eponymous oaks of the town had once stood, and he was in the country. Down 2 more lanes and up a slight rise, and he found himself following a short drive labelled Wealden Oast. This led to a house with white tile cladding above and brick below, decorated by the distinctive bent-chimneyed Oast roundel attached to the building at its north end. The house had a view of Sevenoaks to the west, and a mixture of farmland and woodland to the south. The land and the trees were winter drab now, but the rest of the year they would provide an ever-changing palette of colour. As he parked between a Sierra and a Metro, Lindley wondered if Robin Sage had walked this distance out from the town. He wouldn't have driven all the way from Lancashire, and the set of directions seemed to indicate 2 facts. He had arrived by train, with no intention of taking a taxi from the station, and no one had met him or intended to meet him, either at the station or somewhere in the town. A wooden sign, neatly lettered in yellow and affixed to the left of the front door, identified the Oast house not as a home but as a place of business. Gitterman Temps, it read, and beneath that, in smaller letters of yellow, Catherine Gitterman, prop. Kate, Lindley thought. Another answer was emerging to the questions that had arisen from Sage's engagement diary and the odd bits carton. A young woman looked up from a reception desk as Lindley entered the house. What had once been the sitting room was now an office, with ivory walls, green carpeting, and modern oak furniture that smelled faintly of lemon oil. The girl nodded at him as she said into the thin wire headpiece of a telephone receiver, "I can let you have Sandy again, Mr. Coatsworth. She got on well with your staff and her skills." "Well, yes, she's the one with the braces on her teeth." She rolled her eyes at Lindley. They were, he noted, skilfully shaded with an aquamarine shadow that exactly matched the jumper she wore. "Yes, of course, Mr. Coatsworth. Let me see." On her desk, which was otherwise free of clutter, lay 6 manila folders. She opened the first. "It's no trouble, Mr. Coatsworth. Really, please don't give it a thought." She riffled through the second. "You've not tried Joy, have you?" "No, she doesn't wear braces." "And she types? Let me see." Lindley glanced to his left, through the door that opened into the roundel. Into its circular wall 6 neat cubicles had been built. At 2 of them girls were pecking at electric typewriters, while a timer ticked to one side. In a third, a young man worked upon a word processor, shaking his head at the screen and saying, "Jesus, this is screwed for sure. I'll bet 100 quid it was another power surge." He leaned towards the floor and rattled through a repair case filled with circuit boards and arcane equipment. "Disk Crash City," he murmured. "I sure as hell hope she was backing up." "May I help you, sir?" Lindley swung back to the reception desk. Aquamarine held a pencil poised as if to take notes. She'd cleared the desk of the folders and replaced them with a yellow legal pad. Behind her, from a vase on a glistening credenza, a single petal fell from a spray of hothouse roses. Lindley expected a harried custodian with dustpan in hand to appear from nowhere and whisk the offending bit of floribunda from sight. "I'm looking for Catherine Gitterman," he said, and produced his warrant card. "Scotland Yard CID." "You want Kate?" The young woman's incredulity apparently prevented her from giving his warrant card any attention at all. "Kate? Is she available?" Eyes still on him, she nodded, lifted a finger to keep him in place, and punched in 3 numbers on the telephone. After a brief and muffled conversation, which she conducted with her chair swivelled in the direction of the credenza, she led him past a second desk, on which a maroon leather blotter held the day's post, arranged artfully into a fan, with a letter-opener acting the part of its handle. She opened the door beyond the desk and gestured towards a stairway. "Up there," she said, and added with a smile, "You've put a spanner in her day. She doesn't much like surprises." Kate Gitterman met him at the top of the stairs, a tall woman dressed in a tailored plaid flannel dressing-gown whose belt was tied in a perfectly symmetrical bow. The predominant colour of the garment was the same green as the carpeting, and she wore beneath it pyjamas of an identical shade. "Flu," she said. "I'm battling the last of it. I hope you don't mind." She didn't give him the opportunity to respond. "I'll see you in here." She led him down a narrow corridor that gave way to the sitting-room of a modern, well-appointed flat. A kettle was whistling as they entered, and with "Just a moment, please," she left him. The soles of her slim leather slippers clattered against the linoleum as she moved about the kitchen. Lindley glanced round the sitting-room. Like the offices below, it was compulsively neat, with shelves, racks, and holders in which every possession appeared to have its designated place. The pillows on the sofa and on the armchairs were poised at identical angles. A small Persian rug before the fireplace lay centred perfectly. The fireplace itself burned neither wood nor coal, but a pyramid of artificial nuggets that were glowing in a semblance of embers. He was reading the titles of her videotapes, lined up like guardsmen beneath a television when she returned. "I like to stay fit," she said, in apparent explanation of the fact that beyond a copy of Olivier's Wuthering Heights, the cassettes all contained exercise tapes featuring one film actress or another. He could see that fitness was approximately as important to her as neatness, for aside from the fact that she was herself slender, solid, and athletic-looking, the room's only photograph was a framed, poster-sized enlargement of her running in a race with the number 194 on her chest. She was wearing a red headband and sweating profusely, but she'd managed a dazzling smile for the camera. "My first marathon," she said. "Everyone's first is rather special." "I'd imagine that to be the case." "Yes, well." She brushed her thumb and middle finger through her hair. Light brown, carefully streaked with blonde, it was cut quite short and blown back from her face in a fashionable style that suggested frequent trips to a hairdresser who wielded scissors and colour with equal skill. From the lining round her eyes, and in the room's daylight, despite the rain that was beginning to streak the flat's casement windows, Lindley would have placed her in mid to late 40s. But he imagined that dressed for business or pleasure, made up and seen in the forgiving artificial light of one restaurant or another, she looked at least 10 years younger. She was holding a mug from which steam rose aromatically. "Chicken broth," she said. I suppose I should offer you something, but I'm not well versed in how one behaves when the police come to call, and you are the police." He offered her his warrant card. Unlike the receptionist below, she studied it before handing it back. "I hope this isn't about one of my girls." She walked to the sofa and sat on the edge with her mug of chicken broth balanced on her left knee. She had, he saw, the shoulders of a swimmer and the unbending posture of a Victorian woman cinched into a corset. "I check into their backgrounds thoroughly when they first apply. No one gets into my files without at least 3 references. If they get a bad report from more than 2 of their employers, I let them go. So I never have trouble. Never." Linley joined her, sitting in one of the armchairs. He said, "I've come about a man called Robin Sage. He had the directions to this oast house among his belongings, and a reference to Kate in his engagement diary. Do you know him? Did he come to see you?" "Robin? Yes." "When?" She drew her eyebrows together. "I don't recall exactly. It was sometime in the autumn, perhaps late September." "The 11th of October? It could have been. Shall I check that for you?" "Did he have an appointment?" "One could call it that." "Why? Has he got into trouble?" "He's dead." She adjusted her grip on the mug slightly, but that was the only reaction that Linley could read. "Is this an investigation?" "The circumstances were rather irregular." He waited for her to do the normal thing, to ask what the circumstances were. When she didn't, he said, "Sage lived in Lancashire. May I take it that he didn't come to see you about hiring a temporary employee?" She sipped her chicken bouillon. "He came to talk about Susanna." "His wife?" "My sister." She pulled a square of white linen from her pocket, dabbed it against the corners of her mouth, and replaced it neatly. "I hadn't seen or heard a word from him since the day of her funeral. He wasn't exactly welcome here, not after everything that had happened." "Between him and his wife? And the baby. That dreadful business about Joseph." "He was an infant when he died, as I understand." "Just 3 months. It was a cot death. Susanna went to get him up one morning, thinking that he'd actually slept through the night for the first time. He'd been dead for hours. He was stiff with rigour. She broke 3 of his ribs between the kiss of life and trying to give him CPR. There was an investigation, of course, and there were questions of abuse when the word got out about his ribs." "Police questions?" Linley asked in some surprise. "If the bones were broken after death, they would have known. I'm aware of that. It wasn't the police. Naturally, they questioned her, but once they had the pathologist's report, they were satisfied. Still, there were whispers in the community, and Susanna was in an exposed position." Kate got up and walked to the window, where she pushed back the curtains. The rain was pattering against the glass. She said, contemplatively but without much ferocity, "I blamed him, I still do, but Susanna only blamed herself. I think that's a fairly normal reaction." "Normal?" Kate laughed softly. There was nothing normal about her situation. Linley waited without reply or question. The rain snaked in rivulets against the window-panes. A telephone rang in the office below. "Joseph slept in their bedroom the first 2 months." "Hardly abnormal." She seemed not to hear. "Then Robin insisted he be given a room of his own. Susanna wanted him near her, but she cooperated with Robin. That was her way, and he was very convincing." "About what?" "He kept insisting that a child could be irrevocably damaged by witnessing at any age, even in infancy, what Robin in his infinite wisdom called the primal scene between his parents." Kate turned from the window and sipped more broth. "Robin refused to have sex as long as the baby was in the room. When Susanna wanted to resume relations, she had to go along with Robin's wishes. But I suppose you can imagine what little Joseph's death did to any future primal scenes between them." "The marriage quickly fell apart," she said. "Robin flung himself into his work as a means of distraction. Susanna drifted into depression." "I was living and working in London at the time," Kate said, "so I had her come to stay with me. I had her go to galleries. I gave her books to identify the birds in the parks. I mapped out city walks and had her take one each day. Someone had to do something after all. I tried." To get her back into life, what do you think? She was wallowing in grief. She was luxuriating in guilt and self-loathing. It wasn't healthy, and Robin wasn't helping matters at all. He'd have been feeling his own grief, I dare say. She wouldn't put it behind her. Every day I'd come home, and there she would be, sitting on the bed, holding the baby's picture against her breast, wanting to talk and relive it all, day after day, as if talking about it would have done any good. Kate returned to the sofa and placed her mug on a round of mosaic that served as a mat on the side table. She was torturing herself. She wouldn't let it go. I told her she had to. She was young, she'd have another baby after all. Joseph was dead, he was gone, he was buried. And if she didn't snap out of it and take care of herself, she'd be buried with him. Which she eventually was. I blame him for that, with his primal scenes and his miserable belief in God's judgment in our lives. That's what he told her, you know, that Joseph's death was the hand of God at work. What a beastly man. Susanna didn't need to hear that sort of rubbish. She didn't need to believe she was being punished. And for what? For what? Kate pulled out her handkerchief a second time. She pressed it against her forehead, although she didn't appear to be perspiring. "Sorry," she said. "There are some things in life that don't bear remembering." "Is that why Robin Sage came to see you? To share memories?" "He was suddenly interested in her," she said. "He hadn't been the least involved in her life in the 6 months that led up to her death, but suddenly he cared. What did she do while she was with you, he wanted to know. Where did she go? What did she talk about? How did she act? Whom did she meet?" She chuckled bitterly. "After all these years, I wanted to smack his mournful little face. He'd been eager enough to see her buried." "What do you mean?" "He kept identifying bodies washed up on the coast. There were 2 or 3 of them, he said, were Susanna. The wrong height, the wrong hair colour when there was hair left on them at all, the wrong weight. Didn't matter. He was in such a nasty rush about it all." "Why?" "I don't know. I thought at first he had some woman lined up to marry, and he needed to have Susanna declared officially dead in order to get on with it." "But he didn't marry." "He didn't. I assume the woman gave him the brush off, whoever she was." "Does the name Juliet Spence mean anything to you?" "Did he mention a woman called Juliet Spence when he was here? Did Susanna ever mention Juliet Spence?" She shook her head. "Why?" "She poisoned Robin Sage last month in Lancashire." Kate raised a hand as if to touch it to her perfectly brushed hair. She dropped it, however, before it made contact. Her eyes grew momentarily distant. "How odd. I find I'm glad of the fact." Lindley wasn't surprised. "Did your sister ever mention any other men when she was staying with you? Did she see other men once things began to go wrong in her marriage? Could her husband have discovered that?" "She didn't talk about men. She talked only about babies. There is, of course, an unavoidable connection between the two. I've always found that a rather unfortunate quirk in our species. Everyone pants towards orgasm without pausing to realize that it's merely a biological trap designed for the purpose of reproduction. What utter nonsense. People get involved with each other. They pursue intimacy along with love. More fools they," Kate said. Lindley got to his feet. Kate moved behind him and made an adjustment to the position of the pillow on his chair. She brushed her fingers across the chair's back. He watched her, wondering what it had been like for her sister. Grief calls for acceptance and understanding. No doubt she'd felt herself cut off from mankind. He said, "Have you any idea why Robin Sage might have telephoned social services in London?" Kate picked a hair from the lapel of her dressing gown. "He'd have been looking for me, no doubt." "You supply them with temps?" "No. I've had this business only 8 years. Before that I worked for social services. He'd have phoned there first." "But your name was in his diary before his calls or visits to social services. Why would that be?" "I couldn't say. Perhaps he wanted to go through Susanna's paperwork in the trip down memory lane he'd been taking. Social services in Truro would have been involved when the baby died. Perhaps he was tracking her paperwork to London. Why? To read it? To set the record straight?" To discover if social services knew what someone else claimed to know? About Joseph's death? Is it a possibility? She folded her arms beneath her breasts. I can't see how. If there had been something suspicious about his death, it would have been acted upon, Inspector. Perhaps it was something borderline, something that could have been interpreted either way. But why would he take a sudden interest in that now? From the moment Joseph died, Robin showed no interest in anything other than his ministry. We'll get through this by the grace of God, he told Susanna. Kate's lips pressed into a line of distaste. Frankly, I wouldn't have blamed her in the least if she'd had the luck to find someone else. Just to forget about Robin for a few hours would have been heaven. Could she have done? Did you get a sense of that? Not from her conversation. And she wasn't talking about Joseph. She was trying to get me to talk about my cases. It was just another way to punish herself. You were a social worker, then? I'd thought— He gestured in the general direction of the stairway. That I was a secretary. No, I had much larger aspirations. I once believed I could actually help people. Change lives, make things better. What an amusing laugh. 10 years in social services took care of that. What sort of work did you do? Mothers and infants, she said, home visits. And the more I did it, the more I understood what a myth our culture has created about childbirth, depicting it as woman's highest purpose fulfilled. What contemptible rot, all of it generated by men. Most of the women I saw were utterly miserable, when they weren't too uneducated or too impossibly ignorant to be able to recognize the extent of their plight. But your sister believed in the myth. She did, and it killed her, Inspector. Chapter 25. It's the nasty little fact that he kept misidentifying bodies, Linley said. He nodded to the officer on duty at the kiosk, flashed his identification, and descended the ramp into the underground car park of New Scotland Yard. Why keep saying definitively that each one was his wife? Why not say he wasn't certain? It didn't matter, after all. A post-mortem would have been performed on the bodies in any case, and he must have known that. It sounds like shades of Max de Winter to me, Helen replied. Linley pulled into a space conveniently close to the lift, now that the day was long over and the vast clerical staff was gone. He thought about the idea. We're meant to believe she deserved to die, he mused. Susanna Sage? He got out of the car and opened her door. Rebecca, he said. She was evil, lewd, lubricious, lascivious. Just the sort of person one longs to have at a dinner party to liven things up. And she pushed him into killing her by telling him a lie. Did she? I can't remember the whole story. Linley took her arm and led her towards the lift. He rang for it. They waited as the machinery creaked and groaned. She had cancer. She wanted to commit suicide, but she lacked the courage to kill herself. So, because she hated him, she pushed him into doing it for her, destroying him and herself at the same time. And when the deed was done and he'd sunk her boat in the Manderley Cove, he had to wait until a female body washed ashore somewhere along the coast, so that he could identify it as Rebecca, gone missing in a storm. Poor thing. Which one? Lady Helen tapped her cheek. That's the problem, isn't it? We're meant to feel compassion for someone, but it does leave one a bit tarnished, doesn't it, to be siding with the murderer? Rebecca was wanton, entirely without conscience. We're meant to think it was justifiable homicide. And was it? Is it ever? That's the question, he said. They took the lift in silence. The rain had begun falling in earnest on his drive back into the city. A snarl of traffic in Blackheath had made him despair of ever getting back across the Thames. But he'd managed to reach Onslow Square by 7, they'd made it to Green's for dinner by 8:15, and now, at 20 minutes before 11, they were heading up to his office for a look at whatever Sergeant Havers had managed to fax from Truro. They were operating under an undeclared ceasefire. They discussed the weather, his sister's decision to sell her land and her sheep in West Yorkshire and return to the south to be near his mother, a curious revival of Heartbreak House that Shavians were denouncing and critics were beatifying, and a Winslow Homer exhibition that was coming to London. He could sense her need to hold him at a distance, and he cooperated, without much liking it. Helen's timeline for opening her heart to him wasn't what he would like it to be, but he knew that he stood a better chance of winning her confidence through patience rather than confrontation. The lift doors slid open. Even in CID, the night staff was significantly smaller than the day, so the floor seemed deserted. But two of Linley's fellow DIs were standing in the doorway to one of their offices, drinking from plastic cups, smoking, and talking about the latest government minister to get caught with his trousers down behind King's Cross Station. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 11, Side 2. The lift doors slid open. Even in CID, the night staff was significantly smaller than the day, so the floor seemed deserted. But two of Linley's fellow DIs were standing in the doorway to one of their offices, drinking from plastic cups, smoking, and talking about the latest government minister to get caught with his trousers down behind King's Cross Station. "There he was, poking some tart while the country goes to hell," Philip Hale was remarking blackly. "What is it with these blokes, I ask you?" John Stewart flicked cigarette ash onto the floor. "Stuffing some dolly in a leather skirt's more immediately gratifying than solving a fiscal crisis, I'd guess. But this wasn't a call girl, this was a 10-quid whore. Good Christ, you saw her. I've also seen his wife." The two men laughed. Linley glanced at Helen. Her face was unreadable. He guided her past his colleagues with a nod. "On you on a holiday?" Hale called after them. "We're in Greece," Linley said. In his office he waited for her reaction as he took off his coat and hung it on the back of the door. But she said nothing about the brief exchange they'd heard. Instead, she went back to their previous topic, although when he evaluated it, he realized that she wasn't digressing too far thematically from her central concern. "Do you think Robin Sage killed her, Tommy?" "It was night. A rough crossing. There were no witnesses who saw his wife throw herself from the ferry, nor was there anyone who came forward to support his claim of going to the bar for a drink when he left the lounge. But a priest, not only to do it in the first place, but then to manage carrying on with his ministry afterwards. He didn't carry on exactly. He left his position in Truro directly she died. He took up a different sort of ministry as well, and he took it up in places where he wasn't known to the congregation. So, if he had something to hide from them, they wouldn't necessarily recognize that fact from a changed behaviour, since they didn't know him in the first place? Possibly. But why kill her? What would have been his motive? Jealousy? Anger? Revenge? An inheritance? Linley reached for the telephone. There seemed to be 3 possibilities. They'd lost their only child 6 months before. But you said it was a cot death. He may have held her responsible. Or he may have been involved with another woman and knew as a priest he couldn't divorce and expect his career to go anywhere. Or she may have been involved with another man, and he found out about it and acted in rage. Or the final alternative, the truth is what it appears to be, a suicide combined with an honest mistake made by a grieving widower in misidentifying bodies. But no conjecture satisfactorily explains why he went to see Susanna's sister in October, and where in the maze does Juliet Spence fit? He picked up the phone. "You know where the fax is, don't you, Helen? Would you see if Havers sent the newspaper articles?" She left to do so, and he phoned Crofters Inn. "I left a message with Denton," St. James told him when Dora Ragg rang through to their room. "He said he hadn't seen a hair of you all day and hadn't expected to. I imagine about now he's phoning every hospital between London and Manchester, thinking you've had a crash somewhere. I'll check in. How was Aspatria?" St. James gave him the facts they'd managed to gather during their day in Cumbria, where, he informed Linley, the snow had begun falling at noon and followed them all the way back to Lancashire. Prior to moving to Winslow, Juliet Spence had been employed as a caretaker at Seward House, a large estate some 4 miles outside of Aspatria. Like Coates Hall, it was in an isolated location, and at the time inhabited only during August, when the son of the owner came up from London with his family for an extended holiday. "Was she sacked for some reason?" Lindley asked. "Not at all," St. James told him. "The house was deeded over to the National Trust when the owner died. The Trust asked Juliet Spence to stay on once they'd opened the grounds and the buildings for public viewing. She moved on to Winslow instead." "Any problems while she was in Aspatria?" "None. I spoke to the owner's son, and he had nothing but unqualified praise for her and great affection for Maggie." "So there's nothing," Lindley mused. "Not quite. Deborah and I have been working the phones for you most of the day." Before Aspatria, St. James said, she'd worked in Northumberland, outside the small village of Holystone. There she'd been a combination of housekeeper and companion to an elderly invalid called Mrs. Soames West, who lived alone in a small Georgian mansion to the north of the village. "Mrs. Soames West had no family in England," St. James said, "and she didn't sound as if she'd had a visitor in years, but she thought a great deal of Juliet Spence, hated to lose her, and wanted to be remembered to her." "Why did the Spence woman leave?" "She gave no reason, just that she'd found another job, and she thought it was time." "How long had she been there?" 2 years there, 2 years in Aspatria." "And before that?" Lindley glanced up as Helen returned with at least a meter's worth of facts hanging over her arm. She handed it to him. He laid it on the desk. 2 years on Tyree." "The Hebrides?" "Yes, and before that Benbecula." "You're seeing the pattern, I take it?" He was. Each location was more remote than the last. At this rate, he expected her first place of employment to be Iceland. "That's where the trail went cold," St. James said. "She worked in a small guest house on Benbecula, but no one there could tell me where she'd been employed before that." "Curious. Considering how long ago it was, I can't say there's great cause for suspicion in the fact. On the other hand, her lifestyle itself sounds rather suspect to me, but I suppose I'm more tied to home and hearth than most." Helen sat down in the chair facing Lindley's desk. He turned on the desk lamp rather than the fluorescent lights overhead, so she was partially in shadow, with a streak of brightness falling mostly across her hands. She was wearing, he noted, a pearl ring he'd given her for her 20th birthday. Odd that he'd not noticed before now. St. James was saying, "So, despite their wanderlust, at least they won't be going anywhere for the moment." "Who?" "Juliet Spence and Maggie. She wasn't at school today, according to Josie, which made us think at first that they'd heard you'd gone to London and done a bunk as a result." "You're sure they're still in Winslow?" "They're here. Josie told us at considerable length over dinner that she'd spoken with Maggie for nearly an hour on the phone round 5 o'clock. Maggie claims to have flu, which may or may not be the case, since she also appears to have had a falling out with her boyfriend, and according to Josie, she may have been skipping out on school for that reason. But even if she isn't ill and they're getting ready to run, the snow's been coming down for more than 6 hours and the roads are hell. They're not going anywhere unless they plan to do it on skis." Deborah said something quietly in the background, after which St. James added, "Right. Deborah says you might want to hire a Range Rover rather than drive the Bentley back up here. If the snow keeps up, you won't be able to get in any more than anyone else will be able to get out." Lindley rang off with a promise to think about it. "Anything?" Helen asked as he picked up the fax and spread it across the desk. "It's curiouser and curiouser," he replied. He pulled out his spectacles and began to read. The amalgamation of facts were out of order. The first article was about the funeral, and he realized that, with an inattention to detail unusual in her, his sergeant had fed the copies of the newspaper articles into the facsimile machine haphazardly. Irritated, he took a pair of scissors, cut the articles, and was reassembling them by date when the telephone rang. "Denton thinks you're dead," Sergeant Havers said. "Havers, why in God's name did you fax me this mess out of order?" "Did I? I must have got distracted by the bloke using the copy machine next to me. He looked just like Ken Branner, although what Ken Branner would be doing making copies of a handout for an antiques fair is well beyond me. He says you drive too fast, by the way." "Kenneth Branner?" "Denton, Inspector. And since you haven't phoned him, he assumes you're squashed bug-like somewhere on the M1 or M6. If you'd move in with Helen, or she'd move in with you, you'd be making things a hell of a lot easier on all of us." "I'm working on it, Sergeant." "Good. Give the poor bloke a call, will you? I told him you were alive at 1 o'clock, but he wasn't buying that since I hadn't actually seen your face. What's a voice on the phone, after all? Someone could have been impersonating you." "I'll check in," Lindley said. "What do you have? I know Joseph's was a cot death. You've been a busy bloke, haven't you? Make that a double, and you'll have put your finger on Juliet Spence as well." "What? Cot death? She had a child die of cot death?" "No, she died of it herself." "Havers? For God's sake, this is the woman in Winslow." "That may be the case, but the Juliet Spence connected to the Sages in Cornwall is buried in the same graveyard as they are, Inspector. She died 44 years ago. Make that 44 years, 3 months, and 16 days. Lindley pulled the stack of clipped and sorted faxes towards him as Helen said, "What is it?" And Havers continued to speak. "The connection you wanted wasn't between Juliet Spence and Susanna. It was between Susanna and Juliet's mother, Gladys. She's still in Tresillian, as a matter of fact. I had late tea with her this afternoon." He scanned the information in the first article, at the same time as he prolonged the moment when he would have to examine the dark, grainy photograph that accompanied it and make a decision. She knew the entire family. Robin grew up in Tresillian, by the by, and she used to keep house for his parents, and she still does the flowers for the church here. She looks about 70, and my guess is she could take us both on in tennis and rout us in a minute. Anyway, she got close to Susanna for a time when Joseph died. Since she'd been through the same thing herself, she wanted to help her, as much as Susanna would let her, which obviously wasn't a great deal. He reached in the drawer for a magnifying glass, played it over the faxed photograph, and wished uselessly that he had the original. The woman in the photograph was fuller of face than was Juliet Spence, with darker hair that curled loosely round her head to her shoulders and below. But more than a decade had passed since it had been taken. This woman's youth might have given way to another's middle age, thinning the face and greying the hair. The shape of the mouth looked right. The eyes seemed similar. Havers was continuing. "She said she and Susanna spent some time together after they buried him. She said it's something a woman never gets over, losing a child, and particularly losing an infant that way. She said she still thinks of her Juliet every day and never forgets her birthday. She always wonders what she might have turned out like. She said she still has dreams about the afternoon when the baby never woke up from her nap." It was a possibility, as indistinct as the photograph itself, but still undeniably real. She had 2 more children after Juliet, did Gladys. She tried to use that fact to help Susanna see that the worst of her grief would pass when other babies came. But Gladys had one other before Juliet as well, and that one lived, so she could never break through to her completely, because Susanna'd always remind her of that. He set down the magnifying glass on the photograph. There was only one fact he needed to confirm before he moved forward. "Havers," he said, "what about Susanna's body? Who found it? Where?" "According to Gladys, she was fish bait. No one ever found her. They had a funeral service, but the sod all in the grave. Not even a coffin." He replaced the telephone receiver in its cradle and removed his spectacles. Carefully he polished them on a handkerchief before returning them to his nose. He looked at his notes. Aspatria, Holystone, Tyree, Benbecula, and saw what she had attempted to do. The why of it all, he was certain, remained where it always had been with Maggie. "They're the same person, aren't they?" Helen left her chair and came to stand behind his, where she could look over his shoulder at the material spread out before him. She put her hand on his shoulder. He reached for it. "I think they are," he said. "What does it mean?" He spoke contemplatively. "She would have needed a birth certificate for a different passport, so that she could slip off the ferry when it docked in France. She could have got a copy of the Spence child certificate at St. Catherine's House. No, it would have been Somerset House then. Or she could have pinched the original from Gladys without her knowledge. She'd been visiting her sister in London before her suicide. She would have had time to set everything up." "But why?" Helen asked. "Why did she do it?" "Because she may have been the woman taken in adultery after all." A stealthy movement of the bed awakened Helen the next morning, and she cracked open one eye. A grey light was sifting through the curtains and falling upon her favourite armchair, across whose back an overcoat was flung. The clock on the bedside table said just before 8. She murmured, "God," and plumped her pillow. She closed her eyes with some deliberation. The bed moved again. "Tommy," she said, fumbling for the clock and turning it to face the wall, "I don't think it's even dawn yet. Truly, darling, you need to get more sleep. What time did we finally get to bed? Was it 2? "Damn," he said quietly. "I know it. I know it." "Good, then lie down. The rest of the answer's right here, Helen, somewhere." She frowned and rolled over to see that he was sitting against the headboard, with his spectacles perched on the end of his nose, letting his eyes travel over piles of paper scraps, handouts, tickets, programmes, and other miscellanea that he'd spread across her bed. She yawned and simultaneously recognized the piles. They'd poured through Robin Sage's odd bits of carton 3 times before giving it up and going to bed last night. But Tommy wasn't done with it seemed. He leaned forward, riffled through one of the piles, and rested against the headboard once more, as if awaiting inspiration to strike. "The answer's here," he said. "I know it." Helen stretched out an arm beneath the covers and rested her hand on his thigh. "Sherlock Holmes would have it solved by now," she noted. "Please don't remind me." You're warm." "Helen, I'm making an attempt at deductive thought. Am I getting in the way? What do you think?" She chuckled, reached for her dressing-gown, draped it round her shoulders, and joined him against the headboard. She picked up one of the piles at random and leafed through it. "I thought you had the answer last night. If Susanna knew she was pregnant, and if the baby wasn't his, and if there was no way she could pass it off as his because they'd stopped having sex, which according to her sister appears to have been the case, what more do you want?" "I want a reason she'd kill him. What we have right now is a reason he'd kill her." "Perhaps he wanted her back and she didn't want to go. He could hardly force her." "But if he decided to claim the child was his, to force her hand through Maggie?" "A genetic test would take the wind out of that plan." "Then perhaps Maggie was his after all. Perhaps he was responsible for Joseph's death. Or perhaps Susanna thought he was. So when she discovered she was pregnant again, she wasn't about to let him have a go with another child." Linley made a noise of dismissal and reached for Robin Sage's engagement diary. Helen noticed that while she slept he'd also rummaged round the flat for the telephone directory, which was lying open at the foot of the bed. "Then let me see." She flipped through her small stack of papers and wondered why on earth anyone would have kept these grimy handouts, the sort that were continually thrust at pedestrians on the street. She would have dropped them into the nearest dustbin. She hated to refuse to take them all together when the people passing them out always looked so earnest, but to save them— She yawned. "It's rather like a reverse trail of breadcrumbs, isn't it?" He was flipping to the back of the telephone directory and running his finger down the page. 6, he said. Thank God it wasn't Smith. He glanced at his pocket watch, which lay open on the table next to his side of the bed, and threw back the covers. The odd bits went flying like debris in the wind. "Was it Hansel and Gretel who left a trail of crumbs, or Little Red Riding Hood?" Helen asked. He was rooting through his suitcase, which gaped open on the floor and spilled out clothing in a fashion that Denton would have found teeth-jarring. "What are you talking about, Helen?" "These papers. They're like a trail of crumbs. Except he didn't drop them, he picked them up." Tying the belt of his dressing-gown, Linley rejoined her at the bed, sitting on her side of it and reading the handouts once again. She read them along with him. The first for a concert at St. Martin-in-the-Fields, the second for a car dealership in Lambeth, the third for a meeting at Camden Town Hall, the fourth for a hairdresser in Clapham High Street. "He came by train," Linley said thoughtfully, and began to rearrange the handouts. He said, "Give me that underground map, Helen." With the map in one hand, he continued to rearrange the handouts until he had the Camden Town Hall meeting first, the concert second, the car dealership third, and the hairdresser fourth. He would have picked up the first at Euston Station, he noted. And if he was going to Lambeth, he'd have got on the Northern Line and changed at Charing Cross, Helen said. Which is where he'd have got the second for the concert. But where does that leave Clapham High Street? Perhaps he went there last, after Lambeth. Does it say in his diary? On his last day in London it says only Yiannopoulos. Yiannopoulos, she said with a sigh. Greek. She felt a tugging of sadness with the saying of the name. I spoiled this week for us. We could have been there, on Corfu, right this moment. He put his arm round her and kissed the side of her head. It doesn't matter. We'd be doing the same thing there as we are right now. Talking about Clapham High Street? I doubt it. He smiled and lay his spectacles on the table. He brushed her hair back and kissed her neck. Not exactly, he murmured. We'll talk about Clapham High Street in a while. Which is what they did, a little more than an hour later. Linley agreed to Helen's making the coffee, but after her presentation of lunch yesterday, he wasn't willing to endure whatever she might bring forth from cupboards and refrigerator to serve as their breakfast. He scrambled the 6 eggs he found in the refrigerator and threw in cream cheese, stoned black olives, and mushrooms for good measure. He opened a tin of grapefruit wedges, dished them out, topped them with a maraschino cherry, and set about making toast. In the meantime, Helen manned the telephone. By the time he had the breakfast ready, she'd gone through 5 of the 6 entries for the name Yiannopoulos, made a list of 4 Greek restaurants she'd not yet tried, received 1 recipe for a poppy seed cake soaked in ouzo. Goodness, that sounds rather terrifyingly inflammable, my dear. Promised to pass along to her superiors a complaint about police mishandling of a burglary near Notting Hill Gate, and defended her honour against the accusations of a shrieking woman who assumed she was the mistress of her errant husband. Linley was setting their plates on the table and pouring coffee and orange juice when Helen struck gold with her final call. She had asked to speak to Mummy or Daddy. The reply went on at some length. Linley was spooning orange marmalade onto his plate when Helen said, I am sorry to hear that, my dear. What about Mummy? Is she there? But you aren't home alone, are you? Shouldn't you be in school? Oh, well, of course, someone must see to Linus's head cold. Do you have negazones? They work awfully well for a sore throat. Helen, what in God's name? She held up a hand to stop him. She's where? I see. Can you give me the name, dear? Linley saw her eyes widen, saw the smile begin to curve her lips. Lovely, she said. That's wonderful, Philip. You've been such a help. Thank you so much. Yes, dear, you give him the chicken soup. She hung up the phone and left the kitchen. Helen, I've got breakfast. Just a moment, darling. He grumbled and forked up a portion of eggs. They weren't half bad. It wasn't a combination of flavours that Denton would have either served or approved of, but then Denton had always possessed tunnel vision when it came to food. Here, look! With her dressing-gown flying round in a whirl of burgundy silk, Helen clattered back into the kitchen. She was the only woman Linley knew who actually wore high-heeled slippers with snowball tufts, dyed to match the rest of her nightly ensembles, and presented him with one of the handouts they'd been looking at earlier. What? The Heir Apparent, she said. Clapham High Street. Lord, what a ghastly name for a hairdresser. I always hate these puns. Sheer ecstasy, the main attraction. Who comes up with them? He spread some marmalade on a wedge of toast as Helen slid into her seat and spooned up 3 pieces of grapefruit with, Tommy, darling, you can actually cook. I might think about keeping you. That warms my heart. He squinted at the paper in his hand. Unisex styling, he read. Discount prices. Ask for Sheila. Yiannopoulos, Helen said. What have you put in these eggs? They're wonderful. Sheila Yiannopoulos? The very same. And she must be the Yiannopoulos we're looking for, Tommy. It's too much of a coincidence otherwise that Robin Sage would have gone to see one Yiannopoulos and just happened to have in his possession a handout with the place of employment of an entirely different Yiannopoulos printed upon it. Don't you agree? She didn't wait, merely went on, saying, That was her son I was speaking to on the phone, by the way. He said to ring her at work. He said to ask for Sheila. Linley smiled. You're a marvel. And you're a fine cook. If you'd only been here to do Daddy's breakfast yesterday morning. He set the hand out to one side and went back to his eggs. That can always be remedied, he said casually. I suppose. She added milk to her coffee and spooned in sugar. Do you vacuum carpets and wash windows as well? If put to the test. Heavens! I might actually be getting the better part of the bargain. Is it, then? What? A bargain? Tommy, you're absolutely ruthless. Chapter 26. Although the son of Sheila Yiannopoulos had recommended a telephone call to the heir apparent, Linley decided upon a personal visit. He found the hairdressers on the ground floor of a narrow, soot-stained Victorian building that was shoehorned between an Indian takeaway and an appliance repair shop on Clapham High Street. He'd driven across the river on Albert Bridge and skirted Clapham Common, upon whose north side Samuel Pepys had come to be lovingly tended in his declining years. The area had been referred to as Paradisian Clapham during Pepys' time, but it had been a country village then, with its buildings and cottages spread out in a curve from the northeast corner of the common, and with fields and market gardens in place of the closely packed streets that had accompanied the arrival of the railway. The common remained essentially inviolate, but many of the pleasant villas that once looked upon it had long since been demolished and replaced by the smaller and less inspired buildings of the 19th century. The rain that had begun on the previous day was continuing to fall as Linley drove along the high street. It rendered the usual curbside collection of wrappers, sacks, newspapers, and assorted rubbish into sodden lumps that seemed bled of all colour. It also had the effect of eliminating virtually all pedestrian traffic. Aside from an unshaven man in a threadbare tweed coat, who shuffled along, talking to himself and holding a newspaper spread over his head, the only other creature on the pavement at the moment was a mongrel dog sniffing at a shoe that lay on top of an upended wooden crate. Linley found a place to park on St. Luke's Avenue, grabbed his coat and umbrella, and walked back to the hairdresser's, where he discovered that the rain had evidently put a damper on the hair business as well. He opened the door, was assailed by the eye-smarting odour that accompanies someone inflicting a perm upon another's innocent head of hair, and saw that this malodorous operation of beauty was being performed on the hairdresser's single customer. She was a plump woman, perhaps 50 years old, who clutched a copy of Royalty Monthly in her fists and said, "Oh, look at this, will you, Stace? That dress she wore to the Royal Ballet must have cost 400 quid. Gloria Amos on toast, was Stace's reply, delivered somewhere between polite enthusiasm and heavy ennui. She squirted a chemical onto one of the tiny pink rolls on her client's head and gazed at her own reflection in the mirror. She smoothed her eyebrows, which came to curious points on her forehead and exactly matched the colour of her ramrod coal hair. Doing this allowed her to catch sight of Linley, who stood behind the glass counter dividing the tiny waiting area from the rest of the shop. "We don't do men, love." She tossed her head in the direction of the next workstation, a movement that clicked her long jet earrings like small castanets. "I know it says unisex in all the adverts, but that's Mondays and Wednesdays when our Rog is here. But she isn't, as you can see. Today, I mean, it's just me and Sheil. Sorry." "Actually, I'm looking for Sheila Yiannopoulos," Linley said. "Are you? She doesn't do men either. I mean, she doesn't do them that way. As for the other, well, she's always been lucky, that girl, hasn't she?" She called towards the rear of the shop. "Sheila! Get out here, this is your lucky day." "Stace, I told you I was heading out, didn't I? Linus has got a bad throat and I was up all night. I got no one on the book coming in this afternoon, so there's no point to me staying." Movement in a back room accompanied the voice, which sounded plaintive and tired. A handbag clicked closed with a metallic snick, a garment snapped as it was shaken out, galoshes slapped against the floor. "He's good-looking, Sheil," Stace said with another wink. "You wouldn't want to miss him. Trust me, love." Is that my Harold, then, having a bit of fun with you? 'Cause if it is—" She came out of the room drawing a black scarf across hair that was short, artfully cut, and coloured a white blonde that came only from bleaching or being born an albino. She hesitated when she saw Linley. Her blue eyes flicked over him, taking in and evaluating the coat, the umbrella, and the cut of his hair. Her face became immediately wary. The bird-like features of her nose and chin seemed to recede, but only for a moment, before she lifted her head sharply, saying, "I'm Sheila Yiannopoulos. Who is it exactly wants to make my acquaintance?" Linley produced his warrant card. "Scotland Yard CID." She'd been in the process of buttoning a green mackintosh, and although she slowed when Linley identified himself, she did not stop. She said, "Police, then?" "Yes." "I've got nothing to say to you lot about anything." She adjusted her handbag on her arm. "It won't take long," said Linley, "and I'm afraid it's essential." The other hairdresser had turned from her client. She said with some alarm, "Sheila, want me to ring Harold for you?" Sheila ignored her, saying, "Essential to what? Did one of my boys get up to something this morning? I've kept them home today, if that's supposed to be a crime. The whole lot of them got colds. Did they get up to mischief?" "Not that I know." "They're always playing with the phone, that lot. Gino dialed 999 and yelled fire last month. Got thrashed for it, he did. But he's nothing so much as pig-headed like his dad. I wouldn't put it by him to do it again for a giggle." "I'm not here about your children, Mrs. Yiannopoulos, although Philip did tell me where to find you." She was fastening the galoshes round her ankles. She straightened with a grunt and drove her fists into the small of her back. In that position Linley saw what he had not noticed before. She was pregnant. He said, "May we go somewhere to talk?" "About what?" "About a man called Robin Sage." Her hands flew to her stomach. "You do know him?" he said. "And what if I do?" "Sheila, I'm ringing Harold," Stace said. "He won't want you talking to the coppers, and you know it." Linley said to Sheila, "If you're going home anyway, let me drive you there. We can talk on the way." "You listen, I'm a good mother, mister. No one says different. You just ask anyone around. You can ask Stace here." "She's a bleeding saint," Stace said. "How many times you gone without shoes so those kids of yours could have the trainers they wanted? How many times, Sheila? And when was the last time you had a meal out? And who does the ironing if it isn't you? And how many new frocks did you buy last year?" Stace drew a breath. Linley seized the moment. "This is a murder investigation," he said. The shop's sole client lowered her magazine. Stace drew her chemical bottle to her breast. Sheila stared at Linley and seemed to weigh his words. "Whose?" she asked. "His. Robin Sage." Her features softened and bravado disappeared. She took a long breath. "Right, then. I'm in Lambeth and my boys are waiting. If you want to talk, we've got to do it there." "I have a car outside," Linley said, and as they left the shop, Stace shouted after them, "I'm still ringing Harold." A new cloudburst erupted as Linley shut the door behind them. He opened his umbrella, and although it was large enough for them both, Sheila kept her distance from him by opening a small collapsible one that she took from the pocket of her mackintosh. She didn't say a word until they were in the car and heading towards Clapham Road and Lambeth. And then it was only, "Some motor, mister. I hope it's got an alarm system on it, else there won't be a bolt left when you leave my flat." She gave the leather seat a caress. "They'd like this, my boys." "You have 3 children?" "5. She pulled up the collar of her mackintosh and looked out the window. Linley gave her a glance. Her attitude was streetwise and her concerns were adult, but she didn't look old enough to have borne 5 children. She couldn't yet have been 30. 5, he repeated. "They must keep you busy." She said, "Go left here. You need to take the South Lambeth Road." They drove in the direction of Albert Embankment, and when they hit congestion near Vauxhall Station, she directed him through a maze of back streets that finally took them to the tower block in which she and her family lived. 20 floors high, it was steel and concrete, unadorned and surrounded by more steel and concrete. Its dominant colours were a rusting gunmetal and a yellowing beige. The lift they rode in smelled of wet nappies. Its rear wall was papered with announcements about community meetings, crime-stopping organisations, and crisis hotlines covering every topic from rape to AIDS. Its side walls were cracked mirrors. Its doors comprised a snake nest of illegible graffiti, in the middle of which the words "Hector sucks cock" were painted in brilliant and unavoidable red. Sheila spent the ride shaking off her umbrella, collapsing it, putting it into her pocket, removing her scarf, and fluffing up the top of her hair. She did this by pulling it forward from the crown. In defiance of gravity, it formed a drooping coxcomb. When the lift doors opened, Sheila said, "It's this way," and led him towards the back of the building, down a narrow corridor. Numbered doors lined each side. Behind them music played, televisions chattered, voices rose and fell. A woman shrieked, "Billy, you let me go!" A baby wailed. From Sheila's flat came the sound of a child shouting, "No, I won't! You can't make me!" and the rattle of a snare drum being beaten by someone with only moderate talent for the occupation. Sheila unlocked the door and swung it open, calling, "Which of my blokes got a kiss for Mummy?" She was instantly surrounded by 3 of her children, all of them little boys, eager to oblige, each one shouting louder than the other. Their conversation consisted of, "Philip says we have to mind and we don't, Mum, do we? He made Linus eat chicken soup for breakfast. Hermes has my socks and he won't take them off, and Philip says—" "Where is he, Gino?" Sheila asked. "Philip, come give your mummy what for." A slender, maple-skinned boy, perhaps 12 years old, came to the kitchen door with a wooden spoon in one hand and a pot in the other. "Making mash," he said. "These lousy potatoes keep boiling over. I've got to keep watch." "You got to kiss your mum first." "Oh, come on. You come on." Sheila pointed to her cheek. Philip trudged over and pecked at his duty. She cuffed him lightly and grabbed onto his hair, in which the pick he used to comb it stuck up like a plastic headdress. She plucked it out. "Stop acting like your dad. Makes me crazy, that, Philip." She shoved it into the rear pocket of his jeans and slapped his bottom. "These are my boys," she said to Linley. "These are my extra special blokes. And this here is a policeman, you lot, so watch yourselves here." The boys stared at Linley. He did his best not to stare back at them. They looked more like a miniature United Nations than they did the members of a family, and it was obvious that the words "your dad" had a different meaning for every one of the children. Sheila was introducing them, giving a pinch here, a kiss there, a nibble on the neck, a noisy spluttering against a cheek. Philip, Gino, Hermes, Linus. "My lamb chop, Linus," she said, "him with a throat that kept me up all night." "And Peanut," Linus said, patting his mother's stomach. "Right. And how many does that make, love?" Linus held up his hand, the fingers spread, a grin on his face and his nose running freely. "And how many are those? How many are those?" his mother asked him. "5. "Lovely." She tickled his stomach. "And how old are you?" 5. "That's right." She took off her mackintosh and handed it to Gino, saying, "Let's move this confab into the kitchen. If Philip's making mash, I've got to see to the bangers. Hermes, put that drum away and help Linus with his nose. Christ, don't use your bleeding shirt-tail to do it." The boys trailed her into the kitchen, which was one of 4 rooms that opened off the sitting-room, along with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, jammed with plastic lorries, balls, 2 bicycles, and a pile of dirty clothes. The bedrooms, Linley saw, looked out on the companion tower block next door, and furniture made movement impossible in either. 2 sets of bunk beds in one of the rooms, a double bed and a baby cot in the other. "Harold ring this a.m.?" Sheila was asking Philip when Linley entered the kitchen. "No." Philip scrubbed at the kitchen table with a dishcloth that was decidedly grey. "You've got to cut that bloke loose, Mum. He's bad news, he is." She lit a cigarette and, without inhaling, set it in an ashtray and stood over its plume of smoke, breathing deeply. "Can't do that, love. Peanut needs her dad." "Yeah, well, smoking's not good for her, is it?" I'm not smoking, am I? Do you see me smoking? Do you see a fag hanging out of this mouth? That's just as bad. You're breathing it, aren't you? Breathing it's bad. We could all die of cancer. You think you know everything, just like my dad. She pulled a frying pan from one of the cupboards and went to the refrigerator. 2 lists hung upon it, held in place with yellowing sellotape. Rules was printed at the top of one, jobs at the top of the other. Diagonally across both, someone had scrawled, "Sod you, Mummy." Sheila ripped the lists off and swung round on the boys. Philip was at the cooker, seeing to his potatoes. Gino and Hermes were scrambling round the legs of the table. Linus was dipping his hand into a carton of cornflakes that had been left on the floor. "Which of you lot did this?" Sheila demanded. "Come on, I want to know. Which of you bloody did this?" Silence fell. The boys looked at Lindley as if he'd come to arrest them for the crime. She crumpled the papers and threw them on the table. "What's rule number 1? What's always been rule number 1? Gino?" He stuck his hands behind his back as if afraid they'd be smacked. "Respecting property," he said. "And whose property was that? Whose property did you decide to write all over?" "I didn't." "You didn't? Don't give me that rubbish. Whoever causes trouble if it isn't you. You take these lists to the bedroom and write them over 10 times. "But, Mum, and no bangers and mash till you do. You got it? I didn't." She grabbed his arm and thrust him in the direction of the bedrooms. "I don't want to see you till the lists are done." The other boys shot sly looks at one another when he'd gone. Sheila went to the worktop and breathed in more smoke. "I couldn't go it cold turkey," she said to Lindley in reference to the cigarette. "I could do with other stuff, but not with this." "I used to smoke myself," he said. "Yeah, then you know." She took the bangers from the refrigerator and slid them into the frying pan. She turned on the burner, looped her arm round Philip's neck and kissed him soundly on the temple. "Jesus, you're a handsome little bloke, you know that. 5 more years and the girls will be mad for you. You'll be beating them off you like there was flies." Philip grinned and shrugged her arm off him. "Mum? Yeah, you like that plenty when you get a bit older, just like my dad." She pinched his bottom. "Little sod." She turned to the table. "Hermes, watch these bangers. Bring your chair here. Linus, set the table. I've got to talk to this gentleman." "I want cornflakes," Linus said. "Not for lunch." "I want them." "And I said not for lunch." She snatched the box away and threw it into a cupboard. Linus began to cry. She said, "Stow it!" And then to Lindley, "It's his dad. Those damn Greeks, they let their sons do anything. They're worse than Italians. Let's talk out here." She took her cigarette back into the sitting room, pausing by an ironing board to wrap a frayed cord round the bottom of an iron. She used her foot to shove to one side an enormous laundry basket, spilling clothes onto the floor. "Good to sit down." She sighed as she sank into a sofa. Its cushions wore pink slip-covers. Burn holes in them showed the original green beneath. Behind her the wall was decorated with a large collage of photographs. Most of them were snapshots. They grew out in a starburst pattern from a professional studio portrait in the centre. Although adults were featured in some of them, all of them showed at least one of her children. Even photographs of Sheila's wedding. She stood at the side of a swarthy man in wire-rimmed spectacles with a noticeable gap between his front teeth, also contained 2 of her children, a much younger Philip, dressed as ring-bearer, and Gino, who could not have been more than 2. "Is that your work?" Lindley asked, nodding at the collage. She craned her neck to look at it. "You mean did I make it? Yeah, the boys helped, but mostly it was me." "Gino!" She leaned forward on the sofa. "Get back to the kitchen. Eat your lunch." "But the lists. Do what I tell you. Help your brothers and shut up." Gino plodded back into the kitchen, casting a chary look at his mother and hanging his head. The cooking noises became subdued. Sheila knocked ash from her cigarette and held it under her nose for a moment. When she replaced it in the ashtray, Lindley said, "You saw Robin Sage in December, didn't you?" "Just before Christmas. He came to the shop like you. I thought he wanted a haircut. He could have used a new style, but he wanted to talk. Not there, here, like you." "Did he tell you he was an Anglican priest?" He was all done up in a priest's uniform, or whatever it's called, but I figured that was just a disguise. It'd be like social services, wouldn't it, to send someone snooping round dressed up like a priest on the prowl for sinners? I've had my fill of that lot, I can tell you. They're here at least twice a month, waiting like vultures to see if I'll knock about one of my boys, so they can take 'em away and put 'em in what they think's a proper home. She laughed bitterly. Huh, they can wait till they're grey. Fucking old biddies. This book is continued on cassette 12, side 1. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued, cassette 12, side 1. I've had my fill of that lot, I can tell you. They're here at least twice a month, waiting like vultures to see if I'll knock about one of my boys, so they can take 'em away and put 'em in what they think's a proper home. She laughed bitterly. Huh, they can wait till they're grey. Fucking old biddies. What made you think he was from social services? Did he have some sort of referral from them? And did he show you a card? It was the way he acted once he got here. He said he wanted to talk about religious instructions, like, where was I sending my kids to learn about Jesus, and did we go to church, and where? But all the time he kept looking round the flat like he was measuring it up to see was it fit for Peanut when she comes. And he wanted to talk about being a mother, and how if I loved my kids did I show 'em regular, and how did I show 'em, and how did I discipline. The sort of rot social workers always talk about. She leaned over and turned on a lamp. Its shade had been covered somewhat haphazardly with a purple scarf. When the light bulb glowed, great splodges of glue looked like the Americas beneath the material. So I thought he was going to be my new social worker, and this was his not-so-clever way of getting to know me. But he never told you that. He just looked at me the way they always do, with his face all wrinkled and his eyebrows squished. She gave a fair imitation of factitious empathy. Linley tried not to smile and failed. She nodded. I've had that lot coming round since I had my first kid, mister. They never help out and they never change a thing. They don't believe you're trying to do your best, and if something happens they blame you first. I hate the lot of them. They're why I lost my Tracy Joan. Tracy Jones? Tracy Joan. Tracy Joan Cotton. She shifted her position and pointed to the studio photograph at the centre of her collage. In it, a laughing baby in pink held a stuffed grey elephant. Sheila touched her fingers to the baby's face. My little girl, she said. This is my Tracy that was. Linley felt hair rise on the back of his hands. She'd said 5 children. Because she was pregnant, he had misunderstood. He got up from his chair and took a closer look at the picture. The baby didn't look more than 4 or 5 months old. What happened to her? He asked. She got snatched one night, right out of my car. When? I don't know. Sheila went hastily on when she saw his expression. I went into the pub to meet her dad. I left her sleeping in the car 'cause she'd been feverish and she'd finally stopped her squalling. When I came out, she was gone. I meant, how long ago did this happen? Linley asked. 12 years last November. Sheila shifted again away from the photograph. She brushed at her eyes. She was 6 months old, was my Tracy Joan, and when she got snatched, social bleeding services did nothing about it but hand me over to the local police. Linley sat in the Bentley. He thought about taking up cigarettes again. He remembered the prayer from Ezekiel that had been marked off in Robin Sage's book. When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness that he hath committed, and doeth that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive. He understood. That's what it all came down to in the end. He had wanted to save her soul, but she had wanted to save the child. Linley wondered what sort of moral dilemma the priest had faced when he finally traced down Sheila Yiannopoulos, for surely his wife would have told him the truth. The truth was her only defence, and her best chance of convincing him to turn a blind eye to the crime she had committed so many years in the past. "Listen to me," she would have said to him. "I saved her, Robin. Do you want to know what Kate's record said about her parents, her background, and what happened to her? Do you want to know everything, or are you just going to condemn me without the facts?" He would have wanted to know. He was at heart a decent man, concerned with doing what was right, not just what was prescribed by law. So he would have listened to the facts, and then he would have verified them himself, in London. First, by going to see Kate Gitterman, and trying to discover if his wife had indeed had access to her sister's case reports in that long-ago time when she worked for social services. Then, by going to social services itself, to track down the girl whose baby had had a fractured skull and a broken leg before she was even 2 months old, and then had been kidnapped off a street in Shoreditch. It wouldn't have been a difficult project to gather the information. Her mother was 15 years old, Susanna would have told him. Her father was 13. She didn't stand a chance in a life with them. Can't you see that? Can't you? Yes, I took her, Robin, and I'd do it again. He would have come to London. He would have seen what Linley saw. He would have met her. Perhaps as he sat talking with her in the crowded flat, Harold would have arrived as well, saying, "How's my baby? How's my sweet mamma?" as he spread his dusky hand across her belly, a hand on which the gold wedding band glittered. Perhaps he too would have heard Harold whispering, "Can't make it tonight, babe. Now don't cause a scene, Sheil. I just can't do it," in the corridor as he left. Do you have any idea how many second chances social services give an abusive mother before they take a child? She would have demanded. Do you know how difficult it is to prove abuse in the first place, if the child can't talk and there appears to be a reasonable explanation behind the accident? "I never touched a hair of her head," Sheila had said to Linley, "but they didn't believe me. Oh, they let me keep her, because they couldn't prove nothing, but they made me go to classes, and I had to check with them every week, and—" She smashed out her cigarette. "All the time it was Jimmy, her bleeding stupid dad. She was crying, and he didn't know how to get her to stop, and I'd left her with him for only an hour, and Jimmy hurt my baby. He lost his temper. He threw her. The wall. I wouldn't, but no one believed me, and he wouldn't say." So when the baby vanished, and young Sheila Cotton, not yet Yiannopoulos, swore she'd been kidnapped, Kate Gitterman phoned the police and gave them her professional assessment of the situation. They'd eyed the mother, measured the level of her hysteria, and searched for a corpse, instead of looking for a potential trail left by the baby's abductor. And no one involved in the investigation ever connected the suicide of a young woman off the coast of France with a kidnapping in London nearly 3 weeks later. "But they couldn't find a body, could they?" Sheila had said, wiping at her cheeks. "Because I never hurt her, and I never would. She was my baby. I loved her. I did." The boys had come to the door of the kitchen as she wept, and Linus crept across the sitting room and crawled onto the sofa beside her. She hugged him to her and rocked him, her cheek pressed against the top of his head. "I'm a good mother, I am. I take care of my boys. No one says I don't. And no one, bloody no one, is going to take my kids away." Sitting in the Bentley, with the windows steaming and the traffic hissing by on the Lambeth Street, Linley remembered the end of the story of the woman taken in adultery. It was about casting stones. Only the man without sin, and interesting, he thought, that it was men and not women who would do the stoning, could stand in judgment and administer punishment. Anyone whose soul was not unblemished had to move aside. "You go to London if you don't believe me," she would have said to her husband. "You check on the story. You see if she'd be better off living with a woman who fractured her skull." So he had come. He had met her. And then he had faced the decision. He was not without sin, he would have realized. His inability to help his wife come to terms with her grief when their own child died had been part of what led her to commit this crime. How could he now begin to lift a stone against her when he was responsible, if only in part, for what she had done? How could he begin a process that would destroy her forever, at the same time as it ran the risk of also harming the child? Was she, in truth, better for Maggie than this white-haired woman with her rainbow children and their absent fathers? And if she was, could he turn away from a crime by calling its retribution a greater injustice? He had prayed to know the difference between that which is moral and that which is right. His telephone conversation with his wife on that final day of his life had telegraphed what his decision would be. "You can't judge what happened then," You can't know what's right now. That's in God's hands, not yours." Linley glanced at his pocket-watch. It was 1:30. He would fly to Manchester and hire a Range Rover. That would get him to Winslow sometime in the evening. He picked up the car phone and punched in Helen's number. She heard it all when he said her name. "Shall I come with you?" she asked. "No, I'm not fit company now. I won't be later." "That doesn't matter, Tommy." "It does, to me. I want to help in some way." "Then be here for me when I get back." "How?" "I want to come home and have home mean you." Her hesitation was prolonged. He thought he could hear her breathing, but knew it was impossible, considering the connection. He was probably only listening to himself. "What will we do?" she asked. "We'll love each other, marry, have children, hope for the best." "God, I don't know any longer, Helen." "You sound horrible." Her own voice was bereft. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to love you. I don't mean here, I mean Winslow. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to wish to be Solomon and be Nemesis instead." "Oh, Tommy." "Say it. You've got to say it sometime. It might as well be now." "I'll be here. Always. When it's over. You know that." Slowly, with great care, he replaced the phone. The Work of Nemesis. Chapter 27. "Was he looking for her, Tommy?" Deborah asked. "Do you think he never believed she drowned in the first place? Is that why he moved from parish to parish? Is that why he came to Winslow?" St. James stirred another spoonful of sugar into his cup and regarded his wife thoughtfully. She had poured their coffee, but added nothing to her own. She was playing the small cream jug between her hands. She didn't look up as she waited for Linley's answer. It was the first time she had spoken. "I think it was pure chance." Linley forked up a portion of his veal. He'd arrived at Crofter's Inn as St. James and Deborah were finishing dinner. Although they hadn't had the dining room to themselves this night, the two other couples who had been enjoying beef Wellington and rack of lamb had moved to the residence lounge for their coffee. So between Josie Ragg's appearances in the dining room to serve one portion of Linley's late meal or another, he had told them the story of Sheila Cotton Yanapapoulis, Catherine Gitterman, and Susanna Sage. "Consider the facts," he went on. "She didn't go to church. She lived in the north while he remained in the south. She kept on the move. She chose isolated locations. When the locations promised to become less isolated, she merely moved on. Except this last time," St. James noted. Linley reached for his wine-glass. "Yes, it's odd that she didn't move at the end of her 2 years here." "Perhaps Maggie's at the root of that," St. James said. "She's a teenager now. Her boyfriend's here, and according to what Josie was disclosing last night with her usual passion for detail, that's a fairly serious relationship. She may have found it difficult, as we all do, to walk away from someone she loves. Perhaps she refused to go." "That's a reasonable possibility, but isolation was still essential to her mother." Deborah's head darted up at that. She began to speak, but she appeared to stop herself. Linley was continuing. "It seems odd that Juliet, or Susanna, if you will, didn't do something to force the issue. After all, their isolation at Coates Hall was due to end any time. When the renovation was complete, Brendan Power and his wife—" He paused in the act of spearing up a piece of new potato. "Of course," he said. "She was the mischief-maker at the Hall," St. James said. "She must have been. Once it was occupied, she increased her chances of being seen. Not necessarily by people from the village, who would have seen her occasionally already, but by guests coming to call. And with a new baby, Brendan Power and his wife would have had guests, family, friends, out-of-town visitors. Not to mention the vicar. She wouldn't have wanted to take the risk. Still, she must have heard the name of the new vicar long before she saw him," St. James said. "It's odd that she didn't invent some sort of crisis and run for it then. Perhaps she tried, but it was autumn when the vicar arrived in Winslow. Maggie was already in school. If indeed her mother had rashly agreed to stay on in the village for Maggie's happiness, she'd be hard-pressed to come up with an excuse to leave." Deborah released her hold on the cream jug and pushed it away. "Tommy," she said, in a voice so carefully controlled that it sounded strung, "I don't see how you can be sure of all this." When Lindley looked at her, she went on quickly. "Perhaps she didn't even need to run. What sort of proof do you actually have that Maggie isn't her real daughter in the first place? She could be hers, couldn't she?" "That's unlikely, Deborah." "But you're drawing conclusions without having all the facts." "What more facts do I need?" "What if—" Deborah grabbed her spoon and clutched it as if she would use it to strike the table while she made a point. Then she dropped it, saying in a dispirited voice, "I suppose I don't know." "My guess is that an X-ray of Maggie's leg will show it was once broken, and that DNA testing will tell the rest of the tale," Lindley told her. She got to her feet in response, shoving her hair away from her face. "Yes, well, look, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired. I think I'll go up. No, please stay, Simon. No doubt you and Tommy have lots to discuss. I'll just say good night." She was out of the room before they could respond. Lindley stared after her, saying to St. James, "Did I say something?" "It's nothing." Pensively, St. James watched the door, thinking Deborah might reconsider and return. When she didn't, after a moment, he turned back to his friend. Their reasons for questioning Lindley were disparate, he knew, but Deborah had a point, if not the one she was intending to make. Why didn't she brazen it out, he asked. Why didn't she claim Maggie was her own child, the product of an affair? "I wondered about that myself initially. It seemed the logical way to go. But Sage had met Maggie first, remember? I imagine he knew how old she was, the same age as their son Joseph would have been. So Juliet had no choice. She knew she couldn't pull the wool over his eyes. She could only tell him the truth and hope for the best." "And did she? Tell him the truth, that is?" "I expect so. The truth was bad enough, after all. Unmarried teenagers with an infant who'd already suffered a fractured skull and a broken leg. I've no doubt she saw herself as Maggie's saviour. She might have been." "I know. That's the hell of it. She might have been. And I imagine Robin Sage knew that as well. He had visited Sheila Yiannopoulos, the adult. He couldn't have known what she would have been like as a 15-year-old girl in possession of an infant. He could make surmises based upon her other children, how they were turning out, what she said about them and their upbringing, how she acted round them. But he couldn't know for certain what it would have been like for Maggie had she grown up with Sheila instead of Juliet Spence for a mother." Lindley poured himself another glass of wine and smiled bleakly. "I'm only glad I'm not in the position Sage was. His decision was agonizing. Mine is only devastating. And even then it's not going to be devastating to me." "You're not responsible," St. James pointed out. "A crime's been committed." "And I serve the cause of justice. I know that, Simon. But frankly, it gives me no pleasure." He drank deeply of the wine, poured more, drank again. He placed the glass on the table. The wine shimmered in the light. He said, "I've been trying to keep my mind off Maggie all day. I've been trying to keep it focused on the crime. I keep thinking that if I continue to re-examine what Juliet did, all those years ago, and this past December as well, I might forget about why she did it, because the why of it isn't important. It can't be." "Then let the rest of it go." "I've been saying it like a litany since 1:30. He phoned her and told her what his decision would be. She protested. She said she wouldn't give her up. She asked him to come to the cottage that night to talk about the situation. She went out to where she knew the water hemlock grew. She dug up a rootstock. She fed it to him for dinner. She sent him on his way. She knew he would die. She knew how he would die." St. James added the rest. "She took a purgative to make herself look ill. Then she phoned the constable and implicated him." "So why in God's name can I forgive her?" Lindley asked. "She murdered a man. Why do I want to turn a blind eye to the fact that she's a killer?" "Because of Maggie. She was a victim once in her life, and she's about to become a victim of a different sort again. At your hands this time." Lindley said nothing. In the pub next door a man's voice rose momentarily. A babble of conversation ensued. St. James said, "What's next?" Linley crumpled his linen napkin on the tabletop. "I have a WPC driving out from Clitheroe. For Maggie. She'll need to take the child when we take the mother." He glanced at his pocket watch. "She wasn't on duty when I stopped by the station. They were tracking her down. She's to meet me at Shepherd's." "He doesn't know yet." "I'm heading there now. Shall I come with you?" When Linley glanced back at the door through which Deborah had disappeared, St. James said, "It's all right." "Then I'll be glad of your company." The crowd in the pub was a large one this night. It appeared to consist mostly of farmers who had come by foot, by tractor, and by Land Rover to outshout one another on the subject of the weather. Smoke from their cigarettes and pipes hung heavily on the air as they each recounted the effect that the continuing snowfall was having on their sheep, the roads, their wives, and their work. Because of a respite from noon until 6 o'clock that evening, they hadn't yet been snowed in. But flakes had begun to fall again steadily round 6:30, and the farmers seemed to be fortifying themselves against a long siege. They weren't the only ones. The village teenagers were spread out at the far end of the pub, playing the fruit machine and watching Pam Rice carry on with her boyfriend, much as she had done on the night of the St. James's arrival in Winslow. Brendan Power was sitting near the fire, looking up hopefully each time the door opened. It did this with fair regularity as more villagers arrived, stamping snow from their boots and shaking it from their clothes and their hair. "We're in for it, Ben," a man called over the din. Pulling the taps behind the bar, Ben Wragg couldn't have looked more delighted. Custom in winter was hard enough to come by. If the weather turned rough enough, half of these blokes would be looking for beds. St. James left Linley long enough to go upstairs for his overcoat and gloves. Deborah was sitting on the bed with all the pillows piled up behind her. Her head was back, her eyes were closed, and her hands were balled in her lap. She was still fully dressed. She said, as he closed the door, "I lied, but you knew that, didn't you?" "I knew you weren't tired, if that's what you mean." "You aren't angry?" "Should I be?" "I'm not a good wife." "Because you didn't want to hear anything more about Juliet Spence? I'm not sure that's an accurate measurement of your loyalties." He took his coat from the cupboard and put it on, fishing in the pockets for his gloves. "You're going with him, then, to finish things?" "I'll rest easier if he doesn't have to do it alone. I brought him into this, after all." "You're a good friend to him, Simon." "As he is to me." "You're a good friend to me as well." He went to the bed and sat down on the edge. He closed his hand over the fist hers made. The fist turned, the fingers opened. He felt something pressed between his palm and hers. It was a stone he saw, with 2 rings painted on it in bright pink enamel. She said, "I found it sitting on Annie Shepherd's grave. It reminded me of marriage, the rings and how they're painted. I've been carrying it round ever since. I thought it might help me be better for you than I have been." "I have no complaints, Deborah." He closed her fingers round the stone and kissed her forehead. "You've wanted to talk, I haven't. I'm sorry." "I've wanted to preach," he said, "which is different from talking. You can't be blamed for displaying an unwillingness to listen to my sermons." He stood, pulling on his gloves. He took his scarf from the chest of drawers. "I don't know how long this will take." "It doesn't matter. I'll wait." She was placing the stone on the bedside table as he left the room. He found Linley waiting for him outside the pub, sheltered within the porch and watching the snow continue to come down in silent undulations, lit by the street lamps and by the lights from the terrace houses lining the Clitheroe road. He said, "She'd only been married once, Simon, just to Yiannopoulos." They headed towards the car park where he'd left the Range Rover he'd hired in Manchester. "I've been trying to understand the process Robin Sage went through to make his decisions, and it comes down to that. She's not a bad person, after all. She loves her children, and she's only been married once, despite her lifestyle prior to and following that marriage." "What happened to him?" "Yiannopoulos. He gave her Linus, the 4th son, and then evidently took up with a 20-year-old boy fresh in London from Delphi." "Bearing a message from the Oracle?" Linley smiled. "I dare say that's better than gifts." "Did she tell you about the rest?" "Obliquely. She said she had a weakness for dark foreign men, Greeks, Italians, Iranians, Pakistanis, Nigerians. She said, "They just crook their fingers and I come up pregnant. I can't think how." Only Maggie's father was English, she said, and look what sort of bloke he was, Mr. Inspector Person. Do you believe her story about how Maggie came to have the injuries? What difference does it make what I believe at this point? Robin Sage believed her. That's why he's dead. They climbed inside the Range Rover and the engine caught. Lindley reversed it. They inched past a tractor and threaded through the maze of cars to the street. "He'd decided on that which is moral," St. James noted. "He threw himself behind the lawful position. What would you have done, Tommy?" "I'd have checked into the story, just as he did." "And when you found out the truth?" Lindley sighed and turned south down the Clitheroe Road. "God help me, Simon, I just don't know. I don't have the kind of moral certitude Sage seems to have garnered. There's no black or white for me in what happened. Grey stretches forever, despite the law and my professional obligations to it. But if you had to decide, then I suppose it would all come down to crime and punishment." "Juliet Spence's crime against Sheila Cotton?" "No, Sheila's crime against the baby, leaving her alone with the father so that he had the opportunity to injure her in the first place, leaving her alone in the car at night only 4 months later so that someone could take her. I suppose I'd ask myself if the punishment of losing her for 13 years, or forever, fit or exceeded the crimes committed against her. And then what?" Lindley glanced his way. "Then I'd be in Gethsemane, praying for someone else to drink from the cup, which is, I imagine, what Sage himself did." Colin Shepherd had seen her at noon, but she wouldn't let him into the cottage. Maggie wasn't well, she told him. A persistent fever, chills, a bad stomach. Running off with Nick Ware and dossing down in a farm building, even if only for part of the night, had taken its toll. She'd had a second bad night, but she was sleeping now. Juliet didn't want anything to waken her. She came outside to tell him, shutting the door behind her and shivering in the cold. The first seemed a deliberate effort to keep him out of the cottage. The second seemed designed to send him on his way. If he loved her, her quaking body declared, he wouldn't want her standing out in the cold having a chat with him. Her body language was clear enough. Arms crossed tightly, fingers digging into the sleeves of her flannel shirt, posture rigid. But he told himself it was merely the cold, and he tried to read beneath her words for an underlying message. He gazed at her face and looked into her eyes. Courtesy and distance were what he read. Her daughter needed her, and wasn't he being rather selfish to expect her either to want or accept a distraction from that need? He said, "Juliet, when will we have a chance to talk?" But she looked up at Maggie's bedroom window and answered with, "I need to sit with her. She's been having bad dreams. I'll phone you later, all right?" And she slipped back into the cottage and shut the door soundlessly. He heard the key turning in its lock. He wanted to shout, "You've forgotten, haven't you? I've my own key. I can still get in. I can make you talk. I can make you listen." But instead he stared long and hard at the door, counting its bolts, waiting for his heart to stop pounding so angrily. He'd gone back to work, making his rounds, seeing to 3 cars that had misjudged the icy roads, herding 5 sheep back over a disintegrating wall near Skelshaw Farm, replacing its stones, rounding up a rogue dog that had finally been cornered in a barn just outside the village. It was routine business, nothing to occupy his mind. And as the hours passed, he found himself more and more needing something to keep his thoughts in order. Later had come, and she did not phone. He moved about his house restlessly as he waited. He looked out the window at the snow that lay unblemished in the graveyard of St. John the Baptist Church, and beyond it upon the pasture land and the slopes of Coates Fell. He built a fire and let Leo bask in front of it as day drew towards evening. He cleaned 3 of his shotguns. He made a cup of tea, added whiskey to it, forgot about drinking it. He picked the phone up twice to make certain it was still in working order. The snow, after all, could have downed some lines. But he listened to the dialing tone's heartless buzz, telling him something was very wrong. He tried not to believe it. She was concerned about Maggie, he told himself. She was rightfully concerned. It was no more than that. At 4 o'clock, he could stand the waiting no longer, so he did the phoning. Her line was engaged, and engaged at 1/4 past, and engaged at 1/2 past, and every quarter hour after that until 5:30, when he understood that she had taken the phone off the hook so that its ringing would not disturb her daughter. He willed her to phone from 5:30 to 6. After 6 he began to pace. He went over every brief conversation they'd had in the 2 days since Maggie had returned from her short-lived experience of running away. He heard Juliet's tone as she had sounded on the phone, resigned somehow to something he did not want to understand, and he felt a growing desperation. When the phone rang at 8, he leapt to answer it, hearing a terse voice ask, "Where the hell have you been all day, boyo?" Colin felt his teeth set and made an effort to relax. "I've been working, Pa. That's what I usually do. Don't get a mouth with me. He's asked for a wopsy and she's on her way. Do you know that, boyo? Are you up on the news?" The telephone was on a lengthy cord. Colin cradled the receiver against his ear and walked to the kitchen window. He could see the light from the vicarage porch, but everything else was shape and shadow, curtained off by the snow that was falling as if disgorged in an explosion from the clouds. "Who's asked for a wopsy? What you talking about?" "That blighter from the yard." Colin turned from the window. He looked at the clock. The cat's eyes moved rhythmically. Its tail ticked and tocked. He said, "How do you know?" "Some of us maintain our ties, boyo. Some of us have mates that are loyal to the death. Some of us do favours so that when we need one we can call it in. I've been telling you that from day one, haven't I? But you don't want to learn. You've been so bloody stupid, so flaming sure." Colin heard a glass clink against the receiver at his father's end. He heard the rattle of ice. "What is it?" he asked. "You having gin or whiskey tonight?" The glass crashed against something. The wall, a piece of furniture, the cooker, the sink. "God damn you, ignorant piece of filth! I'm trying to help you." "I don't need your help." "Bugger that for a lark. You're in so deep you can't smell the shit. That Ponce was locked up with Hawkins, boyo, for nearly an hour. He called in forensic and the DC who came up there when you first found the body. I don't know what he told them, but the end result was that they phoned for a wopsy, and whatever that bloke from the yard has up his sleeve to do next, it's with Clitheroe's blessing. You got that, boyo? And Hawkins didn't phone and put you in the picture, did he? Did he?" Colin didn't reply. He saw that he'd left a pot on the Arga at lunchtime. Luckily it had held only salted water, which had long since boiled away. The bottom of the pot, however, was crusted with sediment. "What do you think that means?" his father was demanding. "Can you put it together, or do I have to spell it out?" Colin forced himself to sound indifferent. "Bringing in a wopsy's fine with me, Pa. You're in a state over nothing." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means I missed some things. The case needs to be reopened." "You damn fool! Don't you know what it means to botch a murder investigation?" Colin could picture the veins in his father's arms standing out. He said, "I'm not making history. This won't be the first time a case has been reopened." "Simpleton ass!" his father hissed. "You gave evidence for her. You took the oath. You've been playing in her knickers. No one's likely to forget that when it comes time to—" "I've some new information, and it's nothing to do with Juliet. I'm ready to hand it over to that bloke from the yard. It's just as well he's going to have a female PC with him, because he'll be wanting her." "What are you saying?" "That I've found the killer." Silence. In it he could hear the fire crackling in the sitting-room. Leo was chewing industriously on a ham-bone. He had it locked in his paws against the floor, and the sound resembled someone planing wood. "You're sure?" His father's voice was weary. "You've evidence?" "Yes. Because if you cock this up any further, you're done for, boyo. And when that happens, it's not going to happen. I don't want you crying to me for help. I'm through covering your arse with Hutton Preston's CC. You got that?" "I've got it, Pa. Thanks for having confidence." "Don't you give me your bloody—" Colin hung up the phone. It began ringing again within 10 seconds. He let it ring. It jangled for a full 3 minutes while he watched it and pictured his father at the other end. He'd be cursing steadily. He'd be aching to batter someone into pulp, but unless one of his pieces of sweet female flesh was there to oblige him, he was going to have to face his furies alone. When the phone stopped ringing, Colin poured himself a tumbler of whisky, returned to the kitchen and punched Juliet's number. The line was still engaged. He carried his drink to the second bedroom that served as his study and sat down at the desk. From its bottom drawer he took the slim volume, Alchemical Magic, Herbs, Spices, and Plants. He set it next to a yellow legal pad and began to write his report. It flowed easily enough, line after line, piecing fact and conjecture into an overall pattern of guilt. He had no choice, he told himself. If Linley was asking for a female PC, he meant to start trouble for Juliet. There was only one way to stop him. He had just completed his writing, revised it and typed it, when he heard the car doors slam. Leo began to bark. He got up from the desk and went to the door before they had a chance to ring the bell. They would find him neither unprepared nor unaware. "I'm glad you've come," he said to them. He sounded a mixture of sure and expansive, and he felt good about the sound. He swung the door home behind them and led them into the sitting-room. The blonde, Linley, took off his coat, his scarf and his gloves, and brushed the snow from his hair as if he intended to stay for a while. The other, St. James, loosened his scarf and a few buttons of his coat, but the only things he removed were his gloves. These he held and played through his fingers while the snowflakes melted into his hair. "I've a WPC coming up from Clitheroe," Linley said. Colin poured them both a whisky and handed the glasses over, uncaring of whether they chose to drink or not. Not was the case. St. James nodded and set his on the side table next to the sofa. Linley said thank you and placed his on the floor when he sat unbidden in one of the armchairs. He beckoned Colin to do likewise. His face was grave. "Yes, I know she's on her way," Colin answered easily. "You've got second sight among your other gifts, Inspector. I was 12 hours away from phoning Sergeant Hawkins for one myself." He handed over the slender book first. "You'll be wanting this, I expect." Linley took it and turned it over in his hands, putting on his spectacles to read the cover first and then the descriptive copy on the back. He opened the book and ran his glance over the table of contents. Pages were folded down at the corners, the result of Colin's own perusal of the book, and he read these next. On the floor by the fire, Leo returned to gnawing his ham-bone. His tail thumped happily. Linley finally looked up without comment. Colin said, "The confusion and the false starts in the case are my fault. I wasn't on to Polly at first, but I think this clears things up." He passed the stapled report to Linley, who handed the book over to St. James and began to read. He went through the pages. Colin watched him, waiting for a flicker of emotion, recognition, or dawning acceptance to move his mouth, raise his eyebrows, light his eyes. He said, "Once Juliet took the blame and said it was an accident, that's what I focused on. I couldn't see that anyone had a motive to murder Sage, and when Juliet insisted that no one could have had access to the root cellar without her knowledge, I believed her. I didn't realize then that he was never the target in the first place. I was worried about her, about the inquest. I wasn't seeing things clearly. I should have realized earlier that this murder had nothing to do with the vicar at all. He was the victim by mistake." Linley had 2 pages left to read, but he closed the report and removed his spectacles. He replaced them in his jacket pocket and handed the report to Colin. When Colin's fingers were on it, he said, "You should have realized earlier. An interesting choice of words. Would this be before or after you assaulted her, Constable? And why was that, by the way? To get a confession, or merely for pleasure?" The paper felt weightless beneath his fingers. Colin saw that it had slipped to the floor. He picked it up, saying, "We're here to talk about a murder. If Polly's turning the facts so that I'm under suspicion, that should tell you something about her, shouldn't it?" "What tells me something is that she hasn't said a word. About being assaulted, about you, about Juliet Spence. She doesn't act much like a woman who's trying to hide her culpability. Why should she? The person she was after is still alive. She can top the other up as a simple mistake. With a motive of thwarted love, I take it. You must think a great deal of yourself, Mr. Shepherd." Colin felt his features hardening. He said, "I suggest you listen to the facts." "No, you listen. And you hear me well, because when I'm done you'll resign from police work, and thank God that's all your superiors expect from you." And then the inspector began to talk. He listed names that had no meaning to Colin: Susanna Sage and Joseph, Sheila Cotton and Tracy, Gladys Spence, Kate Gitterman. He talked about cot death, a long-ago suicide, and an empty grave in a family plot. He sketched the vicar's route through London, and he laid out the story that Robin Sage and he himself had pieced together. In the end he unfolded a poor copy of a newspaper article and said, "Look at the picture, Mr. Shepherd." But Colin kept his eyes where he'd placed them the moment the man had started speaking, on the gun cabinet and the shotguns he'd cleaned. They were primed and ready, and he wanted to use them. He heard Linley say, "St. James?" and then his companion began to speak. Colin thought, "No, I won't, and I can't," and he conjured up her face to hold the truth at bay. Occasional words and phrases pierced through. "Most poisonous plant in the Western Hemisphere. Rootstock. Would have known. Oily juice upon cutting, an indication of... couldn't possibly have ingested." He said in a voice that came from so far within him he couldn't quite hear it himself, "She was sick. She'd eaten it. I was there." "I'm afraid that's not the case. She'd taken a purgative." "The fever. She was burning. Burning. I expect she'd taken something to elevate her temperature as well. Cayenne, probably. That would have done it." He felt cleaved in half. "Look at the picture, Mr. Shepherd," Linley said. "Polly wanted to kill her. She wanted to clear the way." "Polly Yarkin had nothing to do with any of this," Linley said. "You were a form of alibi. At the inquest you'd be the one to testify to Juliet's illness the night Robin Sage died. She used you, Constable. She murdered her husband. Look at the picture." Did it look like her? Was that her face? Were those her eyes? It was more than 10 years old. The copy was bad. It was dark. It was blurry. This doesn't prove a thing. It's not even clear. But the other two men were relentless. A simple confrontation between Kate Gitterman and her sister would tell the tale of identification. And if it didn't, the body of Joseph Sage could be exhumed, and genetic testing could be done upon it to match him to the woman who called herself Juliet Spence. Because if she was indeed Juliet Spence, why would she refuse to be tested, to have Maggie tested, to produce the documents attendant to Maggie's birth, to do anything possible to clear her name? He was left with nothing. Nothing to say, no argument to propose, and nothing to reveal. He got to his feet and carried the copied photograph and its accompanying article to the fireplace. He threw them in and watched the flames take them, curling the paper at the edges first, then lapping eagerly, then consuming entirely. Leo watched him, looking up from his bone, whining low in his throat. God, Dad, everything's simple like a dog. Food and shelter, warmth against the cold, loyalty and love that never wavered. He said, "I'm ready, then." Linley said, "We won't be needing you, Constable." Colin looked up to protest, even as he knew he had no right. The doorbell rang. The dog barked, quieted. Colin said bitterly, "Would you like to answer that yourself, then?" to Linley. "It'll be your whopsy." It was, but it was more. The female PC had come in uniform, bundled against the cold, her spectacles flecked with moisture. She said, "PC Garrity, Clitheroe CID. Sergeant Hawkins already put me in the picture." While behind her on the porch listened a man in heavy tweeds and boots, with a cap pulled low on his head. Frank Ware, Nick's father. Both of them were backlit by the headlamps of one of their two vehicles, which blazed a blinding white light into the steady fall of the snow. Colin looked at Frank Ware. Ware looked uneasily from the PC to Colin. He stomped the snow off his boots and pulled at his nose. He said, "Oh, sorry to disturb, but there's a car gone into a ditch out next the reservoir, Colin. I thought I'd best stop by and tell you. It looked to me like Juliet's opal." Chapter 28. There was no choice but to take Shepherd with them. He'd grown up in the area. He knew the lay of the land. Linley wasn't willing to give him the freedom of his own vehicle, however. He directed him to the front seat of the hired Range Rover, and, with Constable Garrity and St. James following in the other, they set out for the reservoir. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 12, side 2. Lindley wasn't willing to give him the freedom of his own vehicle, however. He directed him to the front seat of the hired Range Rover, and, with Constable Garrity and St. James following in the other, they set out for the reservoir. The snow flew into the windscreen in constant banners of white, dazzling in the headlamps and blown by the wind. Other vehicles had beaten it down into ruts on the road, but ice ridged the bottom of these and made the going perilous. Even their Range Rover's four-wheel drive was not sufficient to negotiate the worst of the curves and acclivities. They slipped and slid, moving at a crawl. They eased past Winslow's monument to World War I, the soldier's bowed head and his rifle now glittering white. They passed the common, where the snow blew in a spectral whirlwind that dusted the trees. They crossed the bridge that arched over a tumbling beck. Visibility worsened as the windscreen wipers began to leave a curved trail of ice when they moved on the glass. "Blast!" Lindley muttered. He made an adjustment to the defroster. It was ineffectual, since the problem was external. Next to him, Shepherd said nothing beyond giving two-word directions whenever they approached what went for an intersection this deep in the country. Lindley glanced his way when he said, "Left here," as the headlamps illuminated a sign for Fork Reservoir. He thought about taking a few minutes' pleasure from mixing obloquy with castigation. God knew that Shepherd was getting off far too lightly with a request for resignation from his superiors, and not a full public hearing. But the blank mask that was the other man's face dried up the wellspring of Lindley's need to censure. Colin Shepherd would be reliving the events of the last few days for the rest of his life. And ultimately, when he closed his eyes, Lindley could only hope that it would be Polly Yarkin's face that haunted him most. Behind them, Constable Garrity drove her Rover aggressively. Even with the wind blowing and the windows rolled up, they could hear her grinding her way through the gears. The engine of her vehicle roared and complained, but she never dropped more than 6 yards behind them. Once they left the outskirts of the village, there were no lights, other than those from their vehicles and those that shone from the occasional farmhouse. It was like driving blind, for the falling snow reflected their headlamps, creating a permeable, milky wall that was ever shifting, ever changing, ever blowing their way. "She knew you'd gone to London," Shepherd finally said. "I told her. Put that into the account if you'd like." "You just pray we can find her, Constable." Lindley changed down gears as they rounded a curve. The tyres slid, spun helplessly, then caught again. Behind them, Constable Garrity sounded her horn in congratulations. They lumbered on. Some 4 miles from the village, the entrance to Fork Reservoir loomed to their left, offset by a stand of pines. Their branches hung heavily with a weight of wet snow caught in the web of the trees' stubby needles. The pines lined the road for perhaps a quarter of a mile. Opposite them a hedge gave way to the open moor. "There," Shepherd said, as they came to the end of the trees. Lindley saw it as Shepherd spoke, the shape of a car, its windows along with its roof, bonnet and boot hidden beneath a crust of snow. The car teetered at a drunken angle just at the point where the road sloped upward. It sat on the verge, neither coming nor going, but rather diagonally, with its chassis oddly balanced on the ground. They parked. Shepherd offered his torch. Constable Garrity joined them and beamed hers on the car. Its rear wheels had spun themselves a grave in the snow. They lay deeply embedded in the side of the ditch. "My nitwit sister tried this once," Constable Garrity said, flinging her hand in the upward direction the road was taking. "Tried to make it up a slope and slid backwards. Nearly broke her neck, little fool." Lindley brushed the snow from the driver's door and tried the handle. The car was unlocked. He opened the door, shone the light inside, and said, "Mr. Shepherd." Shepherd came to join him. St. James opened the other door. Constable Garrity handed him her torch. Shepherd looked inside at the cases and cartons as St. James went through the glove-box, which was gaping open. "Well," Lindley said, "is this her car, Constable?" It was an opal like 100,000 other opals, but different in that its rear seat was crammed to the roof with belongings. Shepherd pulled one of the cartons towards him, pulled out a pair of gardening gloves. Lindley saw his hand close over them tightly. It was affirmation enough. St. James said, "Nothing much in here," and snapped the glove-box closed. He picked a piece of dirty toweling off the floor and wrapped round his hand a short length of twine that lay with it. Thoughtfully he looked out across the moors. Lindley followed his gaze. The landscape was a study in white and black. It was falling snow and night unredeemed by the moon or stars. There was nothing to break the force of the wind here. Neither woodland nor fell disrupted the flow of the land, so the frigid air cut keenly and quickly, bringing tears to the eyes. "What's ahead?" Lindley asked. No one responded to the question. Constable Garrity was beating her hands against her arms and stomping her feet, saying, "Must be 10 below." St. James was frowning and making moody knots in the twine he'd found. Shepherd was still holding the gardening gloves in his fist, and his fist was at his chest. He was watching St. James. He looked shell-shocked, caught between dazed and mesmerized. "Constable," Lindley said sharply, "I asked you what's ahead." Shepherd roused himself. He removed his spectacles and wiped them on his sleeve. It was a useless activity. The moment he replaced them, the lenses were re-speckled with snow. "Moors," he said. "The closest town's High Bentham, to the northwest." "On this road?" "No, this cuts over to the A65. Leading to Kirby Lonsdale, Lindley thought, and beyond it the M6, the Lakes and Scotland, or south to Lancaster, Manchester, Liverpool. The possibilities were endless. Had she been able to make it that far, she would have bought herself time, and perhaps an escape route to the Irish Republic. As it was, she played the part of fox in a winter landscape where either the police or the unforgiving weather ultimately was going to run her to ground. "Is High Bentham closer than the A65? "On this road, no. But off the road, cutting across country. For Christ's sake, man, they won't be walking along the verge, waiting for us to come by and give them a lift." Shepherd's eyes darted inside the car, and then with what seemed like an effort to Constable Garrity, as if he were anxious to make sure they all heard his words and knew at this point that he'd made the decision to cooperate fully. He said, "If they're headed due east across the moors from here, the A65's about 4.5 miles. High Bentham's double that." "They'd be able to get a ride on the A65, sir," Constable Garrity pointed out. "It might not be closed yet." "God knows they'd never be able to make a 9-mile hike northwest in this weather," St. James said. "But they've got the wind directly in their faces going east. There's no bet they could even make the 4.5. Lindley turned from his examination of the darkness. He shone his torchlight beyond the car. Constable Garrity followed his lead and did the same, heading a few yards in the opposite direction. But snow obscured whatever footprints Juliet Spence and Maggie might have left behind them. Lindley said to Shepherd, "Does she know the land? Has she been out here before? Is there shelter anywhere?" He saw the flicker cross Shepherd's face. He said, "Where?" "It's too far." "Where?" "Even if she started before dark, before the snowfall got bad." "Damn it all, I don't want your analysis, Shepherd. Where?" Shepherd's arm extended more west than north. He said, "Back End Barn. It's 4 miles south of High Bentham." "And from here?" "Directly across the moors. Perhaps 3 miles. "Would she know that? Trapped here in the car, would she know?" Lindley saw Shepherd swallow. He saw the betrayal bleed out of his features and settle them into the mask of a man without hope or future. "We hiked it from the reservoir 4 or 5 times. She knows," he said. "And that's the only shelter?" "That's it." She'd have to find the track that led from Fork Reservoir to Knot End Well, he told them, a spring that was the midway point between the reservoir and Back End Barn. It was marked well enough when the ground was clear, but a wrong turn in the dark and the snow could take them in circles. Still, if she found the track, they could follow it to Raven's Castle, a 5-stone marker that joined the tracks to the Cross of Greet and the East Cat Stones. "Where's the barn from there?" Lindley asked. It was 1.5 miles north from the Cross of Greet. It sat not far off the road that ran north and south between High Bentham and Winslow. "I can't think why she didn't head there in the car in the first place," Shepherd said in conclusion, "instead of coming out this way." "Why?" "Because there's a train station in High Bentham." St. James got out of the car and slammed the door home. "It could be a blind, Tommy." "In this weather?" Lindley asked. "I doubt it. She'd have needed an accomplice, another vehicle." "Drive this far, fake an accident, drive on with someone else," St. James said. "It's not that far removed from the suicide game, is it?" "Who'd have helped her?" All of them looked at Shepherd. He said, "I last saw her at noon. She said Maggie was ill, that was it. As God is my witness, Inspector. You've lied before." "I'm not lying now. She didn't expect this to happen." He flicked his thumb at the car. "She didn't plan an accident. She didn't plan anything but getting away. Look at it straight. She knows where you've been. If Sage discovered the truth in London, you did as well. She's running. She's panicked. She's not being as careful as she ought to be. The car skids on the ice and puts her in a ditch. She tries to get out. She can't. She stands here on the road just where we are. She knows she could try for the A65 across the moors, but it's snowing and she's afraid she'll get lost, because she's never made the hike before and she can't risk it in the cold. She looks the other direction and remembers the barn. She can't make it to High Bentham, but she thinks she and Maggie can make it there. She's been there before. She sets off. All of which could be what we're intended to think." "No, bloody Christ, it's what happened, Linley. It's the only reason why—" He stopped. He looked over the moors. "The reason why?" Linley prompted. Shepherd's answer was nearly taken by the wind. "Why, she took the gun with her." "It was the open glove-box," he said. "It was the toweling and the twine on the floor." How did he know? He'd seen the gun. He'd seen her use it. She'd taken it from a drawer in the sitting-room one day. She'd unwrapped it. She'd shot at a chimney-pot on the hall. She'd— "God damn it, Shepherd, you knew she had a pistol. What's she doing with a pistol? Is she a collector? Is it licensed?" It wasn't. "Jesus Christ!" He didn't think. It didn't seem at the time. He knew he should have taken it from her, but he didn't. That was all. Shepherd's voice was low. He was identifying one more crook to the rules and procedures he'd bent for Juliet Spence from the first, and he knew what the outcome of the revelation would be. Linley jammed his hand against the gear-shift and cursed again. They shot forward north. They had virtually no choice in the matter of pursuit. Providing she had found the track from the reservoir, she had the advantage of darkness and snow. If she was still on the moors, and they tried to follow her across by torchlight, she could pick them off when they got within range by simply aiming at the torch's beams. Their only hope was to drive on to High Bentham and then head south down the road that led to Back End Barn. If she hadn't reached it, they couldn't risk waiting for her and taking the chance she'd got lost in the storm. They'd have to set across the moors, back towards the reservoir. They'd have to make an attempt to find her and hope for the best. Linley tried not to think about Maggie, confused and frightened, travelling in Juliet Spence's furious wake. He had no way of knowing what time they'd left the cottage. He had no idea of the clothes they wore. When St. James said something about having to take hypothermia into consideration, Linley shoved his way into the Range Rover and slammed his fist against the horn. Not like that, he thought. God damn it to hell. However it ended, it wouldn't be like that. They got no moment's relief from either the wind or the snow. It was falling so heavily that it seemed as though all of the northwest would be 5 feet under drift by the morning. The landscape was changed entirely. The muted greens and russets of winter were moonscape. Heather and gorse were hidden. An endless camouflage of white upon white made grassland, bracken, and heath a uniform sheet, upon which the only markers were the boulders, whose tops were powdered but still visible, dark specks like blemishes on the skin around them. They crawled along, prayed their way up inclines, rode the declivities on brakes and ice. The lights from Constable Garrity's Range Rover slithered and wavered behind them, but came steadily on. "They won't make it," Shepherd said, gazing out at the flurries that gusted against the car. "No one could, not in this." Linley changed down to first gear. The engine howled. "She's desperate," he said. "That might keep her going." "Add the rest, Inspector." He hunched into his coat. His face looked grey-green in the lights from the dash. "I'm at fault, if they die." He turned to the window. He fiddled with his spectacles. "It won't be the only thing on your conscience, Mr. Shepherd, but I expect you know that already, don't you?" They rounded a curve, A sign pointing west was printed with the single word, Keysden. Shepherd said, "Turn here." They veered to the left into a lane that was reduced to 2 ruts the width of a car. It ran through a hamlet that appeared to consist of a telephone box, a small church, and 6 signs for public footpaths. They experienced an all too brief respite from the storm when they entered a small wood just west of the hamlet. There the trees were bearing most of the snow in their branches and keeping it relatively clear of the ground. But another curve took them into open land again, and the car was instantly buffeted by a gust of wind. Lindley felt it in the steering wheel. He felt the tyres slide. He cursed with some reverence and moved his foot off the gas. He restrained himself from hitting the brakes. The tyres found purchase. The car moved on. "If they're not in the barn," Shepherd asked, "then we'll look on the moor." "How? You don't know what it's like. You could die out there searching. Are you willing to risk it for a murderess?" "It's not only a murderess I'm looking for." They approached the road that connected High Bentham and Winslow. The distance from Keysden to this crossroads was a little over 3 miles. It had taken them nearly half an hour to drive it. They turned left, heading south in the direction of Winslow. For the next half-mile they saw the occasional lights from other houses, most of them set some considerable distance off the road. The land was walled here, the wall itself fast becoming just another white eruption from which individual stones, like staggered peaks, still managed to break through the snow. Then they were out on the moor again. No wall or fence served as demarcation between the land and the road. Only the tracks left by a heavy tractor showed them the way. In another half-hour they, too, would probably be obliterated. The wind was whipping the snow into small crystal cyclones. They built from the ground as well as from the air. They whirled in front of the car like ghostly dervishes and spun into the darkness again. "Snow's letting up," Shepherd remarked. Lindley gave him a quick glance in which the other man obviously read the incredulity, because he went on with, "It's just the wind now, blowing it about." "That's bad enough." But when he studied the view, Lindley could see that Shepherd was not merely acting the role of optimist. The snowfall was indeed diminishing. Much of what the wipers were sweeping away came from what was blowing off the moors, not falling from the sky. It gave little relief, other than to make the promise that things weren't going to get much worse. They crept along for another 10 minutes, with the wind whining like a dog outside. When their headlamps struck a gate that acted as a fence across the road, Shepherd spoke again. "Here, the barn's to the right, just beyond the wall." Lindley peered through the windscreen. He saw nothing but eddies of snowflakes and darkness. 30 yards from the road," Shepherd said. He shouldered open his door. "I'll have a look." "You'll do what I tell you," Lindley said. "Stay where you are." A muscle worked angrily in Shepherd's jaw. "She's got a gun, Inspector. If she's in there in the first place, she isn't likely to shoot at me. I can talk to her. You can do many things, none of which you're going to do right now. Have some sense. Let me—" "You've done enough." Lindley got out of the car. Constable Garrity and St. James joined him. They directed their torches' beams across the snow and saw the stone wall rising in a perpendicular line from the road. They ran their beams along it and found the spot where its flow was interrupted by the red iron bars of a gate. Beyond the gate stood a back-end barn. It was stone and slate, with a large door to admit vehicles, a smaller door for their drivers. It looked due east, so the winds had blown the snow in large drifts against the barn's face. The drifts were smooth mounds against the larger barn door. Against the smaller, however, a single drift was partially trampled. A V-shaped dent ran through it. Fresh snow dusted its edges. "By God, she made it," St. James said quietly. "Someone did," Lindley replied. He looked over his shoulder. Shepherd, he saw, was out of the Range Rover, although he was maintaining his position next to its door. Lindley considered the options. They had the element of surprise, but she had the weapon. He had little doubt that she would use it the moment he moved against her. Sending in Shepherd was, in truth, the only reasonable way to proceed. but he wasn't willing to risk anyone's life when there was a chance of getting her out without gunfire. She was, after all, an intelligent woman. She had run in the first place because she knew that the truth was a moment away from discovery. She couldn't hope to escape with Maggie and go unapprehended a second time in her life. The weather, her history, and every one of the odds were dead set against her. "Inspector." Something was pressed into his hand. "You might want to use this." He looked down, saw that Constable Garrity had given him a loud hailer. "Part of the kit in the car," she said. She looked embarrassed as she tipped her head towards her vehicle and buttoned the neck of her coat against the wind. "Sergeant Hawkins says a DC's always got to know what might be needed at a crime scene or in an emergency. Shows initiative, he says. I've a rope as well. Life vests, the lot." Her eyes blinked solemnly behind the wet-streaked lenses of her spectacles. "You're a godsend, Constable," Linley said. "Thank you." He raised the loud hailer. He looked at the barn. Not a sliver of light showed round either of the doors. There were no windows. If she was inside, she was sealed off completely. What to say to her, he wondered. Which cinematic inanity would serve their purpose and bring her out? "You're surrounded, you can't hope to escape. Throw out the gun, come out with your hands up. We know you're inside." "Mrs. Spence," he called. "You have a weapon with you. I don't. We're at an impasse. I'd like to get you and Maggie out of here without harm being done to anyone." He waited. There was no sound from the barn. The wind hissed as it slid along 3 graduated tiers of stone projections that ran the length of the barn's north side. "You're still nearly 5 miles from High Bentham, Mrs. Spence. Even if you managed to survive the night in the barn, neither you nor Maggie would be in any condition to walk farther in the morning. You must know that." Nothing. But he could feel her thinking. If she shot him, she could get to his vehicle, a better vehicle than her own, after all, and be on her way. It would be hours before anyone would notice he was missing, and if she hurt him badly enough, he wouldn't have the strength to crawl back towards High Bentham and find assistance. "Don't make it worse than it already is," he said. "I know you don't want to do that to Maggie. She's cold, she's frightened, she's probably hungry. I'd like to get her back to the village now." Silence. Her eyes would be quite used to the darkness. If he burst in on her and had the luck to shine the torchlight directly in her face on the first go, even if she pulled the trigger, it wouldn't be likely that she'd be able to hit him. It might work. If he could find her the instant he crashed through the door. "Maggie's never seen anyone shot," he said. "She doesn't know what it's like. She hasn't seen the blood. Don't make that part of her memory of this night. Not if you love her." He wanted to say more, that he knew her husband and her sister had failed her when she needed them most, that there would have been an end to her mourning the death of her son had she only had someone to help her through it, that he knew she had acted in what she'd believed were Maggie's interests when she'd snatched her from the car that long-ago night. But he also wanted to say that in the end she'd not had the right to determine the fate of a baby belonging to a 15-year-old girl. That while she may have indeed done better by Maggie as a result of taking her, they couldn't know that for sure, and it was because of that simple not knowing that Robin Sage had decided a cruelty as justice had to be done. He found he wanted to blame what was going to happen this night on the man she had poisoned, on his sententious perspective and his bumbling attempt to set things right, for in the end she was his victim as much as he was hers. "Mrs. Spence," he said, "you know we're at the end of it here. Don't make it worse for Maggie, please. You know I've been to London. I've seen your sister. I've met Maggie's mother. A keening rose suddenly above the wind. Eerie, inhuman, it cut to the heart and then took on substance round a single word. "Mummy!" "Mrs. Spence!" And then the keening again. It sounded high with terror. It locked round the unmistakable tone of a plea. "Mummy,
I'm afraid! Mummy! Mummy!
Linley shoved a loud hailer into Constable Garrity's hands. He pushed through the gate, and then he saw it. A shape was moving just to his left, beyond the wall, as he himself was now. "Shepherd!" he shouted.
Mummy!
Maggie cried. The constable came rapidly onward through the snow. He charged straight for the barn. "Shepherd!" Linley shouted. "God damn it, stay out!"
Mummy! Please! I'm afraid! Mummy!
Shepherd reached the barn door as the gun went off. He was inside when she shot again. It was long past midnight when St. James finally climbed the stairs to their room. He thought she'd be asleep, but she was waiting for him, as she'd said she would be, sitting in bed with the covers drawn up to her chest and an old copy of Elle spread across her lap. She said, "You found her," when she saw his face, and then, "Simon, what happened?" when he nodded and said nothing except, "We did." He was tired to the point of weakness. His dead leg felt like a hundredweight hanging from his hip. He dropped his coat and scarf to the floor, tossed his gloves upon them, and left them where they lay. "Simon?" He told her. He began with Colin Shepherd's attempt to implicate Polly Yarkin. He ended with the gunshots at Back End Barn. "It was a rat," he said. "She was shooting at a rat." They'd been huddled into a corner when Linley found them. Juliet Spence, Maggie, and a mangy orange cat called Punkin that the girl had refused to leave behind in the car. When the torchlight fell on them, the cat hissed, spit, and scurried into the darkness, but neither Juliet nor Maggie moved. The girl cowered into the woman's arms, her face hidden. The woman encircled her as much as possible, perhaps to warm, perhaps to protect. "We thought they were dead at first," St. James said. "A murder and a suicide, but there wasn't any blood." Then Juliet spoke as if the others weren't there, saying, "It's all right, darling. If I haven't hit him, I've frightened him to death. He won't get you, Maggie. Hush, it's all right." "They were filthy," he said. "Their clothes were soaked. I can't think they would have lasted the night." Deborah extended her hand to him. "Please," she said. He sat on the bed. She smoothed her fingers beneath his eyes and across his forehead. She brushed back his hair. There was no fight in her, St. James said, and no intention to run any farther, or, it seemed, to use the gun again. She'd dropped it onto the stone floor of the barn, and she was holding Maggie's head to her shoulder. She began to rock her. She'd taken off her coat and thrown it round the girl, St. James said. I don't think she actually knew we were there. Shepherd got to her first. He stripped his own heavy jacket off, he wrapped it round her and flung his arms round them both, because Maggie wouldn't release her hold on her mother's waist. He said her name, but she didn't respond, other than to say that she'd shot at it, darling. She always hit her mark, didn't she? It was probably dead. There was nothing to fear. Constable Garrity ran for blankets. She'd brought a thermos from home, and she poured it, saying, "Poor lambs, poor dears," in a fashion that was far more maternal than professional. She tried to get Shepherd to put his jacket back on, but he refused, wrapping himself in a blanket instead, and watching everything, his eyes riveted with a kind of dying on Juliet's face. When they were on their feet, Maggie began to cry for the cat, calling, "Punkin! Mummy, where's Punkin? He's run off. It's snowing and he'll freeze. He won't know what to do." They found the cat behind the door, his fur on end and his ears at the alert. St. James grabbed him. The cat climbed his back in a panic, but he settled well enough when he was returned to the girl. She said, "Punkin kept us warm, didn't he, Mummy? It was good to bring Punkin like I wanted, wasn't it? But he'll be happy to get home." Juliet put her arm round the girl and pressed her face to the top of her head. She said, "You take good care of Punkin, darling." And then Maggie seemed to realize. She said, "No, Mummy, please, I'm afraid. I don't want to go back. I don't want them to hurt me. Mummy, please." Tommy made the decision to separate them at once, St. James said. Constable Garrity took Maggie. "You bring the cat, dear," she said, while Lindley took her mother. He intended to push all the way through to Clitheroe if it took him the rest of the night. He wanted it to be over. He wanted to be clear of it. "I can't blame him," St. James said. "I won't soon forget the sound of her screaming when she saw he meant to separate them then and there." "Mrs. Spence?" "Maggie, calling for her mother. We could hear her even after the car drove off." "And Mrs. Spence?" There was nothing from Juliet Spence at first. Without expression or reaction, she'd watched Constable Garrity drive away. She'd stood with her hands in the pockets of Shepherd's jacket and the wind blowing her hair across her face, and she watched the tail lights of the receding car bob and weave as it lurched across the moor in the direction of Winslow. When they began to follow it, she sat in the rear seat next to Shepherd and never looked away from those lights for a moment. She said, "What else could I do? He said he was going to return her to London." "And that was the real hell behind the murder," St. James said. Deborah looked perplexed. "What real hell? What do you mean?" St. James got to his feet and walked to the clothes cupboard. He began to undress. "Sage never intended to turn his wife over to the authorities for snatching the baby," he said. "That last night of his life he'd brought her enough money to get out of the country. He was perfectly willing to go to prison rather than tell anyone in London where he'd found the girl once he turned her over to social services. Of course the police would have known eventually, but by that time his wife would have been long gone." "That can't be right," Deborah said. "She must be lying about what happened." He turned from the clothes cupboard. He said, "Why? The offer of money only makes the case against her blacker. Why would she lie?" "Because—" Deborah plucked at the bed covers as if she would find the answer there. She said, deliberately, laying out her facts like cards, "He'd found her. He'd discovered who Maggie was. If he meant to return her to her real mother anyway, why wouldn't she have taken the money and saved herself from jail? Why did she kill him? Why didn't she just run? She knew the game was up." St. James unbuttoned his shirt with great care. He examined each button as his fingers touched it. He said, "I expect it was because Juliet felt she was Maggie's real mother all along, my love." He looked up then. She was rolling a bit of the sheet between her thumb and forefinger and watching herself do so. He left her alone. In the bathroom he took his time about washing his face, brushing his teeth, and running a brush through his hair. He removed his leg brace and let it thump to the floor. He kicked it to lie by the wall. It was metal and plastic, strips of Velcro and polyester. It was simple in design, but essential in function. When legs didn't work the way they were supposed to, one strapped on a brace, or took to a wheelchair, or eased along on crutches. But one kept going. That had always been his basic philosophy. He wanted that precept to be Deborah's as well, but he knew she would have to be the one to choose it. She'd switched off the lamp next to the bed, but when he came out of the bathroom, the light behind him fell across the room. In the shadows he could see that she was still sitting up in bed, but this time with her head on her knees and her arms round her legs. Her face was hidden. He flicked off the bathroom light and made his way to the bed, tapping carefully in a darkness that was more complete this night because the skylights were covered with snow. He lowered himself into the covers and lay his crutches soundlessly on the floor. He reached out and ran his hand along her back. "You're going to get cold," he said. "Lie down." "In a moment." He waited. He thought about how much of life comprised that very act, and how waiting always involved either another individual or a force outside oneself. He had mastered the art of waiting long ago. It had been a gift imposed upon him with too much alcohol, oncoming headlamps, and the cormorant scream of skidding tires. Through sheer necessity, wait and see, along with give it time, had become his armorial motto. Sometimes the maxims led him into inaction, sometimes they allowed him peace of mind. Deborah stirred beneath his touch. She said, "Of course, you were right the other night. I wanted it for myself, but I also wanted it for you. Perhaps even more. I don't know." She turned her head to face him. He couldn't see her features in the darkness, just the shape of her. "As retribution?" he asked. He felt her shake her head. "We were estranged in those days, weren't we?"
I loved you, but you wouldn't let yourself love me in return. So I tried to love someone else. And I did, you know. Love him.
Yes.
Does it hurt you to think about it?
I don't think about it, do you?
Sometimes it creeps up on me. I'm never prepared. All of a sudden, there it is. Then, I feel torn inside. I think how much I've hurt you. And I want things to be different. The past? No, the past can't be changed, can it? It can just be forgiven. It's the present that concerns me.
He could tell that she was leading him towards something she had thought carefully through, perhaps that night, perhaps in the days that had preceded it. He wanted to help her say whatever it was she felt needed to be said, but he couldn't see the direction clearly. He could only sense that she believed the unspoken would hurt him in some undefinable way. And while he wasn't afraid of discussion, indeed he'd been determined to provoke it ever since they'd left London, he found at the moment that he wanted discussion only if he was able to control its content. That she intended to do so, to an end he couldn't clearly anticipate, caused him to feel the cold, hot mantle of wariness cloak him. He tried to shed it, couldn't do so completely.
"You're everything to me," she said softly. "That's what I wanted to be to you. Everything."
"You are."
"No."
"This baby thing, Deborah. Adoption, the whole business of children." He didn't complete the sentence because he didn't know where to go with it any longer.
"Yes," she said, "that's it. This baby thing, the whole business of children. Being whole in and of itself. That's what I wanted for you. That would be my gift."
He saw the truth then. It was between them the single dried bone of reality that they picked at and worried like two mongrel dogs. He'd grabbed it and chewed it for the years they'd been apart. Deborah had been worrying it ever since. Even now he saw when there was no need she was grappling with it. He said nothing further. She'd gone this far, and he was confident she would say the rest. She was too close now to back away from saying it, and backing away was not in fact her style. She'd been doing so for months to protect him, he realized, when he needed no protection either from her or from this.
"I wanted to make it up to you," she said.
"Say the rest," he thought. "It doesn't hurt me. It won't hurt you. You can say the rest."
"I wanted to give you something special."
"It's all right," he thought. "It doesn't change anything."
"Because you're crippled."
He pulled her down to him. She resisted at first, but came to him when he said her name. Then the rest of it was spilling out, whispered into his ear. Much of it didn't make sense, an oddly combined jumble of memories and the experience and understanding of the last few days. He merely held her and listened. She remembered when they brought him home from his convalescence in Switzerland, she told him. He'd been gone 4 months. She was 13 years old, and she remembered that rainy afternoon. How she'd observed it all from the top floor of the house. How her father and his mother had followed him slowly up the stairs, watching as he gripped the banister, their hands flying out to keep him from losing his balance, but not touching him, never touching him, because they knew without seeing the expression on his face, which she herself could see from the top of the house, that he wasn't to be touched, not that way, not any longer. And a week later, when the two of them were alone, she in the study, and this angry stranger called Mr. St. James a floor above in his bedroom, from which he had not emerged in days, she heard the crash, the heavy thud of weight, and she knew he'd fallen. She'd run up the stairs and stood by his door in her 13-year-old's agony of indecision. Then she'd heard him weeping. She'd heard the sound of him pulling himself along the floor. She'd crept away. She'd left him to face his devils alone because she didn't know what to do to help.
"I promised myself," she whispered in the darkness, "I'd do anything for you, to make it better."
But Juliet Spence had seen no difference between the baby she'd borne and the one she'd stolen, Deborah told him. Each was her child. She was the mother. There was no difference. To her, mothering wasn't the initial act and the 9 months that followed it. But Robin Sage hadn't seen that, had he? He offered her money to escape, but he should have known she was Maggie's mother. She wouldn't leave her child. It didn't matter what price she had to pay to stay with her. She would pay it. She loved her. She was her mother.
That's how it was for her, wasn't it? Deborah whispered. St. James kissed her forehead and settled the blankets more closely round her. Yes, he said. That's how it was. Chapter 29. The last chapter. Brendan Power crunched along the verge, heading into the village. He would have sunk up to his knees in the snow, but someone had been out earlier than he, and a path was already trodden. It was speckled every 30 yards or so with charred tobacco. Whoever it was out for a walk was smoking a pipe that didn't draw much better than Brendan's. He himself wasn't smoking this morning. He had his pipe with him in case he found himself in the position of needing to do something with his hands, but so far he hadn't brought it out of its leather pouch, although he could feel the weight of it tapping securely against his hip. The day after any storm was generally glorious, and Brendan found this one as splendid as the previous night had been frightful. The air was still. The early sun laid down great blazes of crystal incandescence across the land. Frost rimed the tops of the dry stone walls. Slate roofs wore a thick coating of snow. As he passed the first terraced house on his way into the village, he saw that someone had remembered the birds. 3 sparrows were picking at a handful of toast crumbs outside a doorway, and while they eyed him warily as he passed by, hunger kept them from scattering into the trees. He wished he'd thought to bring something with him. Toast, a slice of stale bread, an apple, it didn't matter. Anything edible to offer the birds would have served as a marginally credible excuse for being out in the first place. And he'd be needing an excuse when he returned home. In fact, it might be wise to start concocting one now as he walked. He hadn't thought of that earlier. Standing at the dining-room window, looking out beyond the garden to the vast white pasture that was part of the Townley Young estate, he'd thought only of getting out, of tramping holes in the snow and driving his feet forward into a forever he could bear to live with. His father-in-law had come to their bedroom at 8 o'clock. Brendan had heard his military footsteps in the passage, and had slid out of bed, freeing himself of the anchoring heaviness of his wife's arm. In sleep she'd thrown it diagonally across him so that her fingers rested in his groin. Under other circumstances he might have found this somnolent implication of intimacy quite erotic. As it was, he lay flaccid and mildly repelled, and at the same time grateful that she was asleep. Her fingers wouldn't be drifting coyly another inch to the left, in the expectation of encountering what she deemed appropriate male morning arousal. She wouldn't be demanding what he couldn't give, pumping him furiously and waiting, agitated, anxious, then angry for his body to respond. Tin-voiced accusations wouldn't follow, neither would the tearless weeping that screwed up her face and resounded through the corridors. As long as she slept, his body was his own and his spirit was free. So he slipped to the door at the sound of his father-in-law's approach, and he cracked it open before Townley Young could knock and awaken her. His father-in-law was fully dressed, as usual. Brendan had never seen him otherwise. His tweeds, his shirt, his shoes, and his tie all made a careful statement about good breeding that Brendan knew he was supposed to understand and emulate. Everything he wore was just old enough to indicate the appropriate lack of interest in clothing that was inherent to the landed gentry. More than once Brendan had looked at his father-in-law and wondered idly how he managed the feat of maintaining an entire wardrobe that, from shirt to shoes, always looked at least 10 years old, even when new. Townley Young gave a glance to Brendan's woolen dressing-gown and pursed his lips in silent disapproval at the messy bow Brendan had made when tying the belt. "Manly men use square knots to keep their dressing-gowns closed," his expression said, "and the 2 tails falling from the waist are always perfectly even, you twit." Brendan stepped into the corridor and shut the door behind him. "Still asleep," he explained. This book is concluded on cassette 13, side 1. Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George, concluded. Cassette 13, side 1. "Manly men use square knots to keep their dressing-gowns closed," his expression said, "and the 2 tails falling from the waist are always perfectly even, you twit." Brendan stepped into the corridor and shut the door behind him. "Still asleep," he explained. Townley Young peered at the door's panels as if he could see through them and make an evaluation of his daughter's frame of mind. "Another rough night?" he asked. That was certainly one way to put it, Brendan thought. He'd got home after 11 with the hope she'd be asleep, only to end up tussling with her beneath the covers in what went for marital relations between them. He'd been able to perform, thank God, because the room was dark, and during their bi-weekly night-time encounters she'd taken to whispering certain Anglo-Saxon pleasantries which he found allowed him to fantasize more freely. He wasn't in bed with Becky on those nights. He chose his mate freely. He moaned and writhed beneath her and said, "Oh, God, oh, yes, I love it, to the image of Polly Yarkin. Last night, however, Becky had been more aggressive than usual. Her ministrations possessed an aura of anger. She'd not accused or wept when he came into their bedroom smelling of gin and looking, he knew because he could not hide it, dejected and decidedly lovelorn. Instead, she'd wordlessly demanded retribution in the form she knew he wished least to make. So it had indeed been a rough night, although not in the manner his father-in-law thought. He said, "A little discomfort," and hoped Townley Young would apply the description to his daughter. "Right," Townley Young had said. "Well, at least we'll be able to set her mind at rest. That should go far to making her more comfortable." He'd gone on to explain that the work at Coates Hall would proceed without interruption at last. He gave the reasons why, but Brendan merely nodded and tried to look filled with anticipation, while his life drained away like an ebbing tide. Now, as he approached Crofters Inn along the Lancaster Road, he wondered why he had depended so much upon the Halls remaining unavailable to them. He was married to Becky, after all. He'd mucked up his life. Why did it seem a more permanent disaster if they had their own home? He couldn't have said. It was just that with the announcement of the Hall's pending completion, he'd heard a door slam somewhere on his dreams of the future, as meaningless as those dreams had been. And with the doors slamming, he felt claustrophobic. He needed out. If he couldn't make an escape from the marriage, at least he could from the house. So out he went into the frosty morning. "Where are you off to, Bren?" Josie Ragg was perched on top of one of the 2 stone pillars that gave way to the Crofters Inn car park. She had brushed it clear of snow, and she was dangling her legs and looking as forlorn as Brendan felt. She was the word droop personified, in her spine, her arms, her legs and her feet. Even her face looked heavy, with the skin pulled down round her mouth and eyes. "Just a walk," he said. And then he added, because she looked so downtrodden, and he knew exactly how that feeling throws one's life into shadow, "Would you like to come along?" "Can't. These don't work in the snow." These were the Wellingtons that she bounced upwards in his direction. They were enormous. They looked nearly twice the size of her feet. Over their tops at least 3 pairs of knee socks were folded. "Don't you have some proper boots?" She shook her head and pulled her knitted cap down to her eyebrows. "Mine have been too small since November, see? And if I tell Mum I need new ones, she'll have a conniption. When are you going to stop growing, Josephine Eugenia? You know. These are Mr. Ragg's. He doesn't mind much." She bounced her legs back against the frosty stones. "Why do you call him Mr. Ragg?" She was fumbling with a fresh packet of cigarettes, trying to rip off its cellophane wrapper with mittened fingers. Brendan crossed the road, took the packet from her, and did the honours, offering her a light. She smoked without answer, trying and failing to make a ring, blowing out steam as much as smoke. "It's pretend," she finally said. "Stupid, I know. You don't have to tell me. Makes Mum see red, but Mr. Ragg doesn't care. If he's not my real dad, I can pretend my Mum had a big passion, see, and I'm the product of her fatal love. I pretend this bloke came to Winslow passing through on his way to wherever. He met Mum. They were crazy for each other, but they couldn't get married, of course, because Mum wouldn't ever leave Lancashire. But he was the big love of her life, and he set her on fire the way men are supposed to set women on fire. And I'm how she remembers him now." Josie flicked ash in Brendan's direction. "That's why I call him Mr. Ragg. It's dumb. I don't know why I told you. Don't know why I ever say anything to anyone. It's always my fault, isn't it? And everyone's going to know it eventually. I natter too much." Her lip trembled, She rubbed her finger beneath her nose and threw her cigarette down. It hissed gently in the snow. "Nattering's no crime, Josie." "Maggie Spence was my best mate, see? And now she's gone. Mr. Ragg says she won't probably be back. And she was in love with Nick, did you know that? True love it was. Now they won't see each other again. I don't think it's fair." Brenda nodded. "Life's that way, isn't it? And Pam's been gated forever because her mum caught her last night in the sitting room with Todd. Doing it, right there. Her mum put on the lights and started screaming. It was just like a film, Pam said. So there's no one. No one special. It feels sort of hollow. Here." She pointed to her stomach. "Mum says it's just because I need to eat, but I'm not hungry, you know." He did. He knew all about hollow. He sometimes felt he was hollow incarnate. "And I can't think about the vicar," she said. "Mostly I can't think about anything." She squinted at the road. "At least we have the snow. It's something to look at. For now." "It is." He nodded, tapped her knee and continued on his way, turning down the Clitheroe road, concentrating on the walking, putting his energy into that effort rather than into thought. The going was easier on the Clitheroe road than it had been on the way into the village. More than one person had forged through the snow, making the walk out to the church, it seemed. He passed two of them, the Londoners, a short distance from the primary school. They walked slowly, heads together in conversation. They looked up only briefly as he passed. He felt a quick stab of sadness at the sight of them. Men and women together, talking and touching, promised to cause him unending grief in the coming years. The object was not to care any longer. He wasn't quite sure if he'd be able to manage it without seeking relief. Which is why he was out walking in the first place, pushing steadily forward and telling himself that he was merely going to check on the hall. The exercise was good, the sun was out, he needed the air. But the snow was deep beyond the church, so when he finally reached the lodge he hung about for 5 minutes just catching his breath. Bit of a rest, he assured himself, and he scrutinized the windows one after the other, looking for movement behind the curtains. She hadn't been to the pub for the last 2 nights. He'd sat and waited until the last possible moment, when Ben Ragg called time and Dora bustled through picking up glasses. He knew that once 9:30 arrived it wasn't very likely that she'd pop in, but still he waited and dreamed his dreams. He was dreaming them still when the front door opened and Polly walked out. She started when she saw him. He took an eager step her way. She had a basket over her arm, and she was wrapped head to toe in wool and scarves. "Heading to the village?" he asked. "I've just been to the hall. Shall I walk with you, Polly?" She came to join him and looked up the lane where the snow lay, pristine and betraying. "Fly there, did you?" she asked. He fished in his jacket for his leather pouch. "I was going there, actually, not coming back. Out for a walk. Beautiful day." Some of the tobacco spilled onto the snow. She watched it fall and appeared to be studying it. He saw that she had bruised her face somehow. A crescent of purple on the cream of her skin was going yellow at the edges as it began to heal. "You've not been at the pub. Busy?" She nodded, still examining the speckled snow. "I've missed you. Chatting with you and the like. But of course you've got things to do. People to see, I understand that. A girl like you. Still, I wondered where you were. Silly, but there it is." She adjusted the basket on her arm. "I heard it's resolved. Coates Hall. What happened to the vicar? Did you know? You're in the clear. And that's good news, isn't it? All things considered." She made no reply. She wore black gloves with a hole at the wrist. He wished she'd remove them so he could look at her hands, warm them even, warm her as well. He said in a burst, "I think about you, Polly, all the time, day and night. You're what keeps me going. You know that, don't you? I'm not good at hiding things. I can't hide this. You see what I'm feeling. You do see it, don't you? You've seen it from the first." She'd wound a purple scarf round her head, and she pulled it closer to her face as if to hide it. She kept her head bent. She reminded him of someone in prayer. He said, "We're both Lonely, aren't we? We both need someone. I want you, Polly. I know it can't be perfect, not with the way things are in my life, but it can be something. It can be special. I swear I can make it good for you, if you'll let me." She raised her head and looked at him curiously. He felt his armpits sweating. He said, "I'm saying it wrong, aren't I? That's why it's a muddle. I'm saying it backwards. I'm in love with you, Polly." "It's not a muddle," she said. "You're not saying it backwards." His heart opened with joy. "Then you're just not saying it all. What more is there to say? I love you, I want you. I'll make it good if you'll only ignore the fact that you have a wife." She shook her head. "Go home with you, Brendan. Take care of Miss Becky. Lie in your own bed. Stop sniffing round mine." She nodded sharply, dismissal, good morning, whatever he wanted to take it for, and set off towards the village. "Polly!" She turned back. Her face was stony. She wouldn't be touched. But he would reach her. He would find her heart. He would beg for it, plead for it. He didn't care what it took. "I love you," he said. "Polly, I need you." "Don't we all need something?" She walked away. Colin saw her pass. She was a whimsical vision of colour against a backdrop of white. Purple scarf, navy coat, red trousers, brown boots. She was carrying a basket and ploughing steadily along the far side of the road. She didn't look his way. She would have at one time. She would have ventured a surreptitious glance at his house, and if by chance he was working in the front garden or tinkering with the car, she would have crossed the road with an excuse to talk. "Hear about the dog trials in Lancaster, Colin? How's your dad feeling? What did the vet have to say about Leo's eyes?" Now she made a project out of looking straight ahead. The other side of the road, the houses that lined it, and particularly his, simply didn't exist. It was just as well. She was saving them both. Had she turned her head and caught him watching her from the kitchen window, he might have felt something. And so far he'd managed to keep himself from feeling anything at all. He'd gone through the motions of the morning, making coffee, shaving, feeding the dog, pouring himself a bowl of cornflakes, slicing a banana, raining sugar on top, and dousing the mixture thoroughly with milk. He'd even sat at the table with the bowl in front of him. He'd even gone so far as to dip the spoon into it. He'd even lifted the spoon to his lips, twice, but he was unable to eat. He'd held her hand, but it was dead weight in his. He'd said her name. He was unsure what to call her, this Juliet Susanna that the London detective claimed she was, but he needed all the same to call her something in an effort to bring her back to him again. She wasn't really there, he discovered. The shell of her was, the body he had worshipped with his own, but the interior substance of her rode up ahead in the other Range Rover, trying to calm her daughter's fears and looking for the courage to say goodbye. He strengthened his grip on her. She said in a voice without depth or timbre, "The elephant." He struggled to understand. The elephant? Why here? Why now? What was she telling him? What was it that he should know about elephants? That they never forget, that she never would? That she still reached out to him for rescue from the quicksand of her despair? The elephant. And then, oddly, as if they communicated in an English that meant something only to them, Inspector Linley answered her. "Is it in the Opal?" She said, "I told her pumpkin or the elephant. You must decide, darling." He said, "I'll see that she gets it, Mrs. Spence." And that was all. Colin willed her to respond to the pressure of his fingers. Her hand never moved, she never grasped his. She simply took herself to a place of dying. He understood that now. He was there himself. At first it seemed he'd begun the process when Linley had laid the facts before him. At first it seemed he'd continued to decay throughout the interminable passing of the night. He stopped hearing their voices. He drifted out of his body altogether and observed from on high the ending of things. He watched it all curiously, filed it all away, and thought perhaps he might wonder at it later. How Linley spoke not as an official of the police, but as if to comfort or to reassure her, how he helped her to the car, how he steadied her with his arm round her shoulders and pressed her head against his chest the final time they heard Maggie cry. It was odd to think he never once seemed triumphant at having his speculations proven true. Instead, he looked torn. The crippled man said something about the workings of justice, but Lindley laughed bitterly. "I hate all of this," he said. "The living, the dying, the whole bloody mess." And although Colin listened from the far-away place to which the self of him had retreated, he found that he hated nothing at all. One cannot hate while one is engaged in the process of dying. Later, he saw that he'd really begun that process the moment he raised a hand against Polly. Now, standing at the window and watching her pass by, he wondered if he hadn't been dying for years. Behind him the clock ticked the day onwards, its cat's eyes shifting along with the movement of its pendulum tail. How she'd laughed when she saw it. She said, "Col, it's precious, I must have it, I must." And he'd bought it for her birthday, wrapped it in newspaper because he'd forgotten the fancy paper and ribbon, left it on the front porch and rung the bell. How she'd laughed, clapped her hands, said, "Hang it up right now, you must." He took it from the wall above the Aga and carried it to the worktop. He turned it face down. The tail still wagged. He could sense that the eyes were still moving as well. He could still hear the passing of its time. He tried to prise open the compartment that held its workings, but couldn't manage the job with his fingers. He tried 3 times, gave it up, and opened a drawer beneath the worktop. He fumbled for a knife. The clock ticked and tocked. The cat's tail moved. He slid the knife between the backing and the body and pulled back sharply, and then a second time. The plastic gave with a snap. Part of the backing broke away. It flew up and out and landed on the floor. He flipped the clock over and slammed it hard a single time against the worktop. A gear fell out. The tail and eyes stopped. The gentle ticking ceased. He broke the tail off. He used the wooden handle of the knife to shatter the eyes. He flung the clock in the rubbish, where a soup tin shifted with the weight of its fall and began to drip diluted tomato against its face. "What shall we name it, Col?" she'd asked, slipping her arm through his. "It needs a name. I fancied Tiger myself. Listen what it sounds like. Tiger tells the time. Am I a poet, Col?" "Perhaps you were," he said. He put on his jacket. Leo dashed from the sitting-room ready for a run. Colin heard his anxious whine and ran his knuckles across the top of the dog's head, but when he left the house he left it alone. The steam from his breath said the air was frigid, but he couldn't feel anything, either warmth or cold. He crossed the road and went through the lich gate. He saw that others had been in the graveyard before him, because someone had laid a spray of juniper on one of the graves. The rest were bare, frozen under the snow, with their markers rising like smokestacks through clouds. He walked towards the wall and the chestnut tree where Annie lay, these 6 years dead. He made a deliberate, fresh trail through the snow, feeling the drifts give way against his shins, the way ocean water breaks when you walk against it. The sky was as blue as the flax she'd planted one year by the door. Against it, the leafless branches of the chestnut tree wore a diamond cobweb of ice and snow. The branches cast a net of shadows on the ground beneath them. They dipped skinless fingers towards Annie's grave. He should have brought something with him, he thought. A spray of ivy and holly, a fresh pine wreath. He should have at least come prepared to clean the stone, to make sure lichen had no chance to grow. He needed to keep the words from fading. At the moment he needed to read her name. The gravestone was partially buried in the snow, and he began to use his hands against it, first brushing off the top and then down the sides, and then preparing to use his fingers on the carving. But then he saw it. The colour caught his eye first, bright pink on pure white. The shapes caught his eye second, 2 interlocking ovals. It was a small flat stone, worn smooth by 1,000 years of river, and it was lying at the head of the grave, tangent to the marker. He put his hand out, then drew it back. He knelt in the snow. "I burnt cedar for you, Colin. I put the ashes on her grave. I put the ring-stone with them. I gave Annie the ring-stone." He reached out with an arm that did its own bidding. His hand picked up the stone. His fingers closed round it. "Annie," he whispered. "Oh, God! Annie!" He felt the cold air sweeping over him from the moor. He felt the frigid, unforgiving embrace of the snow. He felt the small stone settle into his palm. He felt it hard and smooth. This concludes the reading of Missing Joseph by Elizabeth George. This book was read by Donaida Peters.